Hi, y'all, and welcome to today's live stream. I hope you are as excited as I am about what we are about to see today. At long last, after 11 years and multiple trials, we are finally at the trial of Donna Adelson, and we will find out a huge, it's not just what will happen in her trial, it's not just what the jury will think, what evidence will be presented. Also, two huge bits we are waiting for. Number one, we are waiting to find out what this extra investigation that the state has done into Donna Adelson. What did they find? Anything? Is this going to be a significant part of the case? We heard from the prosecutor, she didn't think it would be significant, but the suggestion was it was at least going to be used. So we have a lot to figure out about this case that we still don't know. And we also don't know what her defense will be. That's the second huge piece of information that I think we are going to find out. The question is, will she use the exact same defense that her son, Charlie Adelson, used? Now, for those of you who are new diving into the case, let's just do a little quick summary and overview of what exactly is going on here. This is, let me pull up a slide for you. Not that one. I'll remove that and add this. Okay, so Dan Markel was murdered in 2014. Yes, 2014, 11 years ago. The prosecution, everybody you see on that bottom row down there is serving life in prison for the murder of Dan Markel. Now, one of the people in the top row is being prosecuted. Donna, the matriarch of the family, the mother of Charlie, you see the two of them circled in red. Donna on trial. She's charged with murder, conspiracy to murder, and solicitation to murder. All of those in connection with the death of Dan Markel. He was driving home from having dropped his kids off and from working out at the gym. As he pulled into his driveway and into his garage, two men approached him, and one of them shot him right in his car in the head, and he was killed. The next day he died. So, but without ever recovering. And what the prosecution thinks, what their theory is that Donna Adelson was upset because Dan Markel had divorced her daughter, Wendi. You see her on the top row right next to Donna. And when they got divorced, it was brutal. It was bitter. It was angry. And when they got divorced, they had a huge custody dispute that did not end with the divorce. It kept going. It not only kept going in terms of the debate and argument over who got what from the kids, it also just was general. For example, the Adelsons wanted the children and Wendi to be able to move down to South Florida, Miami, where they lived, or near Miami. And then that is not what Dan Markel wanted. He was a professor in the northern part of Florida, in Tallahassee. He didn't want his kids moving to another area several hours away from him. And that dispute kept going in court. Ultimately, Dan Markel won. Wendi couldn't just take the children down to South Florida to be with her parents. And then it even reached a point where Dan Markel said that Donna Adelson, the mother, had been telling the kids really negative things about him, and that what they were being told was so problematic that it was alienating the kids from knowing him and from caring about him. She was telling them, he said in a motion he filed, that Donna Adelson was trying to take her, what was her word? I forget. It was, but her loves away, her precious little ones away. And he was stupid, that he was dumb for doing that. Those were words she was using. And then he was complaining in this brief that it was unfair for her to alienate their affections, to keep them from loving him as her father. So he said, I don't want Donna to have any more contact with them. I want Donna to be prevented from having contact with them unless it's supervised, because I don't want her saying things like that to me. So Donna was, according to the prosecution, this is all according to the prosecution theory, Donna was upset with that. And she hatched a plan with Charlie to hire hitmen to kill Dan Markel. not just to file another brief, but to actually hit him, have him hit by hitmen with a gun, killed. So Charlie, and he has been serving life in prison for this. Charlie hired, according to the prosecution and the jury that convicted him, hired his girlfriend, Katie Magbanua. He paid her to hire 2 hitmen. What she did was go out and hire her ex / kind of her boyfriend also, Sigfredo Garcia. You see him there in the bottom line. He's serving life in prison. And Sigfredo recruited his buddy, a member, according to the defense, of the Latin Kings gang, Luis Rivera. And I think the prosecution would admit that as well. So Luis Rivera is serving less than life in prison because when this all went down, when the prosecutors were able to get everything back to the hitmen, when they were able to find them with using the vehicle and back tracing through all of the Sun Pass that they went through when they went through and paid for going through with this rental vehicle they had gotten, they were able to find Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and then they used a technique called the bump to get Donna and Charlie talking to Katie again so that they could record it. Really just Charlie talked to Katie. So what you see in the bottom row, you've got Katie Magbanua, you've got her as someone who is serving life in prison plus 30 years. Sigfredo Garcia, life in prison. Luis Rivera, only 17 years. He was already in jail on another charge when he turned state's evidence on this. And then you've got Charlie, the most recently convicted, although that was all the way back in 2023. Just a week after Charlie was convicted, authorities hold on a second. Let me finish what we were saying, and then we'll switch over to the feed for the case. They're about to swear the jury in, it sounds like. So Donna is now on trial. There has been much speculation in the public about whether Wendi will ever be charged, about whether Harvey will ever be charged, although that's a little less speculation than about Wendi. And as of this point, not at all. They have not been charged. The state has at times referred to them as co-conspirators, but has never stepped up to the plate with actual charges against them. But now Donna was arrested a week after Charlie was convicted as she was boarding a plane to head to Vietnam, which she had carefully researched as a country that was a non-extradition country with the U.S., meaning that they didn't have a treaty to send somebody back for prosecution. That would have made it a pretty quick process to get her back over here if need be. So at this stage, what we are ready for is the opening statements in the case. The jury was selected yesterday, and we are about to watch the opening statements. I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating. These are unusually important opening statements. Let me go ahead and pull this out, and I will remove that. These are unusually important because we don't really know what Donna Adelson's defense will be. Normally, you have a pretty good idea before going into trial, but Charlie's defense was a complete surprise, including to the state. The state talked about it at the time, including to Charlie's sister, Wendi, who testified. So today, as we head into the actual opening statements, we are wondering, is Donna's defense going to be the exact same as Charlie's? It's super complicated. I don't want to miss too much of the feed, so we'll go ahead and head over to that before I explain that. You'll hear it all in opening statements anyway, if that's her explanation. My guess is that is going to be her explanation for what happened. It's complicated. It did not work for Charlie, but I think they feel like it's their best shot at being able to make this work. So what we are going to be seeing is the first time that everybody fully understands what Donna Adelson's defense is going to be. What is she going to say is the reason why she should not be convicted of the murder of Dan Markel. When Charlie gave his surprise defense, it was something that took up not just the prosecution, but even, as I started to mention, his sister, Wendi. When she got on the stand, Georgia Kappelman, the prosecutor, asked her, what do you think about this? That you were not told, did you know anything about this? And she said, no, this was the first she had heard of it. And she seemed kind of put out about it. And Georgia Kappelman said to her, well, yeah, how do you feel the fact that you were never told about this extortion? And you moved your kids down to South Florida where supposedly your brother was being extorted by gang members. Would you have done that if you had known? And the answer that she gave was absolutely not. I would not have done that. So it will be really interesting to see what happens. I think we also will see Wendi Adelson testify. I think that for two reasons. She testified, I think it's the third witness in Charlie's trial, so very early. And her lawyers filed their motion seeking to quash or put down, not allow the subpoena from the defense. They said, yeah, we'll show up for it, but we don't want to have to show up for the defense. When they filed that motion to quash the subpoena, they also said in the course of that they expected for Wendi to be testifying very early. So they needed the court to go ahead and rule on that. So I think she will likely be one of the first witnesses, probably not the first, but early on. That is going to be seismic because what we are going to be seeing is Wendi Adelson testifying against her mother. That's absolutely going to be, I don't even know. Rarely does that sort of thing happen in a courtroom. So we will see what happens. It will be quite the day. There's just absolutely no question about that. So let's go ahead and we will turn up the feed. I'll put it a little fast so we will catch up quite quickly.
That are posed to you as a part of this jury selection process. First, this morning, I will be asking you some questions. After I have finished, the attorneys will have some questions for you. This will be the attorney's only opportunity in this trial process to directly engage in conversation with you. The purpose of the questioning by the attorneys is to assist them in determining if your verdict in this case would be unduly swayed or influenced in some way.
This is not it because it sounds like this is yesterday. Yeah, this is already done. This is yesterday's jury selection. So let me find a different feed. Oh, okay. The feed is still waiting on this one. We'll go ahead and swap out. That I did that too, because when I named and titled my video, I thought that what I would be showing you yesterday was the opening statements so I put opening statements in the title and on my thumbnail and all of that because I figured that's what would happen. That's what the court had said would happen. That's what everyone thought was going to happen, but it took all day long to do the jury selection. So I think that's why it didn't. So I think everybody kind of got caught thinking, oh, yesterday would be day one, but it's not. Yesterday was still jury selection. Today will be day one. So I see that we are still waiting for the feed on today. So good. Well, we can keep talking. What happened? Let me make sure I pulled that out. Okay. So we will be ready to go and I'll go ahead and have it ready to share. Give me just a second to get that ready. I'll stop that screen, share screen. Okay. Oh, okay. I can't share it yet. So we will hold on and we will be able to share pretty soon, I think. All right. So like I said, we're headed into what I think could be one of the most pivotal days of the trial. Always, of course, the state wants to present as much really persuasive evidence at the beginning as possible. We did cover one trial where they did not do that, where they went through all the mundane stuff first. But typically what the state would love to do, what any party would want to do, is present their very best case right up front so that right from the beginning, from the get-go, you know exactly what they're about to say and that their case is strong. You obviously want to create a good impression with the jury. So I think that's what they'll try to do. That's why I believe they started early on with Wendi and a couple of powerful witnesses so they can move straight into their theory. And I think they'll be doing the same thing again today. It will also happen when presents her case. We're also going to see strong put up front if they possibly, unless they have to lay a foundation, some evidence in, then typically that's where you want to start. So I think we'll be seeing Wendi probably today. I think we will be allowed, I think we will have the example of Wendi testifying and we will find out what it will all be about. Now, last time she was still on the stand by day 2. So she started on day 1, and by day 2, I think they were maybe a little bit of direct and then moved into cross-examination quickly and then the rebuttal. So she crossed 2 days, and that could easily happen here too. But I'm thinking we're going to get started on today. All right, so let's do this. We'll go ahead and take some questions and talk about some of the topics you want to talk about while we wait for the live. And if for any reason you find that it's on somewhere and I am not showing it, let me know. I think that I've got everything queued up right, and we will find out if that's the case. What the judge told the jury was that he wanted them all ready and there at 8:45. And that way they could be ready at 9 when opening statements started. But he told the lawyers, I want you here at 8:30. And that way we can do all the arguments and so forth before the jury actually, and get it done by 9 o'clock. Super important. Personally, in my cases, always massive numbers of arguments. I mean, the number of days that we would show up and no one had an argument before trial started were very, very few. Maybe because I mostly filed them. I don't know. But it really does seem like it would be pretty likely, especially on the first day of trial, that they're going to have some arguments and things they need to get out of the way. Just sometimes it'll be administrative, but a lot of times it'll be last minute legal issues that they want the judge to take up so they know exactly what they can say in opening statement. That's always a really hard thing. If you've got opening statements and you don't know what the rulings are, you don't know what to say. You don't know if you could say if you can talk about certain evidence. You don't know whether you should talk about certain evidence, because here's an example. Let's say you tell the jury about some critical piece of evidence. The knife was found and it's going to come into evidence. And then the judge says, yeah, I'm not going to let you put the knife in evidence. Well, I guarantee you that by closing argument, then the defense is going to say, oh, remember how they told you there was going to be some knife? Was there ever a knife in evidence? No, there wasn't. And so those sorts of credibility dings can really make it difficult for the jury to trust you. So you really have to watch what you say in opening. Your goal is to say absolutely nothing that will not be backed up by the proof that you present at trial. That's super important. I think I did actually write down my first 5 in the chat today. Yesterday, I failed to do that, and I'm sorry about that. But Tony Gould, Hope Grace, Spicy Sparkles, Judy Misconstrue, and RN2 Moms. Great to have all of you in the chat. And let's go ahead and I also want to say, Crazy Mom RN has been a member for a month. That is so awesome. We are really, really glad to have you. Thank you for being a member, as well as somebody early to the chat here. All right, Kathy. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, this is really hard. There's been so much technology to learn, not exactly my strength, as those of you who have been around for a while. So I really appreciate your very kind comment and your gift. Thank you. And Miss Construe has gifted 10 Lawyer League memberships. Super fun. That's great. If you haven't turned on your ability to receive a gifted membership, one of our mods, Marlon, Mama Pinks, will put that in the chat, and you'll be able to know how exactly to do that. You can join anytime by hitting the join button. It's a way of supporting the channel financially, but we do a lot of fun things with it. Our next upcoming event we've been talking about is a crime and craft. I haven't set the date for it yet, but we're going to be bring your craft, whatever it is. I was going to do crime and crochet, but people may do other things. And then we're just going to talk cases. So it's going to be really fun. I think it's going to be chat. You have to put down your craft long enough to type a question in or type in answers, but mostly you can just sit and hang out with us as we talk. Thank you, Miss Construe. And Bell South, thank you so much for your super sticker. Bell South, my goodness. I remember Bell South as a telephone company. That's really a great play on words, Bell South. I like that a lot. Thank you for your super sticker. All right, so let me head over and see where your questions are. First of all, I see Jeremiah saying this is a great community. I could not agree more. And I give so much credit to 2 groups of people. Number one is you, because you have been nothing but kind and nice and pleasant and eager to actually learn the truth and to figure out what side is right. But to do that with some real integrity. I really appreciate that so much. And then also our mods who have really worked hard at making it a pleasant place. Now we have deployed Nightbot for the first time. We don't always have it right. It may actually remove some comments that worked completely fine. I'm trying to set it up right, but again, it's me setting it up. So there you have it. Nightbot is a YouTube tool that is designed to help creators during the live stream process so that we can comply with YouTube's rules, because YouTube has a lot of rules around what words you can use and things like that. So sometimes it will just arbitrarily remove something. We don't really know why, but I'm trying to get all that fixed up. So thank you very much. All right, so I'm looking for, oh, I forgot to say this. If you do have a question, if you put the question marks at the beginning, that would be a super help. All right, so I did forget to finish my thought about the joining. You hit the join button. If you are on your iPhone, very frustratingly, you cannot just join right there from the little circle right next to the tab or to the lawyerly channel name. You have to go in through your browser, or you have to go in through the actual, not through the app. In other words, you could go over to your computer, or on your phone, you could go in through the browser and then it'll show up. It has to do with some argument between YouTube and Apple, and some channels are allowed it. I think they must be bothered in, but anyway, we are not. I've argued about that, but I have made absolutely no progress. So to date, that's still the case, is you won't be able to join straight off from your phone. All right, looking for question marks at the beginning. And also, I want to know, maybe we should just do a poll. That might be fun. I am really curious who you are most interested in seeing. So let me head into, let's see. I don't want to use this. I'm going to use this. All right. I'm going to set up a poll, and I'm curious what witness you are most interested in seeing. I have my own views, but I don't know what you will think. So let's head in and see what you think about this. Why is this hard to do? Oh, all right. One more place I have to go. I hope that wasn't copyright. Really be upsetting, all because I accidentally played it. All right, let's go right here. Oh, wait. So now saying what? All right, let's see. Oh, well, that's going to take me longer than I can think. Does anybody have a question? We'll do that, and then I can get to my poll later when I have a little bit of time while they're talking to set it up. Okay. So no, I'm not seeing anything. I personally am super interested to hear what Wendi will say in this context, but I do think it's going to be very similar to what she said before. So then that leaves, as far as new witnesses, I wonder if Donna's son will testify. We really don't know exactly what he will say, what his topics will be, but we know it's not favorable to Donna, that he is estranged from the rest of the family. And he apparently, based on motion, said in his deposition that he personally believed that his mother was involved. I don't think he'll be allowed to say that at trial. That's not his call. That's the jury's call. But that sort of gives you a flavor of how he's feeling about his connection with his mother. So I feel like it's going to be pretty negative for Donna. It may have to do with how she felt about Dan Markel. That may be part of it. We'll find out. I think it's pretty likely that he'll testify. There have been a lot of depositions and things moving around him as a potential witness. I think that will be interesting. The other thing I think will be really interesting is whether Charlie testifies and what exactly Charlie says. Charlie Adelson is in prison for life, as we talked about at the beginning. He is in right now South Dakota in prison, where they moved him for purposes of safety. He was imprisoned in Florida, but it was considered not safe for him because of what he had said about gang members in the course of his trial. So he's been brought back. He is in Tallahassee right this minute. He's not permanently there. He's just there for purposes of the trial. Will he take the fifth? Will he testify? Will it be exactly the same as last time? Will there be some difference or nuance? I am super, super curious about this. I Wait for Money podcast asks, is the state required to give Wendi limited use immunity to make her testify? There is a statute in Florida that provides for that if the state brings someone that they do get that kind of immunity. So at this stage, she does have that. Wendi does have that for purposes of testimony she gives in response to the state's subpoena. But she doesn't have it when it comes to a subpoena from the defense, which is why she made that motion. She said, look, I'm willing to come if I get use and derivative use immunity. I'm willing to do that, and I'll testify for the state. But when it comes to a separate subpoena from the defense, I don't get any of that immunity, and I'm not willing to do that. Instead, I will take the Fifth Amendment, and that will be how I will handle it. And so the defense subpoena was quashed. The reason that matters is that the defense is allowed on cross-examination to ask about anything that was covered by the state. So they can directly look at that. They can say, okay, this was covered and that topic we can cross-examine on. But what if they have some topics they want to talk about, but those topics are not actually anything the state asked about? Well, then they can't ask about those. They can't go outside the scope of the direct examination. So they wanted their own ability to ask ask Charlie questions for Donna's sake, so that they could ask questions outside what the state asked, things that they thought would help them. That's what they're not going to be allowed to do because the court quashed the subpoena. I fully expect when we get to Wendi that as she's coming off the stand or just right before she comes off the stand, that the defense will make another motion asking the court to keep her there so that they have the opportunity to make the argument that some of the things they would ask her about are not anything that could incriminate her. What if it was just, something casual about where was your mom on such and such a day? It had nothing to do with incriminating Wendi. Then I think the defense has a really strong argument that they are allowed to ask that question. It's not incriminating. Wendi can't just take the Fifth and tell the judge, I'm going to take the Fifth to everything, and the judge releases her. The judge really does need to assess it topic by topic, if not question by question. So we will see all of that come up again today, and we'll see a legal argument, or at least whatever time Wendi is about to be released from the stand. I think that's when the defense will have to bring it up. If they don't, they may not be able to raise this issue on appeal. They may not have preserved it well enough to do that. Romina asks, how am I feeling? I'm a little tired, but I'm a lot less nervous today than yesterday. So that is good. It was still nerve-wracking. I'm wondering, how does one do like 8 or 9 hours? I'm not really sure about that yet, but we will find out. I'm about to experience that for real. Oh, thank you, Nancy. She's urging me to take some breaks. You had a dream about me. Oh, oh dear. So did my daughter. She had a terrible dream about me. It was really upsetting to both of us. So thank you, Nancy. And so probably just as well for both of us that you don't remember it, but I will definitely take some more breaks today. I'm thinking around lunchtime. I think I should be able to figure that out. All right. Is Charlie testifying? Well, he's there. And by there, I mean, he's in Tallahassee. He's been brought down. He had boarded a plane with a bunch of guards around him, flew down to Tallahassee. He is there. He is prepared to come into court. What exactly will happen when he comes into court? Now, that is a much bigger question. Let me ask you, would you mind hitting the like button? That will really wake YouTube up, say, hey, we're here, we're ready. I see the feed is about to start. Let's go ahead. We should be able to share the screen now, hopefully. Yep, we're getting close. Let's see if we can share it. Did that work? No, it did not work. Did that work? No, it did not work. Why is this so hard? Whenever Marlon helps me with it, it immediately works. And then I try the exact same thing and it absolutely does not work. I don't get it. trick right there where I do it wrong. I don't know what it is. This happens repeatedly every time. And let's see. Some trick to it. But I am glad maybe I can put the one I already have up. Now I've already got this one shared. Y'all just have to give me a minute. Silence absolutely kills me, but y'all have to be patient with me for just a minute while I figure this out. So sorry about that. And I can't talk and think. I know there are many people who can, but I am not one of those people. Did that work? No, I don't think so. Did that? It did. It worked. It worked. Oh, wow. This is great. Okay. Yay. All right. So I don't know when it'll start, but it should be pretty soon. So thank you, Nancy. I really appreciate that. And I definitely will do better with that. All right. Darlene is a new member. Welcome. We are so glad to have you. And thank you again for the gifted memberships that are making all that available. Thank you, Ms. Construe. And yesterday we had several gifts as well. Kathy has been a member for 14 months. That's great. Time has flown, she says. It's been nothing but fun. I'm sure we're really glad to have you. And Michelle is excited to hear from Rob Adelson. Same. That's the son that we have never heard from. We don't really know what exactly he's going to say. It's going to be really exciting. I'm going to make this a little bigger since we don't really have anything going on over there. Oh, no. Liz Mariposa is watching us from her hospital bed. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I hope you recover really quickly. Well, I'm glad you're here. We are glad to have you. And hopefully we will be a distraction all day long since it's going to be all day. You have plenty of time to be distracted. Thank you. Oh, good. I'm glad the presentation helped because this is a complicated case. And the thing about it is about half the people watching will have followed this and know all about it. And you don't want to bore them, right? But then the other half of the people are like, what is happening? This is so complicated. So a nice medium is just right. So I'm so glad that that helped you understand. I'm really happy about that. It's a fascinating case. And I really am wondering what evidence they're going to have against Donna Adelson, whether it's going to be strong enough for Donna Adelson and what her defense will be. Huge question there. We really have seen the state's case presented a couple of times now. There were, well, 3 times. Luis Rivera pled guilty. Then there was a trial of Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Midbanwa. Sigfredo was convicted, but there was a hung jury as to Katie. So they tried Katie again. She was convicted. Then they tried Charlie. So 3 different trials have happened. So we've gotten a good sense of where the state's arguments are going to fall. But we have some brand new information related to Donna. A couple of different things. We've got this whole investigation they've done. And on top of that, we've got the fact that they got her cell phone as well as Harvey's cell phones. They did some work around that. So it really does look like the court is beginning to move. Mildred can relate to my tech issues. Yeah. Yeah. ChatGPT and I are all very close. Like, why is this happening? What is going on? Why can't I figure this out? I actually asked it the other day, why are younger people better at this? I don't get it. And it said it was a lack of patience or willingness to try because they're afraid to think everything. Well, maybe that is
Good morning, members of the jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Sensei.
Everyone recalled. Good job. Juror number 1, how did I do on the snacks?
Oh, he's got snacks.
You're welcome. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions as to how the trial will take place and also an instruction on note-taking. Does everyone have a pen and notepad? If you can hold those up for me so I can see. For the record, each juror has a pen and notepad. After I've given you these 2 instructions, at that point, the parties will have their opportunities to give their opening statements, and the state will proceed with its case. Once again, throughout this trial process, I will be reading to you quite a bit. Again, it's not that I just do not wish to speak to you in a normal fashion, but the instruction that you are to receive from the court concerning the law during this case is to be specific and it is to be uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, You have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is a criminal case. Donna Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice.
That's Harvey.
Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorney a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments.
Those are the prosecutors.
Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction.
Okay, you just saw. Do you remember how the defense made a point about how we want to have seats reserved for the defense guests or visitors, people who want to watch for the defense side as well? And we talked at the time about, well, who is going to be there for the defense? He said, yeah, we'll need some spots too. The prosecutor was saying we'll need a couple of rows for the people who will be there on behalf of the victims of the Markels and the Markel family. And then we're going to have the other side. And the defense said, well, we'll need some too. And you can see the court said, well, I'll set aside 2 rows for you as well. He didn't ask for 2 rows. The judge volunteered the 2 rows, but notice there's no one sitting there except for Harvey. So it's rather obvious too, all these big reserved signs all the way across. So I think that worked out, unfortunately, for the defense, but we're now panning over and you can see the defense table. That's Josh Selman and Jackie Fulford, the attorneys for the defense. And then you'll see Donna in just a second.
On the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my courtroom personnel concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses or breaks, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your affairs, or you'll be returned to the jury room. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phones or electronic devices to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and they will be delivered to you without delay. A contact number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information that you have obtained is actually proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions, such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or potentially both. In every criminal proceeding,
I want to stop for just a minute and draw your the attorneys as they're showing each one of them. I want you to just have a sense of how nervous they all are. They aren't really projecting that, but you can see how rigidly they're sitting, except for Josh Zillman. And this is because this is like the Super Bowl for lawyers. This is the moment when the Super Bowl is about to start, and it is really tense and really stressful. And they're just like, get through this, judge, get through this instruction, let's get going, because they've been waiting for literally years to get to this very moment where they can finally present the case according to the prosecution or finally defend their client. They've been waiting a year for that on Donna Adelson's side. So this is, look at their faces and you can kind of see the stress.
A defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you choose not to. This is going to be an individual choice for each juror. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please.
Why does that matter? He's couching it as, and this is certainly true, that you don't have to be afraid that people will go through and read your notes. You can write down what you really, truly are thinking. You're allowed to do that. But also, this is to let people know it's not going to do you any good to take a bunch of notes, because I'm not going to let you take them out of the courtroom and copy them, and I'm not going to give them back to you at the end. So don't be thinking you're writing a book. That's not happening based on your notes. What you go home and write down, maybe you could use, but you can't do it based on notes you take here in the courtroom. That's not going to be allowed.
Do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? You may proceed.
Here we go.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan, Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case.
So Dugan's going to make
This
it.
is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson.
Okay, wait. Why show that picture right up front? Remember, the defense portray her as an elderly grandmother. She looked really different back in 2014. She was younger. She looks young. She looks very vibrant there, very different from the way she's being portrayed in the courtroom. So they're trying to set from the beginning the idea that don't be looking at her now as the elderly grandmother who could never have done this, she was at that time. That you have to ask yourself the question, could that person have done it? Not could the person wearing the cardigan sweater in front of you today have done it?
It's part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2020, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at the University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home, he pulled into his driveway, and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious. So he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendi's relocation efforts to South Florida. And being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendi's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendi and persuade Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendi's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendi's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education. And the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendi had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he's not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendi's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. The defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that the defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson.
Let's go ahead and stop there for just a minute and we'll get back to it, no problem. But I just want to talk a little bit about how unbelievably devastating that is, because the motive for Donna Adelson is far clearer than the motive for Charlie Adelson, who has been convicted, because there are pieces of evidence like this, not related to Charlie, but related to Donna. Things like the email that said, you will not be held hostage, like what we just heard about Donna actually drafting divorce documents and so forth, about the loss of income. She wrote that email, not Charlie, although it would have been included Charlie's income. And the really offensive posts that she wrote, or communications to Wendi about dressing the kids in Nazi uniforms and so forth. Really devastating. And now they're going to turn to the connection, because for Donna, the motive is a lot stronger than it was for Charlie, but the connection to the murder is weaker. And so now sounds like she's about to turn to that.
She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all work together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch, and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief.
So that is probably the source and origin right there of that question that we heard Josh Selman ask the jury yesterday. He talked about if somebody gets off the phone and says something about what someone else said, do you know that's really what they said? Or how do you know about that? And so, and it wasn't really clear exactly why he was asking about that, but this sort of separation between what people say that Donna said is probably what they're going for. They want to be able to make their own arguments around what was said. And they don't want it to just sound like, in this case, well, the prosecution is making it sound as if Wendi was now acting relieved that, oh, thank goodness they were surprised. They must not have been involved. And obviously the defense feels differently. By the way, would you please hit the like button? That'll help us get out to more people.
And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbors saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And
this was probably the finest police work that was done in the case, is figuring out exactly, they actually tracing that vehicle and tracing it back to Florida. That was extremely difficult. And the law enforcement did a fantastic job getting the vehicle back. We're hearing more about that. That was what ultimately led to the plea of Luis Rivera and the conviction of Sigfredo Garcia. And that's how they moved it backwards. It was well done. You'll hear that, the explanation of that police work coming up in the trial.
These surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. It took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami, I think around the Gainesville area. The phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius.
Actual
So police
photograph.
figured out
Yes,
the
good
identity
word.
of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son, the same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson.
That's one of the most important pieces of information that's directly Donna connected as opposed to Charlie connected or something, one of the other defendants in the numerous trial case. I think that's one of the most important parts. I've got a little presentation on that. Maybe we may be able to get to it today about those checks and the connection back to Donna. The question of whether Katie was employed at the Adelson Institute has had a lot of different answers. Katie in her trial said, yes, I was employed. In her proffers to the state in between her trial and when she testified against Charlie were in between that. kind of yes, kind of no. And by the time she reached Charlie's trial, she was like, yeah, no, I didn't work there. And there were multiple other witnesses from Adelson Institute, all of whom testified that Katie, in fact, did not work there. It's an important issue, and we'll be watching that closely going forward into Donna's trial.
So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son Adelson to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. Tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer, never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us and that he should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, "My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant.
Before we get to Dolce Vita, let's talk a little bit about what it's going to mean for Donna. I've lowered my volume, and I don't know if that will help for people who are trying to balance between what the court does. We don't really have a way to boost that. And what I'm doing. So I'm trying to speak a little more softly. I come on maybe a little loud, and I'm going to try to volume down and speak more softly. So let me know if it's now too low and you can't do that and you can't hear me anymore, or if it's maybe better in evening out things. So I'll try to remember. I do tend to get kind of excited, and then I may raise my volume. I'll try not to. And I'll read through your comments in a minute. But let me talk a little bit about the bump. The bump is the absolute, probably most critical piece of evidence because it's the thing that is used to pull Donna in. Donna would love to have that just eliminated. And I saw, in fact, there was a super chat from Annie Led talking about the fact that the prosecution is calling the person who came up to Donna a blackmailer, not a gang member. That has been hard fought. The person who actually did it at Charlie's trial testified, I was playing the role of a Latin Kings gang member. The question of whether Latin Kings comes in is hotly contested because of the fact that Luis Rivera, one of the two hitmen, is allegedly a member, a high up member of the Latin Kings gang. And Donna has said, I was terrified of the Latin Kings, and the fact that they were Latin Kings ought to come in at this trial because of the fact that I had a real reason to be terrified of them. They are a very scary gang in my area. They're worse than other gangs. And the prosecution has said that gang relationship is not really relevant. That didn't have anything to do with how you acted or behaved in the course of this. And he didn't, we have an actual recording of the bump. And at no point does he use the words Latin King. He doesn't say, I'm a Latin King. He doesn't say any of that. He's an extraordinarily polite blackmailer and comes up and says, ma'am, may I give you this? And it's just extremely polite. I don't really mean he said ma'am, but he is isn't hostile. And he will explain on the stand the reason he wasn't hostile was because it was his role to make sure that he didn't taint what they were going to get by terrifying her. His goal was simply to see what happened after that, to place things in motion so that there would not be an argument from Donna that this was so threatening that she responded to that, not related to the death of Dan Markel. So we're going to hear much more about that. So, and Annie is very right. This is very intentional. The fact that the prosecution is referring to the person as a blackmailer, not as a gang member. And so that the way they're couching this is definitely related to what they're thinking about.
An undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck, or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine Magbanua, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. They're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation,
sorry, I don't mean to be too loud. I get excited, but that's hugely important. We would have gone to the airport. Think about how that connects to the fact that Donna actually was arrested at the airport. So that's going to have far more importance in this particular case than it had in Charlie's, and it was important there.
No arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanua. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine McBanois about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him just one-time thing, and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McBanois very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson would give McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. Hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, McBanois then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting McBanois to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. McBanois then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that, if you're listening to the conversation, don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that McBanois was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to McBanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done and McBanois assured them they would get the money the next day, which they did. That McBanois brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from McBanois the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, McBanois was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanua in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanua's case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanua's trial, Catherine Magbanua took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanua. That Catherine Magbanua was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanua finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel, and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanua said Charlie painted a picture that Wendi's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanua agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night after, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanua then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning on July...
By the way, I do want to say that's a little bit of an overstatement. That she actually went to his house is a little bit of an overstatement. You'll hear the testimonies that comes in, but that is going to be hotly contested, and I think the defense has a point that the evidence is not quite as strong as all the way went to the house. Went by the house on the way to Tallahassee for Dan Markel's murder, yes. The rest of it, not as clear.
On 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanua says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Magbanua said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanua to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023, and within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the US, as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam, and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial.
Let's stop for a minute. This is brand new. This is the new information that we are finally going to learn about, where the state has been doing a further investigation. Notice how she said we heard from women. That was sort of odd, right? These are fellow inmates of Donna's, and these fellow inmates we have been wondering, what exactly are they going to say? What's the big news that the state has been investigating but has not charged Donna for? Apparently, they haven't actually filed charges. They might could do it later, but what we're going to hear about this for the first time. So this is brand new, and this is something that's going to be in Donna's trial, evidence against Donna that was not present for Charlie's trial. So we are about to hear it.
They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine McVanois told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination in trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case, but when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McVanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while its choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Briefly approach.
Okay, while they're approaching, actually, I'll leave it running since they're going to approach, and there won't be any noise. All right. That was absolutely excellent. I'm glad they're taking a brief break because I honestly cannot wait to hear what the defense has to say. I've got to know what their defense is going to be. But as far as that was absolutely excellent. She just laid out categorically each and every bit of the pieces of evidence. We got a tiny bit on the issue about that new investigation, but frankly, we still don't know a lot about it. The guesses were correct. It was related to what Katie was saying, that Katie now was saying that because she's changed her testimony, that she was the middleman and she knew that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire the hitman. She was a conduit who actually allowed that to happen. So we know that it's going to have to do with Katie telling them a different story, but we did not get details. That will still come up. Notice they called them women. They didn't say anything about inmates. This relates to
the defense gives its opening statement. We are going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take it to the jury.
We got more time to tell them. We'll leave it running in the background, so we'll know exactly when they get started. Because I am super curious. But I thought it was just absolutely excellent. I thought her use of graphics and her use of video presentation, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Her use of the PowerPoint and of the graphics to sort of illustrate what she was seeing, pulling out exact quotes from the emails that we're going to see in evidence. I think that's very powerful because it uses Donna's own words.
Observers need to use the restroom. Please do so at this point, so that way when the defense is ready, we can continue moving on seamlessly. We'll resume again at 10:20.
10:20. Okay, we have 5 minutes. It usually takes people a little longer anyway. Rarely do people actually get finished just in time. So I felt like it went super well. That was Sarah Dugan. She is not lead counsel, but she is also the person who cross-examined Katie Medbanowa in I believe her second trial. It was phenomenal. Super, super well done cross-examination. Extremely effective. And she's a great attorney, young, but a really good attorney. I think they laid out Donna's motive and went deeply into that at the beginning. That's critical because they got to link all of this back to Donna. It's not enough to have Charlie hiring the hitman if Donna knew nothing about it. And the motive itself is not enough if they can't connect her to the actual crime itself. Even if Charlie hired the hitman and he did it because Donna wanted the kids, if she knew nothing about it, then they don't have anything to go on. So I thought it was really well done. Worked hard on the motive, really well done. And then they also Sarah Dugan also talked about the decline in the relationship between Wendi and Dan Markel through the course of the litigation. We got some new information about Donna's involvement in that. Up until now, Wendi had said that her mother was copied on some of the things that she received in terms of documents that were filed, but her mother was not heavily involved. This suggests that the prosecution has some documents, some emails that will show us that Wendi actually sent these documents and that Donna edited and was involved in creating the documents. They may not have accepted her suggestions, but she was involved enough to try to edit and to create those. That will be some powerful evidence related to her involvement just at the beginning, not just motive, but moving into involvement to try to change things. Still, though, not a connection to the murder itself. We'll still have to wait for that. So there was a brief reference to the Wendi TV. We'll hear a lot more about that. That's been a running theme throughout the cases. And Charlie's joke, that was probably one of the most damning pieces of evidence against Charlie at his trial. He made a joke with his sister Wendi when she was getting divorced that he thought about hiring a hitman, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And that was his divorce gift to her. And it was so close, right? Actually happened that it was just bizarre. One of the people who testifies effectively about it is Jeffrey Lacasse, the former boyfriend of Wendi Adelson. He was her boyfriend right at the time of the murder. Depending on whether you ask Wendi, shortly before the murder, if you ask Jeff Lacasse, maybe at or even after the murder, but right around that time in any event. And he was struck by that joke and early on told the police, these are scary dudes. This guy, Charlie, really scary. Go look at him. Then they traced the way through the money and the payments made from the Adelsons to Katie Medbanowa, who hired the hitmen, and the ongoing payments made in the name of the Adelson Institute, even though Katie did not actually work for the Adelson Institute. That is the dental practice that was run by the Adelsons. And granted, they had people there who were, many of them, they had a pretty decently sized dental practice, not many, but several. But Katie wasn't one. And they will bring in witnesses from the Adelson Institute, at least if Charlie's trial tells us anything. And they're going to tell us that while it is true that they had a dental institute and many of them knew Katie, she was a patient. She was never working there. So there was no reason for them to make these payments to her. And of course, the really very, very strange story about the cash that was paid to Katie, according to Katie, by Charlie. He put it in her trunk, and bizarrely, she found a couple of days later that it was wet. She attributed that to it being laundered, literally laundered, by Donna Adelson prior to the time she brought it down to Charlie. So we will see how all that evidence shakes out, what comes in. Katie was pretty equivocal about that. She wasn't really firm on that when it came to how she testified at Charlie's trial. So we will see kind of where it all comes out. She's had several different things to say about that. And of course, they went through the very complicated bump and the reason for the bump. And what Sarah Dugan told everybody is they knew from the fact of what they could see in the wiretaps that pretty much the way things seemed to run was Donna called Charlie, Charlie called Katie, Katie called Sigfredo, and who called Rivera. And so it went in one direction. It didn't jump around. Donna never called Sigfredo. Donna never called Katie. Donna only spoke to Charlie. And that really easy path is what they followed. So, and they thought, okay, let's start at the top of the chain because we want to include everybody, except obviously if they wanted Wendi, they didn't put her in there, or she never got included. Donna gets this news article with a phone number written on it and $5,000. And the person who gives it to her, who is, she says, and he said at testimony, posing as a gang member, tells her, okay, you're going to need to take care of, uses a nickname for Luis Rivera. And we know you've already taken care of Katie. You need to take care of Luis Rivera too. And she goes to Charlie. Sure enough, Charlie, sure enough, goes to Katie. And law enforcement is able to overhear their conversation when Charlie and Katie meet at a restaurant. They got a tape of it, really terrible quality, but they've cleaned it up and they have a transcript of the audio so that it's a little easier for everyone to understand. So Rivera was the first to plead guilty in this case. He pled guilty, turned state's evidence, and testified at the trial of Sigfredo Garcia and Katie McBanoa. The two of them were tried together, but only Sigfredo was convicted in that very first trial. In that trial, Katie then was, there was first, it was a hung jury for her, so they tried her again. Katie that time was convicted. Then they moved on to arresting Charlie, and Charlie was tried and convicted in November of 2023. A week after that, Donna was on her way to the airport, and we've heard about that from Sarah Dugan, about the fact that she was on her way to the airport and that she was had purchased a one-way ticket to Vietnam. The reason the prosecution thinks that's so important is they believe this is evidence that Donna believed she was guilty, and this was consciousness of her guilt. She was trying to flee. I believe the defense will say, what they may argue one of two things. They may just argue, oh no, it was just a vacation, just happened to search for non-extradition countries, don't know why, and happened to pick one, Vietnam. We don't know exactly what they'll argue, but probably a better argument, in my view, would be the more direct argument that, yeah, I've thought I might be arrested, but I also thought that it was unjust. I just didn't want to go through all this. I had just seen my son be unjustly convicted, and I no longer trusted the system to give me a fair trial because that didn't happen for my son, Charlie. I don't know if they'll ever do that, but the hints so far have, from questioning of the jury in advance about staying in an Airbnb and things like that, suggest they're just going to argue, hey, it was nothing but a getaway vacation. I think that'll be a mistake. I don't think anybody is going to be persuaded by that. They'll make a different argument. I don't think that one's going to work. They did very little in terms of thinking about Charlie's theory of the case, leaving that very complicated theory for the defense to explain if it's going to use that same defense, which is why I'm so curious about what is about to happen. I want to know what the defense will be. I've been curious about this from the beginning. I think the best guess is that it's going to be the same as Charlie's, which did not work. He was convicted. He is serving life in prison, but I don't know that there's a better one. We'll find that out really soon, and it will have a lot of impact on things like whether Charlie might be willing to testify, and will have a lot of impact on whether there's any new evidence to present, because I think if they have the same defense, there won't really be a significant amount of different evidence for the defense, but we'll see. This is obviously a completely different defendant. There are brand new emails, brand new prosecution documents that will be presented. So there will be a brand new defense response. So right now we are for those of you just popping in, we are in the middle, and I thank you, Virginia, for explaining that to people. We are just in the middle of opening statements. The prosecution has finished their opening statement. We're on a court break, and we are about to hear the defense opening statement. The prosecution opening statement was pretty much what you expected, with a couple of surprises that I mentioned. But the defense, this is potentially brand new. You may remember Charlie's was a shock. It was a surprise to everyone. The prosecutor seemed really put out shortly afterwards. Her initial questions were like, have you ever heard of this before? She asked Wendi that, and Wendi was like, no. First time I heard it had no idea that was something that my brother was going to say. And that really created an interesting environment where for that one moment, the prosecutor and Wendi were sort of in tandem. They both seemed surprised by that. So the question is, will Donna come up with some big bombshell surprise, or will she go with that kind of complicated extortion theme, double extortion theme, if you will? And I'll let them explain it. The general basis, the general theory was that Katie came to Charlie and said, I want you to know, don't blame me, I'm just the messenger, but my boyfriend and another guy killed my ex-boyfriend, kind of hard to tell, and another guy killed your brother-in-law, Dan Markel, and you're going to need to pay them money. And you're going to need to do that because they did you a solid. You wanted him gone. And also because, you'll be framed if you don't. So yeah, pay up. And he did. He paid up, and he revealed that to his mother, Donna. And when they got that second extortion, the bump from law enforcement, they were initially at least confused. Was this law enforcement? Was this someone who was from the gang? Was this the same or a different extortion? They weren't really sure. And that led to a lot of confusion. But Charlie's testimony was pretty much picture perfect in the sense that he had an answer for absolutely everything. He was 100% prepared. But ultimately, the jury.
Any further clarification needed about what was discussed at sidebar?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
I wonder what was discussed at sidebar. We don't get clarification of it,
Right
but he
back
did.
in, so it's probably going to be some Pop Goes the Weasel musical chairs, whatever variation is of that.
Okay, so they're off sound for just a minute, so we'll keep talking. We are about to hear the defense opening statement. Should be huge. Should be a good chance to learn where the trial will be going over the next 2 weeks. The defense said they have 6 days of evidence, which is a lot. It's as much as the state. That's shocking and probably not. Of course, they also said they would need a bunch of seats for people to come and attend trial. But as you can see, the 2 front rows are for Harvey Adelson, Donna's husband. So I don't know. I think they need to get those taken off. If they aren't going to have a bunch of people, they need to get those reserved signs off and get those filled up so it doesn't look like nobody is there supporting Donna. I don't think trials ought to be decided based on team support in the background in the gallery. I don't think that's how we ought to make justice decisions in our country. So I think they ought to just acknowledge if they're not going to have a bunch of people, just acknowledge that fact. So, and maybe if some people are going to come on one day, maybe have some seats for that. But right now that looks pretty bad, I think. In fact, I'm pretty sure we had another comment on that. Jillie Mae was saying, yeah, that was the empty seating behind Donna. And she asked for that. She wanted that seating, but let me change this layout. Okay. She wanted that seating, but as you can see, it's not full at all. It was the judge's idea to give her 2 rows. I think obviously she didn't need that many. She just wanted some seats to be available. And maybe he just said that her attorney just said that to make the point that she had people who just support her. But right now it's going to look bad to the jury. So it's time to just change that. I want to thank Marlon for his work as a mod on this. Thank you. Am I saying that right? Thank you for saying that about Marlon. I appreciate what Marlon and Mama Pinks do. It's a lot of work, and they are just volunteers who do this to help me out because they believe in.
People wrangling the bathroom. bathroom will be a thing throughout the trial.
They believe in what we're doing here. So I just really appreciate them doing that. Okay, so they are about to get started. Let's go ahead and get ready to hear what the defense will be. I cannot wait for this. Honestly, this is the moment I think I've been most waiting for, is what exactly they're going to argue. And then, of course, there's so many witnesses. I want to know what they're going to say. I want to know, gosh, Wendi, that's going to be very dramatic. Katie is a very volatile witness. I'm curious how that will come out. And then Charlie, what will happen there? Who knows? Lots of new witnesses. And there are those conversations about going to Vietnam. There are those conversations about the non-extradition treaty. We're going to hear, I think, from Donna's attorney that. We're going to hear, because one of Donna's, her wills and estate attorney was present with her. But there was also her husband there, which should have broken the attorney-client privilege between them. So I'm assuming they're going to actually have her testify, but we'll see whether she testifies. In any event, they have a recording of that. When Donna was calling Charlie at the jail the day after his conviction, they were talking. Donna thought she had hung up, but it kept recording. And what that meant was that they got a whole conversation about, where I need to make wills, I need to take care of the grandkids, I need to make sure everybody has money, I need to go through my final affairs and tell Wendi, where the burial plots are, and just really detailed stuff about that. And a lot of that got caught on the recording because the phone was still recording. Jail calls are normally recorded. Donna thought she was no longer on the phone with Charlie. Donna thought she had hung up the phone. And because Charlie was off, the phone went in and out repeatedly, and she thought this is it, but that was not it. Oh, that is true, Mildred. The defense did ask that no one sit behind them because they were afraid the public would look at their computers. You were absolutely correct. So maybe that is what's going on here. They did say you're absolutely right. I've forgotten about that. But they did say we're concerned and we need some kind of work arrangement where no one is looking at our computer who is in the gallery, so we don't have people figuring out what we're going to do next or what our concerns are. We just don't want them knowing our defense and our business. So maybe that's why they've left those blank, but it looks tough. It looks really tough, but I like that you reminded us of that. Thank you very much. Jackie, thank you so much for gifting 5 Lawyer League memberships. I'm really appreciative of that. Thank you for doing that. Be sure to turn on your ability to receive the random gift from YouTube, and we will see who gets it. We are delighted to have you. Looking forward to having you as a member. You can always join by hitting the join button down by Lawyer Lee right below here. All right, so let me pull all of those out, and thank you again, Jackie. I appreciate that. Looks like they're standing up for the jury, so they are expecting the jury. I mean, from around, I think Josh Selman is going to make the opening. Doesn't it seem like he's kind of getting ready to go up? But maybe I'm wrong. Jackie Fulford seems very calm for somebody who's about to make opening, so I'm assuming it's the other way around. The sound will be on in just a second. Give it a second.
Everyone can be seated.
You see they got Donna in the light against it.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
You may proceed.
There we go. She's just a really calm person. Typically, they split it. One does opening and one does closing. That's just kind of customary among attorneys.
Jackie Fulford and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation, I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just need to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your minds. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I know, I can't say I know because I've never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson.
Let's stop for a minute because, wow, is that a bold move for the defense? Typically, the defense runs from the praise or admiration of the victim. Not that they don't agree with it, but they don't really make a point of that because opposite, the prosecution is going to talk a lot about that usually. Usually you're going to hear the prosecution talk about the person and say, humanize them, tell everybody who they were, what they were like, and give the jury the feeling of how very much has been lost. But here you see the exact opposite. You see Donna Adelson's team doing it. And why? I think it's because they want to say, Donna had a fine relationship with Dan Markel. She didn't want him dead. That was like way too harsh. Yeah, maybe she was a little worried about wanting to see the kids, but that was small. She and Dan really got along. She thought he was a great guy. She is not someone who wanted him dead. So interesting approach, very unusual.
The daughter of my client was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel. But because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014, is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Dan came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around state, and he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity, because someone took it from them, to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books, she kept the books, she greeted patients, she got charts out. At 7:30 every morning, she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go, because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Raise your hand and everyone can see the easel clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that day. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him was on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th, 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction, and this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver, and he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes.
I can't tell you how unusual this is. She is actually saying, she's describing not just that he's a great guy, not just what happened to him exactly, but she's even saying he must have, how he felt. He must have felt terrified. That is normally reserved for the prosecution. They are usually the ones who will make that argument. This is really, really different.
He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the proof they were traveling in. This is surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits Wow, this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawala, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it and that she's the one who paid them. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000. Stapled. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe, that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Wait.
This
Wait, are they saying they acknowledge that Charlie is guilty? That's what it sounded like to me. It sounds to me like they're like, yeah, it was Charlie did it. We acknowledge that Charlie did it. That's what I'm hearing. That Charlie, they can prove Charlie gave $130,000 to $138,000 to Katie to kill Dan Markel, and they proved 1, 2, 3, 4, which would include Charlie. That is a surprise. In other words, they would not be going with the extortion defense by Charlie.
case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you. All of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford.
Okay, I admit I'm surprised.
Ms. Zeldin, if you could take down the easels at this time.
Let's stop it for just a minute. I am surprised not going with Charlie's theory, not going with the double extortion theory. In fact, throwing Charlie out the window, basically. Like, yeah, okay. Charlie is officially under the bus. And she is saying, yeah, you know, they got the 4 people who did it. They've proved each of these. That's not me. I had nothing to do with that. Or even better way to put it, there's no proof I had anything to do with that. There's no proof Donna Adelson, was involved in any of those things. You can't prove that I planned the murder, that I engaged the men to kill him. You can't prove that I gave money to Charlie Adelson to give to Katie McBanoa. And I will say that I do think that's their strongest argument, is the difference between what they had for proof of Charlie and the difference with what they have for Donna. The state focused very hard on motive for Donna when they talked in case, and they focused on it again today in the statement, the opening statement. The question, though, is, can the state prove that Donna Adelson is the one, someone who was involved in the murder, the solicitation, and the conspiracy? And that's where the defense is saying we are staking our issue here. We are not arguing that at one point in time she would have had motive. We are arguing that that motive was over and done because we'd already lost. We wanted them to move down to South Florida, and that just wasn't happening. And nothing we did changed that. Instead, something that 2 random people hired, apparently by Charlie, who hired Katie, who hired them. Apparently, they're going to say that. Those people are completely separate from Donna Adelson. She is not the one who did any of that. Absolutely fascinating. I am really surprised. I thought that Charlie and Donna might move more in tandem in terms of that, but it looks like she is not going to take any position or is going to even go with the state's assumption that Charlie's guilty. She's going to say, yep, that's the case. And that is not the case for anything related to me. I'm not the one responsible. So let's head back in. But wow, this was really a bombshell of a defense opening statement because of how simple it was. I did think that her use of her explanation of who Dan Markel was, about how tragic it was that he was killed, about how terrified he must have been, I thought that was very bold, meaning risky, for the defense to do. That is the opposite of what the defense would normally do. Normally, they are not looking to get the jury to empathize with the victim, because then the victim may be somebody the jury may go back and say, well, this poor guy, we need to do something for him. So that was an extremely bold and unusual move. I think their point was, we are trying to make ourselves be able to show that we care about Dan Markel. We are not involved. We, meaning Donna Adelson. Donna Adelson is not involved in all of what went on after that, involved in the murder. So that's why she can side with Dan Markel. She can take his side and leave everyone else over on the other side. Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Lewis, they're all over here, while over on this side sit Dan Markel and Donna Adelson, coalesced. They agree with each other. And in this particular case, I think that was really bold. I don't know that I would have done that, but it does play with what is going to be their defense, which is just forget motive. Although motive didn't really apply at the moment of the murder, let's focus on what you've got to connect Donna up to the death. And that's always, of course, been the weakness in the case. That's why she was the last, I think, to be arrested and charged. And that's why I think Wendi still hasn't been charged. So this is putting it right to the question of whether or not they have the evidence. This is also going to have a lot to do with their thinking, the state's thinking about Wendi and whether or not she ought to be involved. So let's cut back in. I don't want to miss anything, but I did want to say that. Very interesting and unusual opening statement because of its because of placing Donna so closely with the victim and really delving into who the victim was and how tragic this was.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls James Geiger.
So the state is moving straight to first witness. Yeah, I agree. I see a comment from Coffee Cake about how surprised the prosecution looked about the Dan Markel statements. I thought so too. Jay, and I didn't hear the last name.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine your right.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
He's the one who
I
found.
want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window, walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And
All right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
sir?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time I asked to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Statements 1 through 3 are admitted.
If you could publish states 1, please. All right, sir, so if you could just explain, open that pointer, please, what we're looking at in this photo, and I've got pointer here, if that's in any system, to be, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markel's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you've described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first was that somebody was trying to break into the Markel house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
So out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open, his car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. By this time, he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. So I hollered again, Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. I'll draw your just some initials, number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are removed.
Publish State 6, please. Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
Yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 4.
No objection, States 4.
Okay.
Admitted at this time.
So let's talk. This is a very careful choice. When lawyers pick their first witnesses, you spend a lot of time thinking about not just what witnesses you want to put up or what questions you want to ask them, but the order in which you're going to present your witnesses. The state has very carefully chosen James Geiger. He's the one who found Dan Markel's body. And the reason I imagine that they picked him was because they were anticipating that they would want to show the jury how dramatic this was, how horrible it was. They would want to show the human impact on Dan Markel and ultimately on his family and people who loved him. And they picked this guy first. He has very dramatic testimony about finding Dan Markel bloody and moving. And what a nightmare that would be. Obviously, terribly traumatic for him, and obviously something the jury has to recognize and grapple with as part of the case. What's unusual here is the defense has presented a very detailed picture of Dan Markel as a human and as a person noble and a person smart and intelligent, educated, someone who loved his children, who would do anything to be with them and to connect with them, and who really treasured them above all else. And they've done that. And now the very first witness, it plays frankly well for the state that their very first witness talks about how dramatic the impact to him was, how horrible the injury to him was. This is difficult. Normally the defense would run away from this, but here they have embraced it.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize State's 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce State's 5? Judge? No objection.
States 5 is admitted.
Publishing State's 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendi were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and But after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child and then later a second child.
All right. And at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendi, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendi had left. And after that, we rarely saw Danny, and I don't think we ever saw the kids either. But
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe. But I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and I didn't notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see it like that.
During the time that you were present at
Because I have to say, I think witnesses underestimate how powerful that is. People are afraid to say, I don't know, when they're giving testimony. But it's actually, I have always believed, extremely powerful when a witness does that, because what that tells you on the jury, or when you're listening to them and taking in what they're telling you, it tells you that they're carefully drawing distinctions between what they have told you for sure and what they really aren't sure about. So the fact that he says, I saw this car, this is what happened, it pulled out, Dan Markel was sitting there, he had a bloody head, he was moving, you're sure about those, because he's sure about those. Now, when it gets to the car, he gives you details, but he says, I don't know this and that and the other. That's really very effective. That's very, with witnesses run away from that, but it works. It's something that makes jurors feel like they can trust a person.
At the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
An objection.
Objection.
States 88.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
It's right next door to my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, the T.
Okay, and the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 8502.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's spattered, he can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know if the address is next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in early. The engine. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay, what's going on with it?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211 21.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
Long time.
That is a long time
Nothing
for a
further.
call like that.
Cross-examination for Mr. Geiger. Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
No cross.
Is he released from his subpoena? Will anyone need to recall him for any purpose?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your witness.
State calls David Sims.
Please approach.
Okay, so we're gonna have a little sidebar here before the next witness. So this, as a start for the prosecution, really strong, I think, because it's a witness entirely credible, entirely believable, and he's just stating the facts. Here's what happened. There's Miss Markel leaving. That has to be very hard for her to hear about her son. And so I know that that is traumatic for her to hear about what actually happened to her son. And but I think this witness was a great start for the prosecution. I think it makes a lot of sense that they started there. It's a combination of a witness with good, solid facts and a witness who talks about the horror of what happened to Dan Markel.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
28 years.
And were you employed with them back in 2014?
Yes,
Did you respond to a scene in response to a 911 call 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th of 2014?
yes, I did.
Is that location in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
And do you know what time you were dispatched to the call?
I was not dispatched. I was actually at the station working on paperwork, and I heard the call go out. So I just responded.
Okay. And were you the first or?
First on scene.
You were first on scene. And did you make contact with Mr. Geiger, the neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And did Mr. Geiger indicate something going on in the garage next door to his residence?
Yeah, he said his neighbor. He thinks it was his neighbor in there, and he heard a loud noise, and there was broken glass in his car.
That published states 7, please. It's in, right? Yeah. Has the vehicle been moved from the position it was in when you first arrived?
No,
Okay, other than the doors being opened, right?
correct.
Okay. When you got there, was the vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. What did you do when you first arrived and observed the vehicle?
I walked up to the driver's side window. Mr. Geiger had told me that the homeowner's name was Daniel, and I saw someone in the car, and I spoke his name and said Daniel. There was no response, and I got a little closer and found that the driver's side window was broken kind of at an angle. Some of the glass was in, some had come out, but there was also a small rounded spot in that glass that was still in there. I said Daniel again, no response. He was slumped over and kind of gasping for air, and it was just a sucking sound. I noticed that he had a set of eyeglasses. Half of a set of eyeglasses was laying in his lap. He had a cell phone in his left hand. He had a business card in his right hand. I walked around to the other side of the car. Well, first I reached in and unlocked the door, and I went around to the other side, and I opened the door and reached in and shut off the car, so the car wasn't still running. And then I noticed the other half of the eyeglasses laying on the floorboard of the car.
Let me pause you there and approach and show you what I've marked as state statement 10.
Yes. Yes.
Are these 3 photographs fair and accurate representations of how the vehicle appeared that day?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce states 8 through 10. Okay.
States 8 through 10.
Publish 8, please. All right, can you show us what you're talking about as far as the way the window was?
Part of it had broken out, part of it was still intact, but right there looked like a little rounded area.
All right, and was this large void that we see in the window there before the door was opened?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said you were able to reach in and unlock.
Yeah, I reached in, the door was closed. I reached in through that broken area, unlocked the car, and then ran around and we entered from the other side to turn off the car and pull out the keys.
All right, and during this time, was EMS already en route?
Yeah, I could hear them. I could hear them coming down the street. They were almost there.
And were life-saving efforts made to try to help Mr. Markel?
Yes, when I was on the passenger side, I pulled out a gym bag or something that was in there, pulled it out, set it on the ground so they could make better entry into the vehicle to extract him.
He had just been.
And did he ever regain consciousness or say anything during the time you were
Not in
there?
my presence.
All right. Publish 9, please. Publish 10, please. All right. Do you see the half part of the eyeglasses there in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you indicate with your pointer?
Yeah, we're right there.
And is that where you observed them, or had they fallen out?
They had fallen out. One was in his lap, and then one was on the floorboard on the driver's side.
All right. And what about the cell phone that we see pictured to the left of the
That
eyeglasses?
was in his left hand.
Those are such very human details, his glasses, that were in his lap and that now have fallen out, his cell phone in his hand, just sort of speak to the shock of all of this, the fact that it came out of the blue. He drives in, his car is still running. He hasn't even turned off the car. And suddenly 2 men walk up to his window and shoot him. So this is super dramatic. And the jury has not heard this before.
Was there a safety search done of the house?
Yes, after EMS was removing him, then myself and a couple of officers, we took the keys that were in the car. The person door from the garage into the house was locked. We unlocked that, did a search of the house, found no one, nothing amiss.
Any indication that this was a burglary, robbery?
No,
Any obvious signs of a struggle?
no.
No further questions.
Cross-examination for Mr. Sims. You may step down, Mr. Sims.
No questions for this witness either. You can only do that so
Please call
long.
your next witness.
The jury starts to be concerned. So no cross for 2 witnesses in a row. Not that there really was anything they could have asked. It was very simple testimony, very powerful testimony, factual, not something that Donna really is going to be impacted by when it comes to the real decision about whether she was involved. It does, of course, affect the way the jury perceives what happened. So we have had 2 witnesses so far. We are moving rapidly. These were short witnesses. About to hit witness number 3.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Joanne Maltese. Joanne, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed as law enforcement, in law enforcement?
I'm retired Tallahassee Police Forensic Specialist.
How long have you been retired from, it's Tallahassee Police Department, right?
Yes, a little over 8 years.
What were your duties when you were employed?
Duties as a forensic specialist is the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
How long did you do that type of work?
Done that work for probably 15 years.
Okay. And were you doing it back on July 18th of 2014?
Yes,
As part of your respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on that date?
yes, I did.
And what was your job once you arrived at that particular scene?
That particular day, I was called to document and collect evidence at a crime scene.
Publish 10, please. Is this the scene that you're referencing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to approach and show you states 11 through 17 as well. Just have you look through those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took these photographs at the scene.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 11 through 17.
11 through 17 are admitted.
Publish 11, please. Publish 12, please. Did you collect the eyeglasses shown in State's Exhibit 12?
Yes, I did.
That appears to be half of a pair of eyeglasses. Did you collect both halves?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what I've marked as states 121 and 122. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
As the 2 halves of eyeglasses collected from this crime scene?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 122 and 123.
Any objection? States 122 and 123 are admitted.
Publish the next exhibit, please. Did you collect this eyeglass lens?
Yes, I did.
Where was it located?
I believe that one was the floorboard of the driver's area.
Was there another piece of eyeglass lens also collected by
Yes,
you
there
that
was.
day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, where was that piece found?
That was the other optical was on the driveway, or I'm sorry, the garage floor right below the driver's area.
123 and 124. Are these the two pieces of lens that you collected that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence 123 and 124.
Okay. There you go. States 123 and 124 admitted.
Did you take any swabs or attempt to get any fingerprints from the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what efforts were made on those fronts?
I processed the entire exterior of the vehicle for fingerprints. There was an area that was lifted, but it did not have fingerprints of value to compare. As far as the swabbing, all of the exterior and interior door handles, as well as a phone that was collected, and the doorknob from the garage to the interior of the house.
What were the results of those efforts?
Those I would not know. They'd be sent to FDLE lab for analysis.
Did you find any fingerprints of value to send to FDLE lab?
No, I did not.
Publish states 14, please. Approaching with states 125. Do you recognize 125?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be a brown wallet with its contents that were found in the glove box of the vehicle.
All right. And did the wallet contain Dan Markel's driver's license?
Yes, it did.
And in the exhibit, there's no cash, but there's some cash pictured in the photograph.
Yes.
Was there cash that was seized as well?
Yes, there was.
All right. So based on this, didn't appear there was any effort to take Mr. Markel's belongings.
Correct.
Okay. Any evidence that the house was broken into or anything was taken from the house?
Not that I could determine.
Publish state 16, please. And 17. And then back to 16, if you would. What efforts were made to document this? What is it that we're looking at?
We're looking at the front driver's door window that was shattered with a hole in it.
Okay. And what did you do to try to document this?
The glass was very fragile because it was broken. So prior to doing anything to it, besides fingerprinting, I would have put clear tape on both sides, the interior and the exterior, just to hold it in place for transportation and collection.
I'm approaching with what I've marked as states 126. Is this the glass that you were able to remove from the vehicle?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you seized it?
Yes.
Move into evidence states 126.
Okay. There you go. States 126 is admitted.
Publish.
Okay.
And the glass evidence, is that consistent with the gunshot?
Yes, it is.
All right. Did you, as part of your job, have an occasion to photograph Wendi Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Was that done the same day that you collected this other evidence?
Yes, it was.
Where did you photograph her vehicle?
Her vehicle was towed to the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as states exhibits 18 through 21. Do you recognize 18 through 21?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos you took of Ms. Adelson's vehicle?
Yes.
Move into evidence 18 through 21.
Okay. There you are. States 18 through 21 is admitted.
Publish states 18, please. Publish 19. Publish 20. What is this item?
This was on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and it is a bottle of alcohol and a receipt.
All right. And did you take a closer photo of the receipt? States 21, please.
Yes.
And what does that show about when the alcohol was purchased?
On 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 from ABC Fine Liquor and Spirits, or Fine Wine and Spirits.
Did you also go to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document, collect any evidence.
At the time that you responded to the hospital, was Mr. Markel deceased or still alive?
He was still alive.
Go ahead and stop right there and talk a little bit about what we're hearing so far, because what she's done is catalog some of the reasons why the prosecution why law enforcement did not believe that this was just a random killing. They didn't believe somebody just came into the car and they were looking for money. They didn't take his wallet. He had cash sitting there. He had his wallet in the glove compartment. None of that was taken. And so that suggested that this was more intentional. And that was what caused them to go set out to try to find out who would have done this and why. There, some of the images, like the broken glasses, even of the wallet, those are just, again, real human touches that give people an idea, people in the jury, us and the public, that give us an idea of this is just a guy living his life. I mean, he's driving home from the gym. He's got his gym bag. He's wearing glasses because he can't see. He's got his wallet in the glove compartment, just living a completely normal day. And how abrupt and how dramatic, how terrible all of this was that happened. And then, of course, we get to Wendi's vehicle that was towed. And what they're pointing out in there, she hasn't said it verbally yet, is that the bottle was a bottle of Bullet bourbon. The state made a great deal of this in the last trial. We'll see whether that is something that they make a big deal of in this trial. The argument from the state was Wendi bought this Bullet bourbon. Maybe that was sort of a celebration, like, haha, killed Dan Markel, used a bullet. I'm going to buy Bullet bourbon. She had a pretty darn good response to that, I felt like, when she produced an invitation to a party that day that asked her to bring that brand of bourbon. So I don't know if the state will push this or not, but that's what you just saw, the Bullet bourbon.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state's exhibits 22 through 24. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I took those photographs at the hospital.
Are they fair and accurate photos of how Mr. Markel looked that day?
Yes.
Move into evidence, state's exhibits 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Publish 22, please. This is how Mr. Markel appeared,
Yes.
and this was done on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
Publish next exhibit, please. This is 23. Why did you take this photograph?
For the darkened area on his forearm.
Why was that of significance?
That is consistent with stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is being close contact to a firearm that was discharged, and it's going to be the unburnt gunpowder and gases that leave the barrel of a gun at a high velocity, and it will tattoo or stain the skin.
State's exhibit 24, please. Is this another effort to capture that stippling that you observed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, we'll stop it right there and talk about that. And I'm going to go ahead and put up Nancy's comment. Nancy had asked, do you think Donna will cry when Wendi gets to the stand, or is she going to be stone-faced? And I think we can see from this that Donna will probably be pretty emotional. So what we have here, we now know, and thank you very much, Nancy, for your super chat. I appreciated that. It's going to be different when Wendi's on the stand than when this is at issue. But her crying, her emotional reaction fits with the defense side theme that Donna is on team Dan Markel. She is on his side. She is against those people who murdered him. She's not with them. So this reaction fits with that. The jury will have to decide, is that a real reaction? Is this a staged reaction that fits with what her presentation to the jury will be? That's one of the questions they're going to have to answer. And I think they're going to have to answer that with Wendi as well. Well, and I don't honestly know. It could cut either way how she reacts when Wendi gets up there. It sounded from some of the jail calls with Charlie as if she were pretty upset with Wendi, and Wendi had been more or less distancing herself from her family all the way back then. But I would have to think it would be pretty emotional. It would be an emotional experience to have your children testify against you in a murder trial. I just can't imagine that not being the case.
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Ms. Maltese, you may step down.
This witness is excused, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
The state calls Dr. Clark.
They're running through the witnesses here. Pretty one of the short ones.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as Associate Medical Examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Regional Office in Macon, Georgia.
What are your duties there?
I work as an Associate Medical Examiner. I perform what's called the autopsy and forensic autopsies and death investigations.
Was there ever a time that you worked here in Tallahassee as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What time periods did you do that?
I was from 2007 to 2023.
All right. And how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
It's over 8,000 now.
And what is the education and training that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research before moving on to Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and then traveled over to the Britain General Hospital in the Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I then traveled from that program down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in the state of Georgia and Florida.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender Dr. Clark as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness? Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion? Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify before you today in the form of an opinion in the fields of both medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Doctor, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that conducted?
We performed it on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At that time, we were in the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital morgue.
Did you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Would use of those photos assist you in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, they would.
States 25 to 34. A moment to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
These are the photos that upset Charlie so much. They were put up in closing argument and on the screen for a while, and he felt like that
Yes, ma'am.
unfairly impacted the jury.
Photographs that were taken during the autopsy of Mr. Markel.
Yes, they are.
25 through 34, Your Honor.
States 25 through 34 admitted at this time.
Published 25, please.
Before you publish, if parties can briefly approach.
So one of the huge arguments in multiple cases is whether or not photographs of gruesome things can be admitted. Typically, the plaintiff suing for injuries in a civil case or the prosecution in a defense case will want those in and will argue that they are a fair and accurate representation of what happened, and that the jury needs them to understand the circumstances. In other words, they actually offer real evidence and they're important. They're probative, as called in the law. On the other hand, the defense will argue this is prejudicial. This is showing such gross pictures. People may not be able to judge me fairly, the defendant in a civil case or the defendant in a criminal case. They may be so influenced by these that they won't give me a fair trial. I don't want these in. So what you have here is usually what courts do is kind of balance. They'll let some pictures in and they'll not let other pictures in. But notice this, okay, coming back and you see him talking to Donna. I wonder if the judge has said anything about her emotional reaction to this or what exactly is going on with that. The judge called them up, said, let's have a little sidebar, and we don't really know what it's going to be about. He may have asked her to be less demonstrative in terms of her reaction. I don't know. Certainly the lawyer came back and spoke to her, but we don't really have any clue as to what he was talking about. We're just going to have to
continue with the examination of Dr. Clark.
watch
We'll take you to the room.
Interesting. Going to the jury room.
Mr. Zeldin, Ms. Fulford, if your client needs to use the restroom, this would be a good time to do so.
Is this a break, I guess? I guess so. So what we've seen is a pretty quick run through. I'll go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. We've seen just a super quick run through of the initial opening witnesses. They put them on quickly, asked them just the relative questions. We had absolutely no cross-examination of the first three. Actually, we didn't have cross-examination of Joanne Maltese either. So far, the defense is not doing a lot to contradict it. And that fits with what the position is that they're trying to take. Donna is aligned with Dan Markel. She's on his team, and therefore she is not involved in the murder. That was a bunch of other rogue people who went out and did that. That has nothing to do with Donna. That's her position. I imagine she will continue. I mean, she has to acknowledge that when she got the bump, she called Charlie. She has to acknowledge that she spoke in code to him. Really unclear what she was talking about. I assume she will say what Charlie said in his first trial, which is that Charlie told her that he was being extorted because he said because he had already been extorted by Katie McBanoa and by a gang, and they had forced him to pay for the murder of Dan Markel. She seems to be saying, Charlie, you're out of here. And Charlie may have done this. Charlie may be guilty. And there's nothing I can do about that, except that I had nothing to do with it. I first got involved at the time of the bump. We haven't heard a lot about the defense theory on that. They didn't really address it in their opening statement. But what we do see is that they've got that right now, they are taking the position that Donna is deeply moved. You see her in tears as the discussion about Dan Markel's death, about how terrible it was. You heard her lawyer pushing that in the opening statement. Incredibly unusual for her lawyer to be the one putting up this really gruesome, or it wasn't even gruesome in the sense it was pictures, but the description of it was this had to have been terrifying for Dan Markel. He was a great guy. He loved his kids. He read to them every night, even when he wasn't with them. He wanted to keep that connection with them. And everybody agreed that that was a good thing. We'd all given up on the idea of the kids moving down to Miami. That just wasn't going to happen. It wasn't in the cards. The court had ruled against it a full year before. And nobody was still thinking about that, much less Donna Adelson, who therefore would never have killed Dan Markel for this. There was no mention by the defense about this motion from Dan Markel to keep Donna from unsupervised visitation with the children. And there was no discussion about the fact that she allegedly was trying to alienate them from their father by talking about this split between them, about how he's trying to take you away from me. The prosecution put that text in opening statement. They put it right there on the screen for the jury to see where Donna wrote that, and where it was part of what the argument was that Dan Markel was making for why Donna Adelson should not be allowed to have unsupervised visitation. That had not been resolved by the court. That was still pending. Wendi is going to, when she testifies, will say, yeah, that was just the kind of thing you do when you have an acrimonious litigation. You do extra things. This isn't really anything that they believed. All right, let's see. I want to thank Normal Mom for her super chat. She asked about the defense attorney. This defense attorney was a judge, and there was a time at which she stepped down from being a judge. There was hubbub around that. I actually have the bar writing on what happened. So I actually have that. I have heard the story about the lawyer having faked cancer. I have seen no evidence of that. That is not included in the investigation, which related to her trying to, for example, she called the prosecutor's office when I think it was her boy or her stepson, basically. Her stepson got in some trouble and she called the prosecutor and things like that. It was not related to anything like that. It was more like pressing for things that she wanted in a way she should not have done, perhaps as a judge. That was what the issue was about. So I'm not really sure that that's the case. I have heard people say they've heard that rumor, but I am not in that legal case. So I don't know anything about it. I haven't heard that rumor, and I've seen no evidence, like a document or something that would support that. So as far as I know, that's not true. I will say that she had a very unique and different opening statement because she so closely aligned her side with Dan Markel. It does seem to me like it might have been a safer thing to do to align herself with Dan Markel, but not to delve into sort of the facts about what a nice guy he was, how terrible he had to be. It seemed to me like that maybe took it too far, but it was a bold move. They are trying to strike out in a new direction. They're trying to argue just on the lack of evidence that Donna Adelson could not be connected all the way through, connected to the death of Dan Markel. And they are going to acknowledge a lot, including that Charlie, sounds like they're acknowledging that Charlie was involved, that Charlie is guilty. So absolutely a very, very surprising opening statement for the defense, particularly all that about Dan Markel. I was truly surprised by that. And I'm also surprised that they are going so hard. They appear to be dropping the double extortion. They're not going to try to prove that. That's probably wise. That was a super hard proof. You know, that was something that required a whole lot of believing that this happened and that happened and they all fit together just so. And even though it looked like this, it really was something different. It was a complicated defense. So I think that the fact that they are not going to make that the showpiece, I think that's probably wise. I think that's probably the best thing, the best choice for them. But it does involve basically setting Charlie adrift, at least for purposes of this trial. And I don't know. So they don't have to get in Charlie's story about how he had that double extortion. They don't have to get that in if she's not going to argue that. They can just go straight for Charlie was guilty. So they actually won't need Charlie's testimony all that much. I was assuming they were probably going to need it if they wanted to set up the double extortion. But what they're going to do, I guess, is have Katie say, yeah, Charlie gave me this money. Did you ever have anything to do with Donna Adelson in this? No, I didn't. I think she brought the money. I think she might have washed it, but I didn't there. Okay, then. And they could stop right there. They probably would want to get a little bit further because they do know Donna's involved in the bump and they've got to figure out how they're going to explain it. Maybe Donna herself will explain that, but I'm not sure they really need Charlie. So that'll be really interesting. And I'm not sure how he will approach it if he gets called to the stand. Really interesting to figure out what exactly. All right. Sorry, Charlie, says Rich Annie. For those commercials. So sorry, Charlie tuna commercial. Anyone else remembering that? I remember those. I can't remember. It was Star-Kissed tuna, right? But I don't remember exactly. They were always, Charlie wanted to be a Star-Kissed tuna. Remember that? And they would never catch him. They were always like, sorry. And then he was never actually made it to Star-Kissed tuna. Not, of course, realizing that would not be what he wanted. Who knows? Maybe some lessons for this case. All right, let's see if you have any questions while we're waiting for the court to get back. Put some question marks at the beginning. We can talk about that as we get to it. And I also will take a look, see if I can find it fast enough. That may not be a thing, but I will try. The document about Jackie Fulford. And so far, I mean, everything suggests her client has very deep faith in her. They seem to really talk together more so than with Josh Selman. They seem to really be aligned and coalesce. Is that the court coming back? So I think Donna's very pleased with the representation. So, okay, I'm not going to be able to get it in time. Seems like we are headed back in. We'll have to save some of the questions for that too. I am going to see if I can find the. Okay, there. Let me go ahead and make this smaller.
State, you may resume with your examination of Dr. Clark at this time.
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. Explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or whether they are broken up, etc. So we do x-rays. And this x-ray, this is an x-ray of the head. You can see the top of the head here, the jaw, right side, left side. And these really bright spots here and here are the bullets that we recovered from this individual. They come out because they're very dense. The x-rays bounce off and turn them white here, just like bone. It's fairly dense. These are the bullets here, here and here.
Publish states 26, please. How many bullets were in Mr. Markel's head?
There were 2 bullets in his head, and you can see on this one here that hit the left cheek, actually fragmented a little bit. And then we had a bullet inside the head, back to the left side, right side, excuse me, right side.
States 27. What are we looking at here, doctor?
This is actually the identification photograph of the individual. We like to get them cleaned up. We'll put the identifying tag underneath their chin, the case number, the date, and usually my initials. And you can see that there has been quite a bit of damage here, particularly in the left side of the face. We have a gunshot wound here that's labeled number 1 in the autopsy report, and this is number 2, labeled number 2 in the autopsy report.
By labeling them 1 and 2 respectively, are you opining that that's the order in which those shots were fired?
No, the numbering system in the autopsy report is just for me to discuss during the trial.
Publish 28, please. What does 28 show?
So this is what I call gunshot wound number 2. And you can see it's quite irregular. It's not a nice round hole you like to see, but the way it hit the bone, it caused a lot of damage and tearing in this area here. You can see that there's some what we call raccoon eyes or hemorrhage around the eyes, and quite a bit of swelling going on here. Also in this area here, you see a lot of minor superficial abrasions that vary in size. Some are much bigger and some are smaller. You can see it's all over the cheek here, so and the ear and the side of the neck here. This is what we call pseudo stippling, and this usually happens after the bullet goes through a door or a window or hits concrete and causes those items, the glass or the wood or the concrete, to splinter and cause small particles to to shoot out and hit the individual's skin. So this isn't true stippling, which is due to gunpowder. We'll see an example of that in a minute. But so we have large areas of pseudo stippling around the left side of the face, the left side, neck, and ear.
So each of those small red injuries represents a piece of glass striking?
Piece of glass, yes, ma'am, or part of the bullet that fragmented off the main part of the bullet.
States 29, please. What does this one show?
Again, we're looking at the left side of the neck here. Here's the left ear. You can see that the pseudo stippling is quite extensive. Also, you'll see that there's kind of a purplish discoloration here because of where the bullet track went to. It caused a large amount of bleeding into the left side of the face, where you saw that huge distortion of the left side of the face, and then drain down into the neck.
States 30.
Okay, this is going to be gunshot wound number 1. It's right between the eyebrows, closer to the left eyebrow. Again, it is distorted, not a nice little round hole because of the shelf of bone that's there. It's called the glabella. So it causes a irregular entry wound. And now we're seeing a much finer area of stippling across the forehead here. This is much different from what we're seeing on the left side of the face. This is true stippling or gunpowder stippling from the barrel of the gun directly.
How does firing a gun cause this pseudo stippling?
The stippling.
Stippling.
Okay, when the firearm is discharged, out of the barrel comes the bullet, of course, hot gases, soot, burning and unburned gunpowder. What causes the stippling is the burning and unburned gunpowder. It actually has it's a particulate that strikes the skin and abrades it. It doesn't burn it, but it hits it and abrades it, or scrapes it. So that usually with a handgun, we can see stippling out to about 18 to 24 inches. This to me looks a lot closer than that, but all we're seeing is the stippling here.
So the presence of this evidence suggests that the muzzle of the gun was quite close to Mr. Markel's head when it was fired.
Yes, I'm thinking inches. Yes, ma'am.
States 31, please. What does this show?
Okay, this is giving you a perspective of the 2 gunshot wounds here. What I call labels 1, what is label 2, the pseudo stippling on the nose, the fine stippling on the forehead, the hemorrhage around the left eye, part of the raccoon eye pattern.
States Exhibit 32.
This is the left forearm, and what you see here is kind of a ring of soot, partial ring of soot here, and some stippling on the forearm here too.
What is that consistent with?
That to me is suggested that that arm was up near the gun when it was discharged. That's at one point in time, and most likely the one gunshot wound that went to the center of the head here, that arm was up in a defensive type thing or a reaction type thing, and the soot, the stippling, is actually not from the barrel, but when you're talking about a revolver, you have a cylinder where the bullets are. You have space between the cylinder and the barrel. It's called a cylinder gap. and soot and gunpowder can come out of the cylinder gap and cause this kind of pattern.
So again, consistent with the firearm being very close to the victim?
That's correct.
And also, is it consistent with the victim at least having enough wherewithal of the impending danger to raise his arm in defense?
In my opinion, yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said that the number that you order the shots for purposes of your reports does not necessarily mean that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion of?
This is buffering back to regular speed. We had it at 1.2. But it's taking a minute. While it's buffering and getting back to regular speed, because it was right at the end, it looked like it was about to hit. We'll just help it.
I mean, that's the order of the shots that were fired in this case. Do you have an opinion as to, and that's the second shot is the one that was not survivable?
That's correct.
The one
Buffering a
that
lot
was
here.
not survivable?
That's correct.
And was there any amount of medical attention that could have assisted Mr. Markel, say, if it had gotten there sooner?
Well, these are pretty devastating injuries, particularly the gunshot wound in the brain.
You didn't answer the question, just I'd say.
Did you collect the projectiles from Mr. Markel's head?
Did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 127 and 128. You will publish 33, please. Ask if you recognize 127 and 128.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are the envelopes that we place these bullets in with the identifying marker labels and where they were from. Both one's from gunshot wound number 1 and one's from gunshot wound number 2.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They appear to be so, yes, ma'am.
Move into evidence 127 and 128, Your Honor. And is this a photograph of one of these projectiles removed from Mr. Markel's head?
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This
Would
is
you be able to turn it? Up the left, maybe? Thank you. What's
this
this
is the
show?
bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the x-ray is getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we've taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
All right, and is it part of your job as assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner of death? What's meant by that term?
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Dr. Clark.
Judge, this witness
Donna's
will be
still
excused. A
very-
good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark, you may step down, sir. Have a good day.
So no
Members of
cross.
the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. As you have been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, so we have gotten through the first morning, the opening statements and the first morning of testimony in the trial of Donna Adelson. And you can see she's standing there. She's wearing a light gray today, a different one, and a blue and white striped shirt, much more grandmotherly looking than what she was wearing at first with the dark colors. They clearly have marked out their territory.
Before Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses.
That was what it was
I
about.
do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence, I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand those? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Right, please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
Okay, 3 witnesses this afternoon. Interesting. Okay, so let's do this. We'll take about 5 minutes. I want to talk about what just happened with Donna and the emotion. Let's do that. Then we'll take, or I'll take, y'all can stay and chat all you want, but I'll take maybe 10 or 15 minutes to go grab something to eat, a little break, and come back, and I want to kind of recap what just happened. And I also want to answer your questions and talk about some of your questions. So I think we can better answer Nancy's question. Do you think Donna will cry when Wendi gets to the stand, or will she be stone-faced? Well, she better be stone-faced, because the judge has told her that. The judge has told her to do that. He is not appreciating the way she is responding very emotionally to both the testimony about Dan Markel and the photos. It completely matches with what she has set out now as this is her stake. This is what she is going to say about why it is that she's not involved. She is going to say, I was on Danny's side. I never wanted him killed. I am as horrified as you by what these other people did. So there's a group over here that's responsible, and she is over here on the side of the pure and holy with Dan Markel. She did nothing wrong. She is with him, and her emotional display matches that. And that is probably why the judge called her up. It seems a little convenient that she's having that display, and he's trying to keep that from having an effect on the jury. It is really hard to ask people not to have an emotional response. Depending on the circumstances, it may be virtually impossible for people to do that, but the judge is trying to eliminate that as any factor that might influence the jury. So I wondered when the lawyer went during the break, during the sidebar, came back and talked to Donna. I wondered, we mused out loud about whether that could possibly be what was going on. And I think that's probably the case. So Donna was told that she was reacting too much, and then the judge let the jury get out and put it on the record in front of everyone in the courtroom, but not the jury, that he wanted her to stop that. He said specifically, I would like to not say this in front of the jury, suggesting, but I will if I have to. And if he does, obviously that's very embarrassing, and will suggest to the jury that Donna is doing something wrong and maybe manipulative with her emotions and with her reaction. And so they don't want that. So if Donna is truly not emotional, then I think we will quickly see a return to not showing any emotion. Even if she is naturally emotional, I think we will see that she will try very hard to keep that out and to stop appearing like that, for fear that the judge will make a comment in front of the jury. So up till now, she's got it. She's gotten no consequence for it in front of the jury, but the judge has threatened that he will do that. Okay, so let's take our brief break, and we will be back with more live coverage of the trial right after this. Be sure to hit the like button, and we will be back shortly. You can stay in, talk in the chat all you want. I am going to take a brief break, and we'll be back. I have had a special little thing that I made to show, but I don't think I'm going to be able to. I've got to find it. I haven't been able to find it. So I will stop that screen share, and I'm going to share a different screen. This was my court break thing, but it was not going to be a PDF. But anyway, we will make that all. It was going to be an actual photo that you would see. But we'll there, and I will be back shortly. I will take myself out, and I will see y'all Hi, y'all. Welcome. If you would, everybody hit the like button so that YouTube knows, yep, we're here and we're ready to go again. Had a nice little lunch break. This beat yesterday. And I wasn't sure if I was allowed to take a lunch break. Wasn't really exactly sure the rules around this. So y'all told me, yes, that's a normal thing, taking a lunch break. And maybe do let me know if you can hear me and hopefully see me and everything's good. Okay, great. Fantastic. Well, what I wanted to do while we have a little bit of a break is recap what we've seen. I'll do a full recap of the day at the end. I'll try to do that every day when we finish up to kind of go through and do a recap. The great part about this morning is I had a little time there to go through and highlight so I can kind of keep it shorter. I considered typing it all, but it was kind of making a lot of noise. I thought that might interfere, so I'm actually taking notes. This is not how I would normally take notes. I am an unbelievably detailed note taker. I'm basically like a court reporter, and then I'm trying to write down every single word. So I'm trying not to do that here to get the gist of it so that I can remember things that I want to talk to y'all about as we cover it live, which is obviously different for me. So we have had a very interesting morning so far, incredibly fast paced. We started with the opening statements right off the bat, and we've had several witnesses now for the state. I think we're on the fourth witness. There has not been, as of yet, any cross-examination from Donna's side. There are two pieces of kind of big news. One is the defense, which was a bit of a surprise in that it appears to throw Charlie under the bus. Donna's son, Charlie Adelson, she's been very close to him, but it certainly seems to be that she is distancing herself from him and basically saying that she is, and we'll talk about what this will mean in terms of when she gets on the stand, which I assume she will, but she is distancing herself from him. And excuse me, the other interesting thing was the judge. Let me remove that. So the other interesting thing was the judge chastising Donna Adelson, saying that Donna Adelson was showing too much emotion and she needed to tamp it down, stop that, cut it out. And he did not want the jury to be swayed or persuaded by the emotion of it. So let's head into it. Sarah Dugan did the prosecution opening. She is a great attorney, very young, but really fantastic. Her cross-examination of Katie Medvana several years ago in Katie's trial was just phenomenal, fantastic work. So she did the opening statement for the prosecution, and she started right off the bat with a photograph of Donna Adelson when she was in 2014, and a photograph of her looking young and energetic and healthy, a contrast to how she looks today in the courtroom. The prosecution is trying to combat the fact that they are really pushing, the defense is, the idea that Donna Adelson is just an old lady. How could she possibly do this? She's just somebody's grandmother. She's not somebody who would go out and solicit a murder. And so they want to show a very different image of Donna as she looked back in 2014 when Dan Markel was actually shot. They also went into detail about the motive around why they believe Donna Adelson had killed Dan Markel, that she hated him because of the fact that he would not let Wendi bring Donna's grandchildren down to South Florida where Donna and Harvey Adelson live, and also had even gone so far as to file a motion to keep Donna from having unsupervised visitation. Donna, they said, was heavily involved in Wendi's divorce. She even went so far as to draft or edit documents that Wendi was filing. And they put up several of the emails or text messages between Donna and Wendi. One, for example, that said, Gibbers, which was a name, Markel, hasn't beaten the Adelsons yet, just as an example. Telling Wendi, you will not be held hostage by Dan Markel. They also Sarah Dugan also talked about the $1 million bribe, what they call the $1 million bribe, which was a payment that would have gone from the Adelsons to Dan Markel. Wendi and an attorney who testified on Charlie's behalf said that the purpose of that was not to bribe him to bring the kids down to South Florida. The purpose of that was to make sure that Charlie, excuse me, not Charlie. Let me get this back out of my throat. So the purpose of the $1 million bribe would be to allow Dan Markel to move down to Miami so he'd be near the kids, but to have plenty of money to fly back and forth to his job in Tallahassee. Obviously not satisfactory to him. And they also went into some of the sort of offensive things that Donna said in emails to Wendi, talking about how she had some ideas about how they could really get Dan Markel by posing the children in front of a Catholic church and suggesting they were going to convert the kids to Christianity from Judaism. That they to talk about how the kids have been baptized, maybe that would upset him, and maybe even to pose the kids in Nazi uniforms, all of which would obviously be very offensive to Dan Markel. That she also traced the way that law enforcement made their way back using the vehicle that had been used in the shooting of Markel. They traced that Prius to a cell tower in Miami, and then Sigfredo, they traced him back to Luis Rivera, and they figured out who the hitmen, and then they moved from there. Who would maybe have contact with these hitmen? They also talked about the cash that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, who had committed the hit, had, as well as the girlfriend of Sigfredo and Charlie, Katie Medbanwa had, and they are suggesting that came from the Adelsons. That's how they got it. The bump was discussed next. That was a situation where someone posing as, if you ask Donna anyway, a gang member, and he also said that on the stand, went up and handed just on the street. Donna's out on the street walking to pick the kids up from school, and this guy walks up to her, hands her a newspaper article with a phone number written on it and $5,000, and tells her, you know, you've taken care of Katie, now you need to take care of our guy too. The point of law enforcement doing that was to try to shape things up. They now had authorization to do a wiretap, and they wanted to trace everything back to Donna and to Charlie because they believed they had started it. And they believed if they started with Donna, they moved down the chain and they would find that all of them would begin talking about this again. So Charlie and Donna spoke on the phone about it, and the state has stressed that they were speaking in code, like the cash, the TV is probably about 5, which made no sense. And bring cash to the meeting, Donna told him. They say the reason for that is that they believe they might be being wiretapped, and so they were being super careful with what they were talking about. Now, Charlie, when he first got that call from Donna saying, hey, we'll need to talk about this thing, and the TV's about 5, and something about his girlfriend, he didn't say, well, which girlfriend? He immediately knew to go talk to Katie Medbanwa. The cash that Katie had was stapled and damp or wet. That's going to figure prominently. Charlie, there will be more than one person to say, stapled his cash and kept it in a safe or even on top of the safe. As far as it being wet, it's not entirely clear, but there was insinuation from Katie that she thought maybe Donna had actually literally laundered the money. Charlie, the prosecution said he had this weird theory. They didn't talk a lot about it, but it wasn't very believable. And so there you have it. Now, but Donna knew she was going to be next, and she started to flee to Vietnam, which she knew to be a non-extradition country. She put all her money in trust for the grandkids, made sure they were safe, maybe not all her money, but enough. And then she was about to take off when she was arrested. There was also a vague reference to this. We've been waiting and waiting to find out more about the state's investigation into what these strange things goings on in the jail. We knew a little bit about it, but it's mostly been under seal. So we've had very little explanation of it. And we didn't get much more in the opening statement. We did get this from Sarah Dugan, that there are women who will testify. That would be fellow inmates of Donna Adelson's. Women will testify that they were offered money, housing, veneers, and prescription drugs if they would say that Katie Medbanwa told them a different story than the one she came forward and talked about in court in Charlie's trial. That's Actually surprising because she told just about every story under the sun. We covered that in one video. It was absolutely unbelievable. Every time she spoke, she had a different story. So I don't know, but they say that one of them, that was Sarah Dugan said, one of these women gave law enforcement a script that had been written out for her, what she needed to say as part of her testimony. I don't know if she dictated it and wrote it herself or if Donna wrote it. We then moved to the defense closing, which was extremely unusual. Jackie Fulford, one of the two attorneys for Donna Adelson, came out of the box and said to the jury, the state goes first, but we have a right to be heard. It was a little bit heavy-handed, I thought, when she said that. It's the first thing to say. She started, well, I want to start by saying often attorneys will be, thank you for being here, appreciate your sitting here, something kind of easing in, but she started straight off the bat, we have a right to be heard. And so then she went into a lot of detail, totally surprising me, about Dan Markel. Normally, the defense runs from that. It's the prosecution pushing how hard this was for the families and the victim, how gruesome it was for the victim, how much they suffered, what they lost, what a great person they were. That's usually reserved for the prosecution. The defense doesn't want to push that because if anything, it will garner sympathy, right, for the victim. So in this case, nonetheless, surprisingly, the defense closing was, one of her first things was, remember Dan Markel. And more important than anything else to him was his two little boys. But he was intelligent, he was respected, well educated. He didn't want the divorce, and he even used Skype to read to his boys every night when he wasn't with them. And for those poor boys, their father was brutally taken from them. Really, really aligning Donna with the side that's outraged by what's happened. But wow, it also really reinforces to the jury the dramatic impact that this crime had on a lot of people, on these little boys in particular, something the state hasn't even gone into. But Donna, and one other thing that she stressed was there is no evidence that Donna planned the crime, hired anyone, or intended for it to happen. And that is where apparently they are going to reside. Donna, they said, may have said some foul things, quote, foul things about Dan Markel during the divorce, but how she was actually interacting was really very different. And those things were just what she was talking and saying. She was the one who arranged the Skype for Dan to be able to read to his kids at night. She didn't hate him. She didn't want him dead. My paper or movements? I think you hit the mic or cable. Oh. Let's make sure everything's okay. Well, let me know if that is improved. I do have my paper up here so I can look at it, and I sometimes reach over. So let me know if that improves. I don't want to annoy everybody with rustling paper. All right. So, but I am trying to read it and talk. So there is that. I need it up here. Otherwise, I guess I could hold it down here. All right. Let's see what else. Oh, they described Donna as it's worse. My mic isn't plugged in. Wow. It says it is. I'm no doubt did hit it. It does get hit quite easily. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to unplug it. Yeah, nothing showed. How about that? Did that help? Yeah, every time I move things around. Be nice to leave. Thank you, Nina. This is challenging enough. I very much appreciate that. Is that better? My hitting it interfered. It's plugged in. Sound is fine. Yes, we can hear you. What you did last was better. Uh-oh. Sounds good. I'm going to leave it for just a minute. We'll see how it goes, and then we can come back and revisit it if it's a problem. They described Donna as a normal person. I thought, what an interesting description. Our defendant is very normal, and she's age 64, and that the way that it's being portrayed by the state, that's really false. They said she was kind, caring, and loving, and cares more about people than she does about herself. And then went into the detail about the actual shooting and how terrified Dan Markel must have been as someone leans in to shoot him through the window of his car as he's just pulled into his garage in his driveway. It was an open garage. That the state can prove that Katie paid, and this is where it really seemed to me like Donna was throwing Charlie under the bus, because what she said, I'm like, wait, did I hear that right? She said that the state can prove that Katie paid Sigfredo and Luis Rivera and that they did the murder, that Charlie stapled his money, and that Charlie gave $130,000 to $138,000 to Katie to kill Dan Markel. That's how I wrote it down, to kill Dan Markel, not just gave money to them and it was part of an extortion plot. No, he gave money to kill Dan Markel, which really does make me wonder if Charlie is going to fall on the sword. Is Charlie going to come in here and say, I did this all by myself. It had nothing to do with my mom. I told her about it afterwards. I shouldn't have gone out on a limb and done this. I'm suffering for it. I've earned what I received. And that would undo his appeal. Would he ever? I mean, at least I think it would. I think it would undo his appeal. But could he even conceivably come in and do that? Because what's the purpose of the appeal, right? It's not that he's going to be released. It's almost certainly that he would get a second trial. And then what on earth does he do? He'll have some use immunity from what he says here, but it's going to be a mess for him. But I really did wonder if he's going to come in, fall on the sword and say, I did this. And that's where they're planning to get this from. So they went back to the main point. There is no evidence that Donna planned the murder, engaged men to kill Dan Markel, or gave money to Charlie Adelson to give to Katie Medbanwa. And indeed, that is the weakness of the state's case against Donna, and has always been the weakness against Wendi. Why they waited so long to arrest them. We moved straight from there into witnesses. James Geiger, who lived across the street from Dan Markel, heard a bang or a popping and went over to investigate. And he saw, oh, well, Danny's car is running. He thought perhaps there had been a burglary, but he's like, no, I was wrong. Went back to his window. He said he didn't know why. He just stood there for a few minutes. Thought, Dan is not pulled out. I think I'm going to check again. Went over where he found Dan slumped over in the car with a bloody head, called 911. And they played that 911 call where he actually explained what had happened, what he was looking at. Then the next witness, David Sims, a 28-year Tallahassee police officer. And David responded to the scene where he found the vehicle running. He described the same thing, Dan Markel slumped over, and that there was a rounded spot in the glass of the window right beside Dan Markel's head, and the window was shattered around that spot, that rounded spot. Dan Markel was still alive. He was slumped over and gasping. That's exactly what we heard from the first witness, from Mr. Geiger. We heard that his head was moving. So he was not killed immediately. And in fact, he died the next day, a number of hours later. David Sims, the police officer, said, look, there was no burglary and there was no struggle, thus leading to the idea that this was an intentional murder. This wasn't a theft. This wasn't a robbery gone bad. This was somebody wanting to kill Dan Markel. And again, no cross-examination. So first two witnesses, no cross-examination. We got to the third witness, Joanne Maltese, retired Tallahassee police forensic specialist. She showed the very moving, I think, picture of Dan Markel's broken glasses that had fallen out. She looked and swabbed the car and the phone and went through all the usual things that police do when they visit a crime scene. She also showed Dan Markel's wallet and talked about cash that was seized there in the car. Again, suggesting this is not something that is a classic. This is more murder for hire than it is a burglary. This isn't something that would be a burglary. Speaking of which, let me make sure. I don't want us to miss anything. So, oh yeah, we're still good to go. I'll go ahead and add this. Well, no, I'll wait. It'll be loud enough. I'll know when to start it. Okay. So she also talked about Wendi's vehicle, which was towed also to the Tallahassee Police Department, and showed the photograph of the bullet bourbon inside Wendi's vehicle and the receipt showing it had been bought the very day of Dan Markel's murder. They didn't say the word out loud, bullet bourbon. That was an argument made last time in the trial where they talked a lot about the fact that Wendi had bought this bullet bourbon, sort of insinuating that it was some kind of macabre celebration of the fact that the Adelsons had been able to accomplish the murder of Dan Markel. But there was testimony from Wendi, and then she actually produced an invitation to a party that very night where she had been asked, it was a stop the bar party, and she had been asked to specifically bring this particular kind of bourbon. So she says, that's why I bought it. I didn't have any, it wasn't a celebration. It was for this party, and they asked me to bring it. Dr. Anthony J. Clark, fourth witness, was the medical examiner who did the autopsy for Dan Markel. And he showed some gruesome photos. We didn't see them, but the jury did, about the autopsy. We know they're gruesome because of the fact that Charlie complained bitterly about those photographs in jail phone calls with his mother, Donna. They were talking, and one of the things he really felt was unfair was that the prosecution put up these photos and apparently left them up for a while in the course of the closing argument. And he felt like that was something he couldn't defeat, that he was being home cooked by people from Tallahassee who had it in for him. And then they were shown these photographs and asked to disregard all logic. And that's why he lost. That was his opinion. So he raised, Dan Markel raised his arm in defense. They said he had time to do that. And the manner of death was determined to be a homicide. We then had a super interesting exchange between Donna Adelson and the judge, mostly from the judge to Donna Adelson. Throughout the testimony, the photographs from the autopsy, throughout the testimony about Dan Markel's death, Donna Adelson was very emotional. She appeared to be crying. She appeared to be very involved and distressed by what she was seeing and hearing about everything from the discovery of Dan Markel sitting in his driveway all the way up to the autopsy and the fact that he was still alive. She was reacting hard to all of those things. Well, Donna, of course, being the defendant, the judge, there had been a sidebar after this first started, and then the defense attorney had talked to Donna, and we speculated, what was that about? Is someone complaining about this reaction by Donna? But sure enough, that was it, because after the jury left for the lunch break, the judge said, let's go ahead and call this out right now. You need to control your emotions. You can't have an outburst in the courtroom. I am depending on the jury not being biased by any of this. And so you can't do that. You've got to stop. And she nodded, and that was the lunch break. So we don't really know how it will affect things afterwards. But clearly, the judge was displeased that she was looking so heartbroken. Now, what she was doing very much fits with her defense, because her defense is she would like to separate herself. She even referred in opening statements, her defense attorney referred to 4 people have been responsible for this. 4. That would count Charlie. That would mean Charlie Adelson was responsible for this. So it sounds like that she is going to say he's guilty, which will lead to an absolutely fascinating cross-examination of Donna if she takes the stand. Because I guarantee you that prosecutor Georgia Kappelman will cross-examine her and will ask questions like, so, do you believe that your son is guilty? Do you believe that your son actually hired murderers? Do you believe that he killed? If you believed that, then why did you blah, 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 blah? Why did you not turn him in? Why did you do all the things you did for him when he was in jail? What is your rationale if you really believed that he actually killed Dan Markel? And that's going to be tough to explain. I'm absolutely curious about how that will work. All right, let's do this. I want to Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Tara Wells. This is new and different, and I'm not getting it all right, but I'm doing my very best. So thank you for your really nice comment. I appreciate that. And let's see, Jilly May is shocked that the judge didn't talk to Donna's attorney about emotion too. And she appeared to be emotional as she talked about Dan Markel, the attorney did during the opening statement, but she didn't go so far as to burst into tears or anything like that. So I guess that's why he didn't say anything. On the other hand, maybe that's one of the things that was being discussed during what we aren't privy to when they went up to the sidebar and talked about what was going on. And we did see the defense lawyer, the male defense lawyer, come down and talk to Donna. So I don't know exactly what that was all about, but it has been, considering we're only on morning one of the trial, and it has been just nonstop drama. I mean, imagine that Wendi to the mix and Charlie, and what's Charlie going to do, and how's he going to testify? Is Donna going to testify? There is so much left of this case. It's absolutely a wild case, and we are in the thick of it right now with really dramatic and very fast-paced testimony. The prosecution has been to this rodeo before, and they have already done this trial multiple times in slight variations, of course, depending on who the defendant was, but they've done a lot of this before, and they're just up and down with the witnesses, and the defense so far has not been challenging them or cross-examining them. I'm sure they'll have something to say to the medical examiner and ask questions of the medical examiner, but other than that, they haven't really cross-examined or said anything to any of the witnesses. They've just been like, okay, they aren't trying to disprove that Dan Markel, this happened to him. What they're trying to do is align with Dan Markel. They are so sorry for Dan Markel. They are team Dan Markel. That is what side they're on. That's what they believe. They are on that side and mad at everybody over here, which would be Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Luis Rivera. They're the ones who committed the crime, not Donna Adelson. She's innocent, and she's as outraged as everyone else in the world would be. So, Nina wants to know if I think Donna really never saw the pictures or wasn't an act. Well, I would think that they would have shown her the pictures in advance. I can't imagine she would not have been shown those, but she could have intentionally decided not to look at them, to see them in court with the idea either that she didn't want to see them or even that she wanted to create some emotion. But that wasn't the only time she showed the emotion. It had been going on for numerous witnesses by then. I think that was the fourth witness where she was showing that same sort of emotion. I personally, I don't know if I would have said anything if I were the judge. I really get the point about it, but I'm not sure it's really going to help Donna. I think it could really turn off the jury. So I'm kind of curious how they read that. It was a lot of demonstrable emotion. It definitely aligned with what the defense was trying to do, but it easily could reach the over-the-top point where the jury says, yeah, I'm not really buying that. And I'm curious what they would have thought. I'm curious what they think right now. Are they buying the grandmother story from the defense, or are they buying the cold-hearted, wanted her way argument from the prosecution? Super interesting question. Well, speaking of questions, let's go to some of your questions. If you would put question marks at the beginning, we can talk about some of the things that have intrigued you so far about this morning. And I will tell you what, it has been quite the morning. It's been really a lot of surprises, I think. I was so curious as to what the defense would decide to do. I did not know if they would, and honestly, I guess I kind of thought they would take Charlie's double extortion theory. It really did surprise me that they were just like, Bus, meet Charlie, Charlie, meet Bus. This is it, you're out of here. And I don't know, maybe Charlie will refuse to testify and maybe that will go. I'm just fascinated. I do not know what will happen. I'm waiting to see. Irish Amy is asking me, do we know if Charlie is on the defense or prosecution's list of witnesses? I believe he's on both. I think they both have listed him, just like they did for Wendi. Now, Wendi moved to quash the subpoena, and the court granted that. when Wendi testifies, she's going to be testifying for the prosecution, but not for the defense. And she will have to answer questions on cross-examination for the defense. But those will be limited to just the topics that the state brings up. And that really upset the defense. They said that's not fair. She should have to answer our subpoena too. But Wendi's lawyer said, well, there's a big difference between the two. Here is the defense where I get no immunity, and here's the prosecution where they give me immunity. I'm willing to do that. I'm not willing to testify for the defense without immunity. And the court agreed with them. I do expect before she gets off the stand that the defense will bring that up again. They raised a really good point that the subpoena should not be quashed until the court knows that the questions the defense is going to ask actually would force Wendi to take the Fifth Amendment. I think they had a really good point, but we don't yet, they haven't really, they made that argument, the court ruled against it, and they didn't offer any examples. Like, for example, Judge, we might ask her about, name some fact that doesn't incriminate Wendi at all, but would give Donna a great defense. And I think they may bring that up again. I don't think they're going to end that. Okay, don't you think Donna and her attorney look like? Okay, so initially I was saying, I don't really get that, but gosh, yes, I think they do look alike. I think they do. Do you know anything about the jailhouse snitches she tried to pay off? What we know is they are called women. They're not called fellow inmates. And the reason for that has to be the judge's ruling about the idea that they are not going to refer to the fact that Donna's in prison. So they're trying not to let that in any way impact the jury. But it's kind of hard to explain how these women know this stuff and how they know Donna Adelson. So that'll be an interesting dance as they take the stand. And that'll be especially interesting because we don't really know a lot about that yet. We have a lot to learn. Let's see. I think I skipped over. Let me go down to the bottom here. What is the case law on the defendant showing emotion? So it's more a matter of the court controlling the courtroom. And the issue is just that the court is trying to make everything as fair as possible to keep from biasing or prejudicing, can't speak, the jury. And so what he's doing is asking that everyone in the courtroom maintain decorum. That's, the judge is allowed to do that order in the courtroom. And he's treating this as Donna Adelson not keeping order in the courtroom and that it could influence the jury, and he doesn't want it. So he'll completely be upheld on that, I think. If she continues to say something, he said, I don't want to take this in front of the jury. That was a warning. That was saying to her, I don't want to take this in front of the jury, but I will have to. And that's going to be super embarrassing, Donna. And it will be, because it would mean that the jury would hear the judge chastise her, that it was inappropriate what she was doing. And then instead of being an advantage, she's emotional, she's touched by this, she cares about Dan, might be the opposite, where the jury starts to say, I wonder if this is all made up because it was inappropriate for her to do that. So why did she do that? And I think it would be very devastating. I would expect her to be able to hold back that emotional tear reaction, but we do know from repeated hearings that she is very reactive. And so she nods and she just very reactive throughout the trial. Will she be able to tamp that down? That might be harder than just the crime. Of course, we'll also move off some of these kind of witnesses, so there might be less of a reason for that. Jacqueline asked me, will Charlie's appeals lawyer let him know they're throwing him under the bus before he testifies? I would think so. I would think his attorney would meet with him. We know his appellate attorney met with him when he showed up for Donna's first trial. And when he went down there, they got to talking about the fact that Charlie had never agreed that Daniel Rashbaum could represent his mother. So the trial got put off. Daniel Rashbaum resigned. He decided he was conflicted out, could not handle the case. And all the other attorneys for Donna also were kicked off. That's how the two new attorneys you see today got on the case. But it's been a year. It was September a year ago that she was supposed to go to trial. So almost a year. Is Donna in shackles, which is why there are skirts on the table, and does the jury need to be removed when she needs to leave the courtroom? I don't know fully the answer to that. I did see her sort of move outward, and it did seem to me like that. A lot of times they use something like a belt or some kind of electronic device as opposed to actual shackles when someone's in the courtroom, because it is very important that it not be perceived as this particular person is a prisoner, they're guilty just because of what they're wearing or the fact that they've already been shackled and they already are so dangerous they can't be allowed loose in the public. Crab Kitten is wondering what the jury's reaction will be to the fact that Donna is so emotional about something that happened 11 years ago. And that's a good point. I'm not sure at all that this is going to be in Donna's favor. I'm not sure that if she had continued this for a long while, that I think the jury might have looked kind of askance. Like, it's a long time ago and she's awfully emotional. And boy, the way she was talking about him, it doesn't really fit. I can definitely see the jury potentially having that reaction and not thinking anything positive about Donna from it. I don't know. The fact that it gets cut off now might actually be in Donna's favor. But you definitely have a point. Who is the gentleman in the light suit jacket sitting behind and to Phil's left? I didn't notice that person. I'm not really sure. Michelle is a new member. Welcome, Michelle. We are glad to have you. Claudia Harrigan wants to know about Rob Adelson. Yes, I forgot to mention him earlier. Also potentially someone who will testify. He's given depositions. He is capable of being brought. Will he be brought? What will he say? We know very little about that because we able to have, he's not testified before. This would be the first trial he would testify in. We did get a hint from a defense motion that was filed that he apparently said that he thought Donna was guilty. And the fact that he said that, the defense said the jury should never hear that. I agree with that. And so did the judge. That's the fact that he thinks she's guilty. That's not really relevant evidence. If he has evidence that she hated Dan Markel, that she took some step toward it or knows something like that, he would be allowed to testify to that. But what he really knows that's going to actually come in evidence? Good question. I'm very curious about that too. There's a lot that we have to look forward to and that we're waiting to see in this case. I don't think there is a line. I'm not seeing Nancy Perry asking me about a lineup of witnesses for today. It may be a little different from Charlie's trial, but fairly early on, they put Luis Rivera and Wendi Adelson on the stand. And we do know the judge said there are 3 more witnesses for today. Last time, Wendi was, I think, third on the witness stand, third witness, and her testimony bridged day 1 into day 2. I don't know if she'll be on the stand today. She's coming from out of state, so they may have to arrange things around that. Oh, looks like I'm going to add that to the stage. It's like they're getting ready to start. Oh, good. Okay. It added right. Always a great relief. Never completely sure. But yes, we got it added right. And it looks like they're getting ready to start. I saw the judge just a minute. Wild and getting wilder, says Destination New York. I agree with you. I fully agree with you. Why is Wendy's cross limited? Sounds unfair. And Nina, that's exactly what the defense says, because they're saying, why would that be? Why would you let them subpoena her and not let us subpoena her? But there is a difference, and the case law, I thought the same thing, to be honest. I actually read some of the case law, like, that doesn't seem right. But the case law was pretty clear, and so I think the judge made the right call. If all of the questions would incriminate Wendi Adelson, but I don't think he has evidence of that yet. So I think he pulled the trigger a little too fast. But the courts have said, well, if you've got the right to bring witnesses to trial in your favor, and you have the right not to incriminate yourself. Those are kind of contradictory things. And we're going to weigh on the side of not incriminating yourself. So good question. All right, looking for more questions through here, and I'm looking for question marks at the beginning. If Donna testifies, is it the same as other witnesses in the sense of cross-examination, so the prosecution can only ask some questions? They'll be allowed a pretty wide latitude in cross-examining her, but the fact of the matter is just about anything, they are going to be limited to the topics, but anything the defense says is going to trigger their ability to ask about the crime. There's nothing else they could put her on the stand for and limit it. So there will be full cross-examination of Donna if she takes the stand. They will be able to ask all of the questions they want to ask for. Can I ask y'all, please hit that like button. Let YouTube know we're back, we're awake, we're here, we're ready to go. Thanks, I would appreciate it. If you are not subscribed, we would absolutely love to have you as a subscriber to the channel. It's free, just hit that subscribe button right down there. All right, I'm looking for question marks. All right, wait, none of y'all have any questions? I'm not gonna hit the end, am I? Oh, there we go. Why don't they subpoena Wendi's friends? Andy Amok asks, and we did hear, as I recall, from at least one of Wendi's friends, didn't we? Charlie's trial. I know that they were Wendi's friends if they ever decide to charge Wendi, but it may be that they've decided that none of them have evidence relevant enough that they want to bring them in Charlie's trial or now in Donna's trial. It may just be that they don't really feel like they would move the needle anywhere. But I feel like they brought one friend in Charlie's trial. I can't remember who it was. But if they find anybody, then yep, they will probably bring somebody. And I think they definitely would do that with Wendi. I saw an interrogation interview of a witness who was being interviewed shortly after the death of Dan Markel. And she had been friends with both of them. It was pretty eye-opening. She talked about how bitter the divorce was and how taken aback Dan was by all of what had happened. So it was really interesting. Creative chaos. When someone is subpoenaed and they live out of state, does the state pay for them to go to court? So interesting question. And I don't actually know the answer. I can't fully answer you that. I will say that on the civil side, you would have to pay them, but they would have to agree to that because the subpoena power would not allow you to force them to another state. You would have to do it by deposition or by some way reaching into the state, like say a video that you could do, but you wouldn't, you could serve, you're not going to be able to make them travel. The subpoena power of the court goes right around the courthouse. So I have wondered about that. I think Wendi comes of her own volition. That would be my view of it. I don't think that they have anyone else coming from out of state except maybe Rob Adelson. Rob Adelson would be from out of state, but again, would be somebody who was volunteering to come. Claudia, did you see what Harvey was doing when the photos were showed? No, I don't remember that. Do you mean during the trial or do you mean the photos of him at the courthouse? Looks like they're getting started. Let's go ahead. No sound yet, but they'll get started in just a minute. How long does this take in trial?
That's right. Go ahead.
The defense advised they've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. It's exhibit 64, it's a female exhibit, composite, and I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A. Yeah, Coach.
Okay.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, and Wendi replied March 28, 2011. It includes content and paragraph 3. Which is a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. Defense is objecting
that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It was a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendi made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendi are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
I'm not sure what to do on this one. I wonder what the comment is. That would help me decide.
Capital as it relates to the comments going toward the parents.
It's relevant, Judge. Goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right.
I want to know what
That's
the
not what the
email
email
says.
It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
It's frustrating not to have the details about what was actually said, because if the defense is right that this is just a comment made 3 years beforehand while they're still married, that Donna doesn't like Danny's parents, that's really not going to be relevant. But if the comment has to do with a dislike and not wanting them to spend time with the kids because it will cut into her time, well, okay, maybe it's a little bit different, but we aren't really given the details. I'm just thinking, not sure on this one. His eyebrows raised. Looks like he's reading the email, which definitely a good plan. I think the answer might depend on what exactly happens with that email. The implication was Wendi made comments as well. Wasn't clear whether
Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie in to other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that.
A good, honest answer.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's definitely it.
Very well. Over objection, I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent towards deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
Is the defense thinking about whether they want to do that?
We're asking, yes, we would ask for a limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that he and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to, it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the court would suggest.
His family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm
Ms. Kaplan,
confused.
as to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. It's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, the defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss. I think that an instruction that, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm open to suggestions.
Considered for defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It's not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Kaplan. Well, down.
Let me talk a little bit about kind of what's happening here and why this is actually hard for the defense. Anytime you give a limiting instruction, it has an advantage in that the judge himself will tell the jury, I want you to only pay attention for this in one particular context. But the truth is, human nature means that they literally can't do that. You can't think of something in one context and completely separate it from every other context. It's just not realistic. We ask jurors to do that all the time, but it's kind of a crazy ask because you can't. And so in this particular case, the ask and the judge's instruction to the jury emphasizes what's happened. And so often struggle with that idea. Do I want a limiting instruction or don't I? Because if a limiting instruction is given, we kind of highlight what just happened. And I know that the limiting instruction won't really work. You can tell jurors that, but you can't really make their minds draw those fine distinctions because that is not realistic. On the issue of this, I'm glad to hear that the judge has excluded anything related to visitation with the grandparents because I did feel like that was unduly prejudicial and not related directly to the question of the murder because it was not something that Charlie did directly and is not something now that Donna has done directly. So I think that was a wise move by the judge, much safer on appeal. As far as this, we haven't heard enough about it that I can say for sure, but it does seem to me like it probably is a good idea to keep this out. It sounds like she's talking about just schlepping the kids. Doesn't really sound like a lot of animus. It just sounds like it's annoying everybody to have to drive the kids all the way. I understand her point, the prosecutor's point, And the judge appears he's going to let it in. He's going to make that decision. I doubt seriously that this is reversible. But now the defense, I think, thought it would be excluded, and they seem to be facing the fact that it will not be.
Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
You may.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Which is what Rob Adelson would say, from what we've heard.
Response.
Judge, this is not an email from my client, from Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top, Judge. It's my fault.
But that's not the.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's State's Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related. On Exhibit 64I.
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception? It's
That's
a statement of
definitely
a party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging their children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to motive to dissidence.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. It's not, you just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as
I'm going in with the defense again here. I don't really see what that has to do with anything. I know they want to show that Donna was controlling and micromanaging, but they've got plenty of evidence that shows that. Something that happened after all of this, something that happened related to getting Wendi to date again and looking for people for her to date again. I don't really see that as relevant to the murder. I'd have to go with the defense on that. Sorry.
to this item, this is you said 64I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson, just on the wire, speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date, and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendi and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, that's the state of mind and motive. I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
All these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendi Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this.
Wendy's Google. Interesting. I wonder, did they have that before, or is that new? I don't remember that particular. I mean, goodness knows, they argue that there is controlling. Let's stop.
And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, I can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady. We're proposing redacting that on the page for your honor.
So is Wendi next, I wonder? All of these have to do with Wendi. I don't think they would have 3 more witnesses.
It's page 2 of
Including.
that email, if you wanted to. Second
If
page,
he were to be next.
2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial, so I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever your honor thinks on that one.
Folks,
I think the jury could take that as in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that nothing. Unless there's another motive I don't know about.
if in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Next judge is an email dated April 7th, 2015.
So it sounds like what they're doing is going document by document through things that will be asked of Wendi. So she probably will testify at some point today, maybe not right away. And they're trying to remove some of the things, some of the documents, some of the questions, some of the specific references within documents to anything that they find prejudicial that they don't think is appropriate. And so that's what the discussion is about. We're now on, I think, the 3rd item.
What's referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. May I approach?
Sounds like Donna made some kind of racial reference inside the email, and that's what the defense wants redacted in the discussion.
Email is an email regarding Wendi moving, and the evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on. But the idea is that there was no fear for Wendi's safety. That email is dated
7:15, I believe, the last date of June.
Thank you.
If you have to start the foundation with 1 witness, but enter at a later point, that's certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question. The email that I'm looking at was provided to us on July 15th, 2014, is to Jeff Goss from Wendi Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at Miami Real Estate.
That's not for you.
Can I show the exhibit to the test?
Please do.
It's always hard to evaluate these when they're passing documents back and forth that you can't see. So the judge complained earlier that this really should have happened earlier. This shouldn't be on the day of trial with the jury's motions in limine. So it's a smooth experience for the jury, and they don't have to wait, cool their heels while everybody's thinking through the documents, which everyone knew were going to be used all along. So that's a common complaint. They'd like things figured out earlier. So it does sound to me like Wendi likely will testify today. That's certainly what happened in Charlie's trial as well, that she testified very early. Her lawyer said she would testify early. So we have every reason to think that will happen today. So these relate, we do know that they have brand new emails that they got.
We've been handed as of April 7th, 2015, 4:42 p.m. This is regarding Wendi moving. It had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security. They're being actively extorted under threat for their lives, one would expect and inquire about such a thing.
He's gonna let this.
You may lay the foundation, or this begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. I'm going to find evidence that demonstrates defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with those. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we've continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
I told you you'd be mad.
Provided with. I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections listed. And then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails. The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the state's exhibit you're referring to.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something. But they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times. At this point, with 30 minutes behind, which then are there any matters that need to be addressed?
There's one more that I asked for. It's dated April the 20th of 2016. And it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
64II, Judge, is an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Well, that does sound relevant. Well, it depends on what she's saying. That can't be the reason. It must be something different.
Outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
Or is she saying, we will not allow him to be sad? I'm not sure which way it was meant. Yeah, the judge is irritated that all this stuff is getting thrown at him while the jury's out there waiting. Again, the eyebrow raise, like, oh, that spot, that's the one the state wants in. That's the phrase. So we've got several documents here that the defense is objecting to and trying to get either redacted or excluded. And so far, the judge has admitted pretty much everything.
Again, the purposes of being offered for is going to motive or state of mind. What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. What she's describing as her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
Gentlemen, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so in the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Okay, so judge is saying, look, I'm not really sure I see this. So let's have a little bit more about it. I think anyway, that what he said was he wanted a proffer of it. In other words, he wanted her to explain, get the witness to say what exactly, why this is relevant, or at least answer the questions about it so that he could tell a little bit more about it. And it's just what I said was, it depends on kind of the context around this email. Is Donna saying, we refuse to allow him to be sad about his father? Or is she saying, I don't think it could possibly be that he's sad about his father. I think it must be some other thing that's causing whatever problem the kid had. And it's not just a little hard. It's impossible to tell without more context. But the judge seemed to be concerned that it was more of an issue than some of the other ones. So we'll find out what happens.
And commenting on how the child
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive and thinking that wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sure, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with the father, stated December 18th, 2013. It has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit A.1. While the defense is looking that over, I also have a stipulation of the parties' man approach.
Okay.
This will be the first. I'd like to have your honor read this to the jury as they come back in.
This is actually potentially huge. I would like to know more about it. I'll talk about it in just a minute when you hear what he says about it. While he's doing that, I'll stop for just a minute. It sounds like one of the arguments made in the opening statement by the defense was that Donna Adelson herself facilitated Dan Markel doing these nightly Skype readings to his kids whenever the kids were with her or were out of Dan Markel's general area. She would allow him to call by Skype, and she would set it up and facilitate it for him so he could read to the children at night. He loved his kids. And that was one of the arguments made by the defense in opening statements. The fact that they have marked this AA.1 of the state means we're moving it to the front of the list. That's what it sounds like to me. And we would like you to read something to the jury. It sounds to me like they believe that a statement made in opening statement was incorrect or false, and that they are trying to get it set up so that the jury will learn right away that a statement made in opening was false. But we'll see. That's why I'm kind of excited about this, figuring out what it is.
Circle back to that. With that stipulation, we're ready. Other issues.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule over motion that these can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to, 64 I should say, that's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Portion, it reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here is the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. She's forwarding a Skype plan from Dan Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently and saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests that Mrs. Adelson has not done, or at least that there's been issues in facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask you admit it based on the statements made in the opening statement.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now when the Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's all. Please bring in the jurors. I are offered the limited instruction will be given. Thank you.
So jury coming in, and what we've got, I think the judge is a little skeptical on that one. I think we'll find out more about it. I think it's a lot less exciting than maybe the prosecution thought. I think just the idea that please help me do this suggests it was done more for Wendi than done for Dan Markel, but I don't know that it undermines or suggests that Donna hadn't done it. It just, maybe she didn't want to do it. So it's less, I think it's a good document, but I'm not sure that it's as exciting as I initially thought based on their reaction.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I trust you had a restful lunch break. Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When you agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and were determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Craig Isom.
All right, got another witness. Coming up.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, Craig Isom.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired.
Congratulations. Where did you work when you worked?
Sent to Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with the Tallahassee Police Department?
28 and a half years.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder of Dan Markel?
I was.
How long did Dan Markel live after being shot?
I believe my understanding was around approximately 11 hours.
As part of your investigation, were the people closest to the victim interviewed, including his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
When and where did you approach Wendi Adelson?
She was at a restaurant in Tallahassee on Market Street.
What date and time did you approach her at the restaurant?
That was on the day of the shooting, which was July 18th, 2014. July 18th, 2014. It was approximately 2:50 in the afternoon.
All right, so approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes after the shooting?
Approximately, yes.
What did you say when you approached her?
I told her that I needed to discuss something with her in private. She was with two other individuals.
Two ladies having lunch?
3 total, yes.
And when you told her that you met with her, were you wearing police insignia? Did you identify yourself as law enforcement?
Immediately before I identified myself and said that I was there for the purpose of speaking with Wendi Adelson.
Okay.
And I had a badge on that was readily identifiable as a police officer.
All right. And did you reassure her that she wasn't in any trouble? Did you?
Yes, I got her to step away from the table she was eating at, approximately 10, 15 feet out of earshot of the other two individuals that were sitting at the table. And I told her that I needed to discuss with her something that happened with her ex-husband and that her children were not involved. I reassured her because the children had already been checked on. They were still at the daycare and they were fine.
As part of this approach of Wendi Adelson, were there any handcuffs involved?
No.
Any Miranda rights read?
No.
Any use of force at all?
No.
She was not detained or under arrest?
No.
At any time, did you tell her she was a suspect in anything?
No.
Was she a suspect in anything at that moment?
No.
At any time during your interview, did you do anything that would treat her as a suspect?
No.
In fact, you told her several times in the interview that she was not a suspect. Isn't that right?
I did.
Did you ever accuse her of anything?
No.
Did you provide her with a victim advocate?
Yes.
Is that something that your office typically does for next of kin when a tragedy has occurred?
Yes.
Did you allow her to access her phone during the interview?
Yes.
What did you learn about the victim's relationship with his ex-wife, Wendi Adelson?
They had gone through it and were still fighting in a contentious divorce regarding child custody.
With child
Regarding
custody?
including child custody.
All right, I'm going to approach with State's Demonstrative A. Have you had an opportunity to review this exhibit before today?
Yes.
What is that exhibit?
It's all of the filings from the divorce case between Wendi Adelson and Daniel Markel.
Starting with the petition for divorce and ending at the time of his death. Is that right?
Correct.
It was a classic moment in the last trial when the prosecution took that enormous notebook of filings and plopped it on the desk in front of Wendi. So as the big stack of filings that you had. And their point, of course, was how acrimonious the divorce was, and that they believe is the motivation behind the fact that Wendi Adelson and her family, Wendi not having been charged, but the family having been charged, were responsible for the death of Dan Markel. That bitter divorce was the seed of everything that happened.
And the filings in here, have you had an opportunity to review them?
Yes.
All right, and did this litigation include arguing over things so petty as a tennis racket?
It did.
Objection, Your Honor. Nothing's been entered into evidence. A witness testifying to the contents of the file.
Rule, the witness may testify concerning his personal knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you, Judge. As part of these proceedings, did Wendi Adelson seek to relocate with the children from Tallahassee to South Florida?
She did.
Did she say why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Staying the answer to the call for hearsay unless you have an exception.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review State's 60?
Yes.
Are those the portion of the divorce filings contained in State's Demonstrative A that can be directly linked to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Meaning she saw those items.
Yes.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I believe that's what Ms. Kaplan is doing right now. Overruled.
Move into evidence State 60, Your Honor.
So interesting objections. And it's interesting to me too, how much more dramatic they are, not dramatic, frequent they are from this defense and from Charlie's defense. I think Charlie's defense, Daniel Rashbaum, pretty much allowed whatever. And I think now we're seeing something different. We're seeing a much more aggressive approach from Donna's lawyers, trying to keep evidence out. They filed a whole lot of motions about keeping lots of little pieces of evidence out, trying to get them redacted. And they're showing us Donna, so it's interesting to see what her reaction is now. Of course, we're not talking about gruesome sorts of things, so it's, obviously a little different. We're waiting on a sidebar. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what the argument would be about. We were talking. There was the hearsay objection was granted on why she wanted to move to Florida, and it's really not a problem because they can ask. They can ask Wendi, why did you want to move to South Florida? And they can say, cross her with, well, didn't you tell the court that it was such and such? And if she denies it, then they can show her the documents. So they don't actually need this witness to say that. So I would move on from that if I were they. They're going to get it in one way or the other. So they did get in the argument over the tennis racket. That was maybe a little bit of a bonus that the judge gave them, because I don't think that necessarily had to come in. But it was small, and I think he was right to just let it in and move on. Is Wendi an attorney? The answer is yes, Wendi is an attorney. I don't think she's a practicing attorney. She was a law professor at one point. I think she's worked on she worked on human trafficking apparently as a program, but I don't know if she's practiced law as in like tried cases or had clients. I don't know that, but she is a trainee. I think that's how she met Dan Markel. I think found each other on a dating site, and I think they both had been to law school, and that was a connection. So I think Normal Mom has a pretty good point here. If the kids can't be sad 2 years afterwards, then how can Donna be crying 11 years later? That is a really good point. And I wonder, I would like to know more about that document, what exactly it says, but I think that's a really good point, Normal Mom. All right. Well, we are, one of the things that I really note is the much more active objections from the defense. I think we're going to see a lot of that. I don't think they're going to let up. I think that's more their style. I think Daniel Rashbaum was sort of a get along, be agreeable with everybody. Not that he didn't need it, but I think his style was sort of different. And I think these attorneys will more aggressively argue every point that they think will be needed for their client. So I'm fascinated by the emails and going through them. The judge was very frustrated that all this had not been brought up before and that he's being asked to do this on the spur of the moment in court with the jury waiting. So we should I assume we'll be getting into those pretty pretty quickly, and that's why they had to be dealt with right now. They couldn't wait. He said earlier, he told the jury or the courtroom that there were 3 more witnesses for the afternoon. If Wendi is going to testify, I think she'd have to be the 3rd. She was up for several hours last time, so I don't think it would be something where they could get her done and 2 more all in one afternoon. So probably it would be something where possibly she would extend till Monday, although that is inconvenient for a witness coming from out of state. That's very inconvenient. So currently on the stand, for those of you who are just joining us, Greg Isom, retired Tallahassee police officer, and he was involved in interviewing Wendi Adelson shortly after Dan Markel's murder. They found her at a restaurant with some friends about 2:15 and went to the restaurant. They were looking to find the ex-wife, and he informed her he had something to tell her. The kids were completely fine, but he needed to tell her something about her ex-husband. And Wendi was not read her Miranda rights. She was not treated as a suspect. She was free to go. She had no handcuffs, but she was interviewed. And that interview is probably going to be played, at least in part, for the jury during the course of the trial, maybe right now. And that she was allowed to use her phone. She was even given a victim advocate. Wendi couches that as, yeah, that's because you didn't think I was guilty. So you were treating me like a victim, as you should. And I think the prosecution is saying, yeah, we gave her all this because we were duped and we were trying to assume that she wasn't involved, but we were treating her with kid point, treated her as somebody who had already committed a crime. We didn't do that. But there was this huge, enormous, very bitter divorce filing, and that huge document in front of the witness now. He was asked questions about it. He was asked about whether it included an argument over a tennis racket. So, like, in other words, it was so many things they were arguing over that even just the little thing like a tennis racket, that would set things off. An entire pleading would be filed over access to a tennis racket. And not just that, but more importantly for the case, whether and why Wendi wanted to move to South Florida. The witness was asked about that, and there was an objection that it was going to be hearsay because it's not the witness's document, and the witness is reading what someone else wrote in a document. So it's not the person who said that is not here to be cross-examined. And so I don't know if that's exactly what they're arguing about right now, but right now they're having a sidebar. So there we are. That is, in short, where things are currently. We're in the afternoon of the first day of the Donna Adelson trial, and we're moving very rapidly. They've gotten a lot in. If you have some questions, throw those up, and I don't think it'll be much longer, but just in case, we'll get to something if anybody has a question. The email, somebody asking about the emails. They weren't fully read, so what we're doing is trying to guess what they are. One related to Wendi moving to a new location, a new apartment or condo, and that it was more secure, the old one, and the new one was less secure. Apparently, the prosecution wants to argue Wendi would only do that and only be permitted by her family to do that if they weren't worried. If they thought there was some extorter or some criminal out there about to get them, they wouldn't let Wendi move to a less secure place. There was argument, though, over whether the email even said that. The defense said this was equally secure. There was no difference between the two. So Georgia Kappelman said, yeah, there is, and I'm going to be able to show that to the jury. There was also some interesting. Maybe it may take a while, and so we may get to hear this. Maybe they sending the jury out. Well, they haven't been in long to already be having the jury go out. I'm sure the judge is not happy. He's trying to get this trial moving.
Please be seated. What's that? You can step down, Mr. Isom. Please step outside the courtroom. Sure.
I am curious.
At this point, I'm nearing becoming inclined to send the jurors home for the day, as we are wasting a significant amount of time on matters that were either previously litigated or now are still being challenged for reasons that could have been handled out of court. Mr. Zellman, for any item that is being objected to with State 60 that you are claiming has no tie to your client's communications, you need to look through that binder now.
Judge, part of the objection that we're making concerning that is without laying the foundation through a witness with personal knowledge, there is no tie to my client. Anything, and specifically anything post-dissolution, so post July 31st of 2013 that's in here, there's no evidence.
I heard this argument previously.
Yes.
It has been ruled upon.
Yes.
At this point, if the state has multiple witnesses that the foundation can be laid through, your objection will be noted for the record, but we are going to move on. If you need to look through this binder to match it up with specific communications in which you believe no foundation can be laid, you'll need to take the time. But as far as wasting the jurors' time on this any further today, what else does the defense need to look through concerning these exhibits?
Judge, I think you can tell that. I don't think there's anyone watching this who has some doubt. Is the judge satisfied? No, the judge is very unhappy. He's unhappy specifically with the defense.
Before we leave here today, if we need to go through every single state exhibit to deal with any objections concerning them, we will do so, however long that takes. But we're not going to be wasting the jurors' time.
Let me stop this just for a second. So here's how it works. Before trial starts, both sides submit their exhibit lists. I on one side will submit it to the other side will submit theirs to me. So Donna Adelson submits her exhibit list and her witness list to the state, and vice versa. State submits. And part of the reason that that's done, that people exchange exhibits, is so that all of this stuff can get taken care of in advance. Judges are very strict about that, and they are upset about that. There's even a deadline specifically for when you have to put in your objections to specific exhibits. And that is done so that there can be a ruling on that. So everybody knows, here's the exhibit, here's the objection, the judge can rule, and then there's no waste of time. Everything moves forward smoothly from then on. And so what the judge is upset about is all of this stuff coming up at trial. He's saying, I should have been asked about this earlier. There should already be a ruling on this, not me having to literally read the document, read the email right here as the jury's sitting out there, because that's a waste of everybody's time. And he's very frustrated with that, which I do understand. That is unusual.
Just a moment.
Nightbot has gone rogue, someone is saying. Oh, dear. Nightbot is a little aggressive. It's a YouTube thing, so I don't know why it's so aggressive. I've tried to make it less aggressive, but it's not as easy as you might think. So hopefully Marlon can take some notes for me and let me know what it's doing, and we'll see if we can persuade it to be a little less difficult. So I think the defense now is trying to decide, and I guess I didn't even need to mute it. I could have just kept talking since they're going to sit for a while. But this is what's so frustrating, right? The judge wants to have all this done. He had a deadline for it, and apparently they didn't file an objection to each of these exhibits. I don't know if it's been see them or it had been, I don't know. I can't figure it out. The that the defense attorney gave was we were given a binder with exhibits that was all jumbled up. But you would think they would still go through it and say, okay, well, I'm going to object to this one, which is the first one in the thing, and here's my objection, and here's my second one. It might be confusing as to which one they meant, but everyone would know there was an objection. So I am surprised by that too. So I understand his frustration in wanting to have this all done and finding that it's not, and the jury sitting out there waiting. Always frustrating. He's looking for a motion. Okay. And he's supposed, the judge has asked him, is there anything else? let's find out what we still don't have. We're going to stay here all day. He said, whatever they need to do to look through to figure out what these are, he wants to do it.
Concerning establishing the foundation for proving my client's knowledge, we're ready to proceed.
Concerning that, Ms. Kappelman, between former Detective Adelson, Wendi Adelson, or any other witnesses, are you going to be establishing the foundation as to the defendant's knowledge or connection through multiple witnesses?
May I have a moment, please?
Go ahead.
See, it's not an easy answer. She's got to make sure that is the case. They're going to establish the foundation. I agree that Isom is not the right person.
I plan to do that. I provided this exhibit to the defense. I have not heard anything about an objection, so I have not planned to ask this, go through every single piece of paper with this witness. I can do that, but that is going to take some time. I will need a recess to prepare for that. I do have a list of how each piece of paper is related to the defendant, but this witness isn't prepared to go through every single piece of this exhibit.
Are you requesting for me to send the jurors home for the day?
No. I think I've complied with the court's ruling, and I'm requesting that the exhibit be admitted pursuant to that and move on.
There does have to be a foundation as to the nexus between the defendant's either communications or actions and these pleadings. That was the ruling. For what was provided in discovery.
Is that something that needs to be done in front of the jury, Judge, or is that something we can tie up later and move on right now?
You can tie up later, but it will not be admitted until the foundation is tied up.
Okay, Judge, I think that would be my preference then.
Very well, please bring the jurors up.
Okay, so what you're hearing, and it sounded a little confusing, but essentially what they're saying is that Georgia Kappelman wants to admit these documents. You can't admit the documents until someone lays a foundation for them. So she is going to be allowed to ask questions, but it won't literally be admitted. It won't actually be an exhibit until someone lays the foundation for that. And I do agree with the defense that this witness can't lay the foundation for the divorce pleadings between Wendi and Dan Markel, because this witness is not directly related to that. But it's always sort of a chicken or egg problem, because they want to ask this witness about some of the things in it. And later, everyone's assuming this will be completed when a witness comes in and actually gives the evidence that says, yeah, I recognize these documents. Last time, I believe in Charlie's trial, they had the attorney come in and say that this, or Wendi, I think they started with Wendi, and they had the attorney say, yeah, this looks like the file. Yes, I looked through it. I can identify that. So they are saying, so the argument is over not just whether it will be used, but whether it will be admitted into evidence. And that's what they've been fighting about. And the judge is upset because he feels like if there wasn't an objection earlier, everyone was entitled to believe it was going to be admitted into evidence. And he's frustrated that wasn't raised earlier by the defense.
Please direct Detective Adelson to come back in and take the stand.
He is frustrated.
Detective Adelson, come back in.
The cycle circle Z. Yes, the order of witnesses is always critical to laying the foundation. That's, remember I said they think so hard about the order of witnesses. That's one of the things you think about. You can't start with the witness late down the line. You've got to start with the one who gets the document in. Sometimes the beginning of a trial can be really boring because it's a bunch of random people laying foundation for very small pieces of evidence that ultimately will matter.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue your examination, Ms. Kempelman.
Thank you.
We're waiting. Wow, startled the witness too. We're waiting for the jury to come back in.
Approach with State's Exhibit 64.
Oh no, the jury's back.
Recognize State's 54.
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
these are the emails, I believe. I believe these are Wendi Adelson's computer.
Was a search warrant issued to Wendi Adelson's Google account?
Yes.
And did we receive emails subject to that search warrant?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 64 contain fair and accurate copies of emails between Wendi Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the yellow tab there. In particular, are you familiar with this email? For the record, Judge, this is tab AA.
This is. Yes.
Is that an email that was sent from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson? On the bottom.
This is from Donna.
Well, okay. It starts out as something from Danny, right?
Right. Dan sends this email to Wendi,
Okay.
and
what
it's CC individual.
does Wendi do with it?
She forwarded it to her mother.
Okay. And is the content of the email related to what we refer to as the grandma motion?
Yes.
What is the grandma motion?
This is where Dan Markel.
What is the objection?
First of all, lack of foundation and it's hearsay at this point.
Overruled as to lack of foundation. The investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kempelman.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, then object again. Mrs.
Well,
Adelson,
members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take, right?
Bailiff, take them out. Is that what he said? I think he's going to call it for the day and sit here and go through documents. He was expecting hearsay motions earlier and they weren't made.
Investigator Adelson, if you could step down, please, sir.
Send the witness out again. We're right back where we were.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home, so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to? Capital, concerning AA, does the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Isom capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendi Adelson.
Well, is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
So, no question. Judge is unhappy. Judge is unhappy this wasn't done in advance. I think their hearsay motion is pretty strong, it sounds like. Their hearsay objection is pretty strong. And the state is acknowledging I can't lay that foundation until I get Wendi up. When I get her up, I can do that. So it would have been maybe better to have brought the people who could have laid that foundation before this witness, but it is always a dance.
Are there any other exhibits that pertain to Detective Isom that need to be dealt with while the jurors are out of the room?
Would you like to know what items I intend to introduce, Judge, through him?
Please, so we can handle these objections now, and there will not be a constant back and forth for the jurors need to leave the room.
Exhibit 55. Well, 60 is the divorce excerpts, which again, we're going to deal with separately. The email, 64, my understanding is we're going to deal with AA, and then the rest of it is going to come into evidence with this witness at this time. 65, Mr. Rivera's ticket, which is certified. 66, Garcia's ticket, which is certified. 67, Save Gas records with certification. 68, Adelson Institute records with certification.
She's listing what she's going to put in.
By defense that need to be handled out of the presence of the jury concerning these items.
I don't think they're going to.
There's a couple more, Judge.
Go ahead.
89, Premiere video clips. 90, bus video clips. 119 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from Premiere, and 120 is a thumb drive containing the raw data from the bus.
No objection to those, Your Honor.
Please bring back in the detective.
Okay, so for jury, they've gotten their exercise today in and out, in and out. As far as the judge, though, he is not happy. He clearly is wanting this to have all been decided in advance. I will say it's often common, just to be honest, that lawyers file their objections, and it's usually detailed, each of one decided, and then the judge does rule at trial. But in this case, it sounds like they weren't even listed in advance. So this is all kind of hitting the judge by surprise right here at trial. And he's not happy, and he's not happy focused on the defense. That's what where he thinks the responsibility lies. They were supposed to have done all this earlier. So I don't think, I mean, for the certified copies of tickets and stuff, there's not going to be any issue with that. But the divorce excerpts, that's harder. This witness doesn't have any actual real knowledge of that. I can see where there would be an objection to that. And the same with
As to AA, whichever portion of the foundation you're capable of laying with the detective, you can at least start it with that. As to the rest of it, you can seek to admit it if the foundation can be laid without it, or without any other witnesses.
So I think we're waiting on the jury. Thank you, Miss Nels Crops. I really appreciate your gift of lawyerly memberships. Thank you. So do the people who will receive them. Thank you for doing that. Interesting question from Ether.
Please bring back in the jurors.
Can he say no to because it wasn't argued pre-trial? Yes, you can waive your objections by not arguing them when the judge has told you to, not making those objections. Typically, the judge is going to want to get it right, so he's not taking that stance that as a blanket you've waived them all. Besides, it is common to make objections during the trial. I mean, that is kind of a normal thing. This is just more, and it's document directed at the documents that people want to use. Interesting question. Thank you for bringing. Roosevelt Media News wants to know, does this give the defense some kind of advantage? I don't think so. I think if anything, it's hurting the defense because the judge is furious. You can see how mad he is. And he's not understanding why he's having to waste the jury's time. He does not want this. So I don't think it's giving them any advantage. I think they made a mistake not to have been more careful about their objections in advance. Well, we will see what happens. It's been quite the first day of trial. I forgot, I'm supposed to talk more softly when we have this stream up. So I'm going to try to talk more softly so you can keep this at an even keel. Sorry about that. I get a little excited. We are behind it all, are we? We can for sure speed up. I think we're right on time. We will wait for the jury too, just like the jury had to wait for everybody. The interesting thing is we're getting into some potentially new documents that we did not have in Charlie's trial and that we have not seen before. And boy, that's going to be super interesting. We're getting the prosecution's take on some of the stuff that Donna said. This is our first time seeing it. I think the prosecutor's pretty put out too. She seems upset at the derailment and at some of the objections. I think some of these objections are legitimate. They're just later than they should have been. So, and like I started to say earlier, it is our to try to get the right witness at the right time. That's why you struggle so hard with that. You have to lay the foundation to get your important documents in early. But on the other hand, that can be a pretty boring witness, and that it's like a puzzle, a giant puzzle that you're putting together, because this exhibit has to be in before this witness, and this witness has to know about this, and you have to lay those things in order. And it's hard. It's not an easy thing. You may think, oh, just put your most exciting witness up first. And there's some attempt to do that, but it doesn't always work. Sometimes you can't do that. Okay, here our jury coming back in. We'll be moving on to that. There's Donna. I like the light gray sweater a lot better.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination of Mr. Isom as it relates to the foundation.
You, I believe, previously indicated that you reviewed the divorce file as part of your investigation.
Yes.
And that's the court file.
Yes.
All right. And as part of your investigation, did you review the email or subject to Wendi Adelson's Google search warrant?
Yes.
And in those emails, was there an email in which the contents of, well, let me ask you first about the motion. Did you review a motion where Dan Markel was seeking to restrict Donna Adelson's access to the children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And that motion was filed with the court?
Yes.
It was pending at the time of his death?
Yes.
And did you find in the emails any evidence that the contents of that motion were sent to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
And is that tab AA of State's Exhibit 64?
This is laying the foundation. She's doing a really good job laying the foundation.
Yes.
And are the contents of that email substantially similar to the allegations made in the court filing?
Substantially, yes.
Okay. And what is the, of what it is that Dan Markel is requesting?
He does not want Donna Adelson to have unsupervised contact with his children
Why not?
because of the statements that are made in here and that was shown in the court filing, that the children reflected that grandma says you're stupid, grandma says she hates you.
And
Judge, I simply do not read from any document that has not been admitted.
at this time, Judge, I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 64.
All parts or just the part that does not include AA?
Subject to tying up AA, I would seek to admit the whole thing.
States 64, any objection?
Just the objection previously made, Your Honor.
Concerning States 64, it will be admitted except for Part AA and any later foundation that needs to be addressed.
Did, in your review of these emails contained in State's Exhibit 64, the defendant, Donna Adelson, use any strong language against Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did she call him any names?
Yes.
I would ask you to review State's Exhibit 64, tab DD.
So it was not fully admitted. AA was not admitted. So we'll have to lay better foundation.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What email is that?
This is from Donna to Wendi.
And does she call Dan any names in that email?
She calls him Elvis.
Is that the
How
name?
about asshole?
I know it's in here.
Take your time.
Elvis. Where did that come from?
Have you ever seen an email where she called him an asshole?
I've seen an email, but I don't see it here.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Tab M, please.
Emma?
M as in Mike.
M.
I guess tell us who it's to, who it's from, and the date, please.
It's from Donna to Wendi, March 6th, 2013.
Does she call Dan Markel any names in that email?
It'd help if they were maybe highlighted or discussed maybe in advance. That would make this go a little faster.
Yes, she does.
There we go.
What names does she call him?
In this
Name.
particular email, after the first paragraph, it says that she calls him a major fucker.
Please refer to tab Q on May 3rd of
Oh.
13 email.
Yes,
Does that email, is it from Donna to Wendi?
it is.
And does it reference Wendy's relocation efforts?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Wendy's relocation efforts are extremely important to Donna Adelson?
yes,
Please reference tab B as in Victor, a June 25th email. Are you familiar with the court filing in which relocation was denied?
yes.
Do you know on which date relocation was denied?
June 20th, 2013.
So this is email on tab
Very
B as in Victor. Is it 5 days after relocation was denied?
It is June 26, 2013.
Does Donna Adelson, the defendant, propose another plan to facilitate relocation in light of
Wait, it was the year before. I need to correct that.
the court's ruling?
Yes,
So this is done after the court's ruling,
correct.
and relocation is still being discussed.
Yes.
Okay, what does she suggest?
She suggests that the children between Wendi and Dan start attending, or her, at least the ruse of them going to a Christian church or a Catholic church.
And to take pictures of it and send it to Dan Markel, right?
Yes,
To strong arm him into agreeing to the relocation, right?
correct. Coercion.
Did Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, suggest a bribe to Dan Markel to cause him to allow these kids to be moved to South Florida?
Yes.
Draw your attention to tab W. What is the proposal in reference to this bribe?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any death benefits, any monies that were to be gained from the death of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Did he have a life insurance policy? What was the amount of the life insurance policy?
One of them was for $2 million.
And a second one for $60,000?
$60,000 from the second one through the law school.
Were there any survivor benefits for these kids in the event of Dan's death?
There was
What are those?
$4,800 a month.
Who gets that money for the disbursement of the kids?
Wendi Adelson.
What about through his employment at FSU Law School? Did he have a pension there?
Got a pension, a deferred comp, 401k,
And an estate worth some money, right?
approximately $300,000.
What was the total value of Mr. Markel's estate?
2.7 million.
As part of your investigation, did you attempt to establish a timeline of the victim's activities prior to his murder?
Let's talk
Yes.
a second, talk about what we've just heard, because I want to talk a little bit about that relocation being denied. You may remember in the opening statements, the defense made the point that relocation, that was in the rear view window. Nobody was thinking any more about relocation. It was denied by the court a year before the death of Dan Markel, and Donna wasn't thinking any more about that. She had no idea that was going to happen. Everyone had assumed, since the court ruled against it, it was over and done. There was no remaking that motion. But the reason Georgia Kappelman is putting this evidence in for the prosecution is she's saying 5 days after the judge ruled, when supposedly it was all done and there was no going back, you have this sort of extreme reaction from Donna Adelson about how she still wants to relocate, and maybe there are ways to threaten Dan Markel that would cause him to do it. For example, putting the children in Catholic church, knowing that would offend Dan, who was observant Jewish, and maybe taking photographs of that, of claiming they've been baptized, things like that would really bother Dan Markel. And now they're getting into some of the financial reasons that Dan Markel might have been worth more dead than alive to Wendi Adelson, and why his money might be useful for the kids. Now, we're going to find out that Wendi did not actually get all of that money, that it was actually, and so we'll hear more about that when Wendi takes a stand, but that's the kind of thing we're talking about right here.
What did he do that day?
At 8:50 a.m., he dropped off his children at the preschool daycare on West Tharp Street. From there, he proceeded to go back across town to Premier Fitness gym off of Village Square Boulevard.
Was there any surveillance at the gym?
Yes,
And was that collected by law enforcement?
it was.
We know from Charlie's trial and from earlier trials that there is video.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 119, a thumb drive containing the surveillance collected from Premier Gym.
Any objection? There you are. Case 119 is admitted.
And was the raw data or surveillance video collected from the gym compiled in a way that shows what it is we're looking for concerning Mr. Markel?
That's correct, yes.
Was that done in State's Exhibit 89?
I believe so.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence, State's 89.
Any objection? There you are. States 89 is admitted.
Were you able to see on this gym surveillance video Mr. Markel's vehicle enter the parking lot of the gym?
Yes,
At what time does he enter the parking lot of the
I
gym? if
believe
you
it was
remember? 9:11 sound right?
9/11, yes.
We're talking about AM, so you said he dropped the kids off at 8:50 and he arrives at the gym at 9:11?
8:50 a.m. is when he dropped the children off, and he signed them in at the daycare. And then at 9/11 is when you see his car enter the parking lot at Premier, all on July 18th, 2014.
And were you able to see anything sinister about the parking lot of Premier Gym on the morning of Mr. Markel's shooting?
Following Markel's car entering the lot, and later a vehicle enters the lot that is similar in description from the next witness, Mr. Geiger.
What does the suspect vehicle do when Mr. Markel enters the gym?
It parks and no one gets out of the car.
How long does the suspect vehicle stay there while Mr. Markel's in the gym?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, but it's quite some time that the whole time he's in the gym, and even after he comes out, gets back in his car and leaves. That's when the car leaves at the same.
All right, so the whole time he's in the gym doing his workout, this suspect Prius is in the parking lot.
Correct.
And when he comes,
This is some really good detective work because what they're doing here is they're taking Dan Markel's tracks, what he did the day of, they're following him and they're looking around it and they find this Prius that matches what they were told from the neighbor who lived across the street about the vehicle that was at Dan Markel's house. He told us this morning that he didn't know exactly what the vehicle was, but he did say that it seemed similar, was white or silver, et cetera, close to the Prius. He was shown a picture of that. And so now we've got this witness talking about how they began to trace that and how they took it all the way back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, the two hitmen.
comes out to leave and gets in his vehicle, what happens with the Prius then?
The Prius follows.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce State's Exhibit 89. I'm sorry, I introduced it. I'm asking to publish it at this time. Thank you.
And that's obviously, so, okay. So we're seeing the
Is
videos
this
now.
black vehicle Mr. Markel's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda 4-door.
They circle it so you can see which one it is. That's Dan Markel.
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, the Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markel inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym.
Yes, it's just the opposite, camera facing the opposite direction. And this is the car reversing course coming back towards the front doors.
Whoa. Barely had a little fender bender there.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't read 10:30. This is 10:38.
It is hard to read.
Is this Mr. Markel exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the Premier in the same door he came in. Sorry, it's 10:33 on the timestamp.
Thank you.
There he is leaving. It's right about to hit 10:34. Almost. Right there. It's eerie, really, seeing the video.
That's Mr. Markel making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Got it circled, or did have it circled. You see him walk out. You can see him tiny back there getting in his car. Kind of to the
Once he
left
gets in
of
the car,
the
does he
flag.
sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry?
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
238. Backs. Goes his
That's
car.
him exiting.
Will we see the suspect vehicle pull out
It's coming
behind
from the
him?
back side. See it?
It's a long way away, really. Of course, I think the prosecution would say they know where they're going, so the only issue is when.
Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markel's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logic route from here to Mr. Markel's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it was a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
Right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and State's Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
You better say no, right?
Permission to publish State's 90.
You may.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute, can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is, the bus is pointing east. So just be that circle is where the flyover. If you're going southbound, you can take the flyover to get on Capitol Circle. After you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city.
So in other words, this is a video they're taking from a bus and you're going to watch the vehicle go by. So that's what he's trying to explain here.
Bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right?
I had to look at a lot of bus video to figure this out.
And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markel's car southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this exhibit right here, were you able to deduce the tag number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble,
lot
though, wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. The video could not be enhanced.
I was wondering if it could now.
Does the evidence suggest that Markel had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markel's car. So he must have beat the light or got through the intersection before this.
Okay, now can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markel's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand, we found out later on.
You found out later that Mr. Markel turned later on.
Yes,
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right, he turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Benton Road?
Yes.
The way he turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect go off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:40, no, 10:51.
Okay. And what time does our, pause it please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Well, we narrowed it down even more than that. But,
Okay. Tell me how you narrowed it down further.
well,
than that.
this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus route, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened, and you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
So that helps you narrow it down to what as the time of death?
10:50. Well, at 10:51, he's in the Prius is in the turn lane. At 10:55, they've already left Prescott and they're northbound towards I-10.
And you say they, why do you say they?
Well, here shortly, you'll see what appears to be two different individuals in the front seat of this car.
See something white moving around in the passenger seat?
Yeah, the white shirt, the person in that side of the car seems extremely animated, excited. And the other side, the best view that I've ever gotten is someone's in a black, solid black shirt or upper top.
All right, and this is a slowed down version to try to get a better look at those occupants. All right, what are these orange circles indicating?
These are characteristics of this car that we found to be unique. The passenger side mirror is solid black. These cars have, when they come new, the mirror is the same color as the car, the mirror casing on the outside. This one's been replaced, it appears, because it's black. The circle in the middle of the top of the windshield, that appears to be a sun pass or toll type pass activator. And then the lower bumper circle, that's where a tow hook can be threaded in for towing purposes, but otherwise it has a cap over it, and the cap is missing.
Were you able to deduce anything about the year of the Toyota Prius?
Based on the research that we did through Toyota, this was established to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius, and the color, as I said before, was silver pine mica.
All right, is it fair to characterize your investigation as having kind of two different veins at this point? We're looking at motive over here and we're looking at the Prius over here.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the sun pass transponder, so we know this Prius, I'm assuming it's not the only silver pine mica Prius between 09 and the state.
Correct.
So what do we do to try to track down the sun pass transponder?
I contacted Florida Department of Transportation, who administers the sun pass, and wanted to find out, what's the likelihood of that kind of car having a sun pass, and I was overwhelmed with, there was thousands. So that wasn't narrowing down anything very quick.
At that time, was SunPass more affiliated with South Florida, or did pretty much everybody in Tallahassee have one?
No, south and central, anything around south for the most part.
Okay. Did you have any indication based on the surveillance video available as to where the vehicle went after it fled from Markel's residence?
I just know that right here it's going northbound towards I-10 from Thomasville.
All right. Let's watch to the end.
This intersection is Armistead, so this is north of Benton, heading back towards I-10.
Was any cell phone analysis worked on in this case?
Excuse me?
Cell phone analysis.
Yes.
And I just want to say, I think this is some of the strongest work that law enforcement did. All of the work around following, tracing vehicle. It took a lot of work to put all that together, and they still have no idea. I mean, in his description, at this stage right here in their analysis, they still don't know where it went. This was really difficult, and it was the key to cracking the case. So I think this is one of the triumphs law enforcement has for this particular case.
Performed the cell phone analysis.
Sergeant Corbett.
Okay. And is that something that was going on simultaneously as you doing this SunPass?
That's correct.
Thing? Okay. And did Corbett's work include trying to look for phones of interest traveling in the areas that we know where you found our suspect vehicle?
That and Premier Jim.
and we will talk to Sergeant Corbett later, but based on his analysis, did you have an idea or develop an idea of the route that your suspects may have taken?
Yes.
All right, and what did you do to follow up on that?
Well, initially, because of our large expanse of cars, we started looking for South Florida at any cars going through the interchange southbound at Wildwood, where you get on the turnpike from I-75. That was a bust. We didn't. There was way too many thing that was concrete. So once the phone analysis was done, we had a better idea that there was one particular number, and tracking that went southbound on I-75 all the way to Naples, and then crossing over on Alligator Alley, which is still I-75 from west to east from Naples to Broward County.
And once you learned that it was actually this other route than what you would expect, were you able to do anything in reference to the toll plazas and the SunPass transponder that you weren't able to do previously?
That's correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Once we had that established, then I contacted the SunPass administrators again at Department of Transportation, and I explained to them what I had. I said, we got a Prius, a 2006 to 2009 silver pine mica. Not that they had that in the records. I said, but we had them going through approximately this toll plaza in Naples, going westbound. And once I gave them that and the time, within a couple minutes of when they would have gone through, they showed an activation with a transponder from the windshield at that toll plaza in Naples in Collier County, and there was only one Prius, and that's what we determined, that it was going back to South Florida and cutting across Alligator Alley.
All right, and were you able to backtrack and find the toll plaza record or SunPass record of the vehicle coming to Tallahassee as well?
Correct. On the 16th of July, that same transponder, we're talking about the sticker on the window, that same transponder went through from Broward County, West Broward County, through the other end of the toll plaza. There's one on each end. There's nothing in the middle. But one going eastbound, that same transponder on the 16th of July cut across Alligator Alley and then presumably went up 75, which the phone records will show that. And then the return trip was the first one we found.
And did that help you identify the particular SunPass transponder by like an identification number?
Yes.
And is a particular SunPass transponder affiliated with a particular vehicle through some type of SunPass record?
Yes, it shows the customer who purchased the SunPass, and they submit what kind of vehicle it is, the tag number, in case the SunPass, the transponder doesn't work, they can still use their credit because it'll take a picture of the tag.
All right, so what did you learn about the suspect vehicle at this time from the SunPass stuff?
It was a rental. It was a rental from a Miami car rental place called Save Gas.
This was just impressive detective work, I think. Really well done.
Did law enforcement go to Save Gas
They
in
did.
Miami?
Yes.
Was there any documentation discovered at that business
There
related
was.
to the rental of this vehicle?
There was.
67. Let's approach and show you what I marked as state 67. Recognize state 67.
Yes.
Okay, is that the rental contract that you found at the Save Gas related to your suspect vehicle?
That's correct.
Right. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that exhibit or that
Yes.
document? Moving evidence state 67, Your Honor.
67 is another.
Please, please,
Published 67.
But it is what broke the case
And
up.
what did we learn about people that rented the car from this state 67? Not on there? the vehicle?
According to this document, Luis Rivera, Normandy Drive in Miami is the one that rented this car.
One of the two hitmen.
Did he provide a phone number for himself?
Yes,
Is that the number listed right here?
yes.
Okay. And any other drivers listed on the contract?
No driver listed there, but up in the top, you see the word brother and a phone number that became significant.
All right. And whose phone number were you able to associate? Who were you able to associate this phone number with? The brother.
Sigfredo Garcia.
When was this vehicle rented?
This on the 16th of July. I'm sorry, this shows 15th. 15th of July.
Okay. And when was it due back?
It was due back on the 17th of July.
Didn't go back on the 17th though.
No, I don't believe it got back till the 21st.
Okay. I can show you what I've marked in the states is 65. Recognize state 65?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a traffic citation that we discovered Luis Rivera received on I-5.
On I-75 on the way to Tallahassee in the Prius?
No, it was a different car. This was on a different, this was dated June 4th.
I'm sorry, I've showed you the wrong thing.
Notice what they're doing. They're pinning down who exactly had the Prius. They've tracked it all the way from the gym and then they've tracked it headed toward Dan Markel's house. They lost it, then they found it again using the sun pass and other techniques. They've now it down to South Florida. They found the rental contract. I mean, the work on this is amazing. And they've now pinpointed basically the two hitmen. Luis Rivera confessed. Fredo Garcia has been convicted as well. The two of them were the two hitmen. But the question was, who wanted to kill Dan Markel? Why would these two random guys from Miami want to kill him? And that's what the state set out to answer. That's where they believe it went all the way up to Donna Adelson, the defendant right now on trial.
We'll have to circle back to that. All right. Let me ask you about phone. You mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was working on the phone record. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 55. Recognize this exhibit?
I do.
This is sort of an org chart of all the folks whose phone records we collected in this case, or many of them.
Yes, that's correct.
And by stipulation, Judge, these phone numbers have been associated with the folks on the chart, so I'd ask to move it down to State's 55.
Look, he's got no jet. Yep. Oh, objection.
55 is admitted at this time.
I saw him moving back there. I thought, uh-oh, he's going to object. Oh, I'm kind of covering him. Y'all probably couldn't see that.
Okay, well, we'll work on that too.
Just waiting. What's going to happen next? So the key, though, to them at this point is who is Luis Rivera? Who is Sigfredo Garcia? Why are they involved in this? Let me put myself to the side so y'all can see that.
All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, those are the two subjects that you establish as being in the Prius. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And these are their phone numbers that have been associated with them listed beneath them.
Correct.
And we've got two different numbers for Luis Rivera. Is that right?
Rivera had two separate numbers, but his main one was 570. that was on the original contract.
All right. And the nicknames that are shown there, are those the nicknames that those two go by?
Correct. Tuto and Tato.
Tuto and Tato.
Correct.
Okay.
Never can keep those two straight. Tuto is the creative.
Were you able to establish any link through people between the two that came in the Prius and the Adelson family?
No.
Okay. Were you able to establish any type, how develop a theory or any evidence as to why these two people came to Tallahassee to murder Dan Markel?
Well, eventually we learned that the female, Catherine Magbanua, was the mother of Sigfredo Garcia's children and considered each other spouses, to my best understanding.
Okay, and
At
did
the
she
same
have,
time,
go ahead.
same time, we also found out that she had been dating and in a relationship with Charlie Adelson.
All right, so initially, was there any connection between these two guys from Miami and Dan Markel?
None.
All right, so this was the connection that was established, turned out to be Catherine Magbanua.
The only connection we could find.
Okay, and was that done through phone records and ultimately other communication records and testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you, as a result of developing Catherine Magbanua as a potential suspect, investigate her at all?
Yes.
All right, and did that include an investigation into her employment?
That's correct.
What was her employment status around the time of this murder?
It's hard to
At the time of the murder, I believe she worked at another dental office somewhere, but post-murder, she started receiving compensation from the Adelson Institute.
What is the Adelson Institute?
It's a dental practice, according to online information, operated by Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
And whether she was an employee will be a hotly contested point. She is going to say that almost surely has said multiple times at her trial. She said she was an employee, but in Charlie Adelson's trial, she said, no, I wasn't an employee. I never worked there. Lots of other people said the same thing, or I should say at least two other people who worked there. I'm thinking Donna Adelson may acknowledge that. She may acknowledge that, and she may acknowledge that she paid her because Charlie told her that she was working for him on an individual project. Given that we now know that Donna plans to distance herself from Charlie and that Donna plans to talk about how she was not connected to all the others.
Okay, and were the two of them dentists?
Yes, I believe Charlie is recognized as a periodontist.
Did you come to learn what Donna Adelson's role, if any, was in that business?
Yes, she was clerical and kept books for the business.
Did you attempt to procure some employment records from the Adelson Institute to verify Ms. Magbanua's employment?
We did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Special Agent Sanford from the FBI went to the office, physically to the office in Broward County in Tamarack, and served a subpoena seeking records for the employment of Catherine Magbanua, and we received nothing at the initial time. Later on, the best I could get from, I believe it was an attorney that represented that dental office, just a list of checks that were paid checks from the Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua. W-2, no responsibility forms, nothing that what she actually did as being employed at that institute.
And the employees will say.
Was it regular business hours when you entered there physically?
Yes,
Was Ms. McBanoa present when you entered the building?
no,
And did the employees that you have contact with seem to know who she was or what it was that she did there?
the initial person that I spoke to at the desk, at the front desk, she had no idea who this person was, who McBanoa was. The other person that came up to the front, she said she knew the name, but did not know what her responsibilities were with the company.
And the person that knew the name, who is that?
Erica Johnson, I believe.
And I'm going to approach and show you 68.
She testified at Charlie's trial. Erica did.
Yes, this is all I received as far as any type of records for McBanoa and her relationship with the Adelson Institute.
And did the records include any job description for Ms. McBanoa?
No,
Any employment application,
no,
schedule,
no,
timesheet,
nope,
W-2 forms, or tax filing records?
nope,
Any performance evaluations?
none
So only the checks.
in the checks.
According to those checks, during what period of time was Catherine McBanoa on the Adelson Institute payroll?
From September of 2014 all the way, this particular one shows March of 2016, but I believe it goes further than that into May 2016.
All right. So it starts shortly after the homicide, about 2 months?
Yes, actually, the homicide happened July 18th, and the first check was dated September 18th.
For what
That's
pay
so
period?
interesting to me. Why the wait?
I don't see the pay period on this one.
But presumably she'd be paid for a pay period that had
2 weeks
concluded. Okay.
According to the way this is laid out.
All right, and we are going to learn more about the bump or the undercover operation, but is it fair to say the checks terminated shortly after the undercover operation in 2016?
Yes,
Did you notice in your review that exhibit, the documents provided by the Adelson Institute, that some of those check numbers were consecutive?
yes, I did.
Who signed those checks?
Donna Adelson,
All of them?
everyone.
Were you ever able to develop any evidence that McBanoa was physically going to the Adelson Institute during these pay periods?
Never.
Any evidence that she performed some service off-site for that business?
Nothing was established that showed that.
Any evidence of any contact with any patients?
No,
And you were, we'll learn later, listening to some of her phone calls, right?
that's correct.
When was Catherine McBanoa arrested for her role in this murder?
October 1, 2016,
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was she allowed to contact her lawyer from the arrest scene?
Yes,
Did you speak to her attorney as well?
I did.
Who was her attorney?
Tara Kawas.
What happened after that phone call?
After Ms. McBanoa was placed into a car for transport to the Broward County Jail, way less than 20 minutes later, I received a phone call on my phone.
Goes relevance. About to testify to something that has nothing to do with my client.
So what he's about to talk about is the fact that Charlie's lawyer called and said, "Is my client being arrested too?" Their point really seems to be the communication between Katie's lawyer and Charlie's lawyer, and the communication between Katie and Charlie through their lawyers. And so the objection is that, what does this have to do with anything? The fact that Charlie had this connection. And I think maybe some of the evidence might have been rethought depending on knowledge in advance of Donna's defense, which is a little bit of a surprise. So, but the judge seems to be not giving any credence.
Please lay the foundation as to this matter in this trial. Overruled.
Okay, so
Go
she's
ahead, sir.
So so let me back up. So while Ms. McBamwell was detained on scene where she was arrested in the daytime, daylight hours, she was allowed to place a call to her attorney. She spoke to her attorney. I spoke to her attorney, and I asked that Ms. Kawas, the attorney representing her at the time, that she contact her client, McBamwell, at the Broward County Jail, and if in fact she wanted to cooperate with the investigation, to call me back.
So you were interested in getting information from Ms. McBamwell?
Correct.
Information about the other parties involved in this case? Okay.
What I mean by cooperation is if she wanted to provide testimony about other players in, and so I told Ms. Kawas, if you'll talk to your client, obviously out of my presence, and if she decides to cooperate, call me back and I will go to the Broward County Jail and meet.
Did that happen?
No.
What happened instead?
Well, like I said, within less than 20 minutes from that conversation, I received a phone call from a gentleman that identified himself as David Marcus. Instead, he was an attorney representing Charlie Adelson. And he asked that if Charlie Adelson was to be arrested, if I would just contact him.
There's relevance. This is not co-conspirator admission.
Specifically as a co-conspirator aspect, Ms. Kappelman, you need to keep the examination focused on that. Members of the jury, as to the last objection, I will sustain it. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Okay,
You
so
speak to Kawas.
the defense has won on that objection. The defense was saying, what does this matter? That it's the only statements that Charlie makes that come into evidence in Donna's case are statements in furtherance of the conspiracy, where Charlie's lawyer speaking to him would not fit within the conspirator exception to the hearsay rule. So that's not going to come in. And the judge has sustained that and said, yeah, I'm not going to let that in. I'm going to stop it at this stage. So, but we'll see whether, she'll keep working on it, I'm sure.
This phone call is from Charlie's lawyer.
Correct.
No further questions.
Not only, she doesn't even really care about what was said in the phone call. The real point of it is simply that there was the phone call, because it indicates there was this very tight connection between Katie and Charlie. Their lawyers already knew each other. Their lawyers knew to call each other right away the minute that there was that either one was contacted by the police. So as soon as it happened, they called. She honestly doesn't even really care what the hearsay was, what the statement was. She's looking at the connection between. It's our first cross. They've let all the witnesses, and granted, they weren't ones that really needed cross-examination, but so far, this will be our first one. We'll get to see Mr. Zellman in action. Cross is my favorite part. Like they're exchanging some documents or something first, maybe discussing that. Oh, I see. He's crossing over.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I probably spent most of my career as an officer.
Okay.
Which was probably
At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continue to
that short.
be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned,
Yes.
obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct? You started getting them in July?
Yes.
And you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up at Miami. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Catherine Magbanoa, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanoa, or you see Katie Magbanoa's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Did you ever, you don't have a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point? Pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Well, over a couple years? By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
I don't understand
Is
how
it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned.
I mean, that's a good point. But back to how is the fact that they didn't get construction records or accident records, how is that really going to help the defense? The fact that it wasn't complete and total, but linked directly back to Charlie. The question is then going to be whether it linked through to Donna. I don't think the question is going to be whether construction records would have shown that there was no link between Charlie and Donna. We got the impression from the opening that they're going to acknowledge that Charlie was involved. They aren't even going to deny that. So I'm surprised by this argument here.
Learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
You have. Mr. Eisen, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes,
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
that came through the grandchildren.
At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
Yeah, that obviously is really negative for the defense. And if it had been used anywhere, I don't think I would have asked that question, because the fact that bad names, he's right. In the emails, we never saw the word hate, but the fact that hate was used, it just emphasizes to the jury that the kids came back and said, that's what she's saying.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And
you also,
and they will bring, most likely, an attorney who will say, yes, that's normal in the divorce family law arena, because they brought someone last time who said that.
Testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as a custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
That's a good, legitimate question.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't make those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Ms. McBanowa from the Adelson Institute. Small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth, that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee?
I have no idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for McBanowa.
And when Ms. McBanowa was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from McBanowa's attorney. So there would be contact between McBanowa's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
Sir.
And that's legitimate.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined the grandmother motion. Again, you're not a family law attorney.
Grandma motion.
And
Kappelman.
so although you read the motion
Yes.
and you're educated, you having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Glad you said that.
Probably true.
Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I want to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
I just if we needed to take a break.
I'm going to show you 64EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it was from. It's not showing it.
It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
It's like the Harvey's birthday.
To go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
I remember him talking about that in Cross.
The next page of EE, it's August 30th, 2014 email to Wendi. Now, the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Charlie Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
I believe that's her. I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014.
Well, that's
And
two other
the
eggs
sender is
thrown under the bus. Harvey and Charlie. Interesting.
saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
Very interesting.
I'm going to show you 64FF.
You're really suggesting
This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Whose name is there?
Where it says from,
Yes.
it says Harvey Adelson.
Wendi, this is the information on work order for repair of TV Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
So in case you're wondering, like, what is he doing here? Why is he asking these ridiculous questions about like dad and how it's signed? What he's trying to do is show that Donna Adelson may not have been in control of this account. So Donna Adelson may not have been the person who was actually writing these emails. And if so, they shouldn't be used as evidence against her. They could be used as evidence against Harvey. But they can't prove that this email was controlled by Donna. So they can't prove any one individual email in it was sent by Donna in particular, and therefore it shouldn't be used against her. That's what he's trying to go through and prove.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Really good point. Really good point. Why did they ask that? Remember that getting a repairman to come out and look at the TV was announced by the state and argued in Charlie's trial. The reason for sending out the repairman that morning of Dan Markel's death to Wendi's house was to give her an alibi. If they could show that Wendi was busy with the TV repairman, she couldn't possibly have been the person who killed Dan Markel. And so this discussion is related to that, to if the person who made that appointment was willing to take an earlier time, then they weren't looking for a specific time that would be an alibi for Wendi. So that's what they're pointing out.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
Defense pointed out, hey, Harvey and Donna share an email address, right? Donna
Yeah.
Harvey at gmail.com. Some of these are signed dad.
Right.
Are some of them signed mom?
Right.
Okay. Drawing your attention to this one on May 3rd, 2013, including the statement, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. On page 4 of that exhibit, well, let me start by going to the very end. Inconveniently, the way this printed, love you. Who signed that one?
Mom.
All right, and on page 4 of the exhibit, just a moment. State's Exhibit W, this is one from Thursday, June 27th, 2013. It's signed mom and dad, right?
That's correct.
And in this one,
That argument about the joint email is a good argument, but it's almost more of an argument for the court than for the jury. I think they're going to say, yeah, well, some of them were from her, but from the court's
All right, so
perspective,
we've got some from mom, some
bigger
from mom
deal.
and dad, right?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Will he be retained?
You may be recalled at some point in the trial if you make contact with the attorneys.
Okay, maybe recall.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. Members of the jury will take a break at this point briefly. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Wait and see if the judge says anything to him. So jury files out.
Everyone can be seated. Just a reminder while the testimony is taking place, if you step outside of the courtroom, you'll need to wait until the examination of that witness is complete. We will resume at 3:50.
Okay. The feed must be behind because 3:50 would be 2 minutes ago, right? Make sure I'm all the way at the end, which I am. Okay, great. So now let's talk a little bit about this and then I'll take a brief break, but let's do a little bit of discussion about what we just heard. This has been extremely contentious so far between the attorneys and with the judge getting very upset by his belief that some of these exhibits could have been objected to earlier and they weren't objected to, and it's really wasting the time of the jury. He's spending all this time trying to deal with this with the jury out of the room. So he's upset and frustrated about that. But in this particular case, some of their objections seemed like they were actually pretty valid. The judge wanted to give them credence if they were, but it was requiring him to read through entire emails and so forth to see whether they were right or not. It wasn't something where he could just quickly rule. It wasn't simply a witness talking and saying something and the judge could immediately tell if it's hearsay. He had to read the document. He had to look at exactly what they were talking about to deal with the objection. So he's been super frustrated with that. And you can see the prosecution being frustrated as well. I think these attorneys for Donna are lodging fairly good objections. They're just late. And I think that's the frustration for just about everybody. There were a couple of questions that came in, and let me make sure that I answer those. Baba D has had a hard time with the chat. I hope you're able to find that. I don't know how to tell you where it is without getting people in the chat to tell you. And so I'm not really sure how I would do that. Okay, Idiot Wind saying, is it true that Jackie directly said in opening, Donna is not the person the state is making her out to be. She's a person who cares about people more than she cares about herself. And she's asking, does that open the door to Robert Adelson's opinion about his mother? I would argue that it doesn't, Idiot Wind. And the reason I would say that is because what's said during the arguments made by the counsel doesn't count. That's not actually evidence in the case. No, it doesn't actually open the door. Other things can open the door to that. And the fact that that statement was made suggests they plan to put that evidence in. For example, they may plan to bring friends of hers to say, they can't just talk about her character, but they may, in the course of describing her or describing what happened, talk about her character. And if so, that would open the door. So that's how I would think it would be decided by the court. All right, Jillian May asking about, well, it's okay to summarize the emails and ask him to agree. In general, he really should read them and let the jury make the decision about it. I think that I don't think she did too much of that. So I think that the summaries of it more related to who was sending it. At the point that you put that in, I think she was talking about who had written the email, and she was talking and trying to get it summarized because she was trying to make the point that even though this was an email that belonged both to Donna and to Harvey, that it still should be allowed into evidence. I think the point the defense was trying to make is you can't possibly tell whether or not Donna wrote this email. These shouldn't be admitted into evidence, which is why I think it's more of an argument for the court than for the jury. And I assume that the court ruled that he was going to permit emails in from this that could be attributed to Donna. So it's a little bit of a technical argument, I think, just for the jury. And Nina is frustrated with the state and how long this has taken, and that Wendi and Harvey are not in custody, and is wondering about Georgia Cappleman. I will say this. Often it's not up to the prosecutor alone to make that decision. I don't think Georgia would be able to make that decision herself. I think Georgia has to be able to, I mean, there are other people above her who would have to okay it. So she doesn't stand alone. And prosecutors really don't like to bring cases unless they feel really confident that they're going to win, because of the fact it wastes every time, it wastes local taxpayer resources. They don't want to do it. They'd like to make sure they actually have a good case. So I think, though, a lot of people do share your frustration and feel like both Wendi should have been brought in earlier. The evidence against Harvey, much lower than the evidence against even Wendi, and that's less than against Donna. So I think the state will wait and see what happens here in this trial. And I think if they find that Donna is convicted fairly easily, I think they will then move on to Wendi. That's my prediction as to how it would move. But I don't think it's not a done deal. Wendi is not a done deal. It is a more difficult case than the one against Charlie, a more difficult case than the one against Donna. And so I think they wanted to kind of get their ducks in a row first and see if they could do that. All right, I'm going to take a super brief break and I will be back.
outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
We resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
I believe Ms. Kaplan just brought it up because there might have been a discussion also.
No.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to some.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, I'm referring to the
64,
divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
That was my bad. I thought that's what she was referring to when I said
Okay.
hers.
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with. You were certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
I
And
believe the
if
objection
so-
was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes. Will that be in reference to pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Talking through what's going to come in about the emails related to the divorce pleading.
My understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as the case, and with that ruling, I mean, obviously we like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, the foundation is complete as to State 60. It's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish,
Ooh, big one.
Outside the presence of the jury to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
This is huge.
I'm not sure I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that, but just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in? Want to have him seated before we bring him in?
You can bring in Rivera first.
All right, so Luis Rivera, he is one of the two hitmen. He is going to testify directly as to what happened. In other words, he admits, we went to Tallahassee, we shot Dan Markel. He specifically says Sigfredo did it. He is going to actually admit that. He received a deal for this on the sentence that he received and has testified against Sigfredo, against Katie, and also now against Charlie, and now against Donna. You're about to hear from one of the key players. And let me just stop it here because this has been very hard fought. Donna's team believes that Luis Rivera is gang kingpin, basically, that he is high up in the Latin Kings organization. They want to talk about his Latin Kings affiliation as well as his leadership status in the group. And they want to be able to talk about that. The state has said his gang affiliation is not directly relevant, at least not anything related to where his status is within the gang. So you can't talk about that. Right now, the judges ruled pretty much in favor of the prosecution, but I do expect this issue to come up again based on something that he says. I don't think they're going to let it go on the defense. They're arguing that Donna's feeling and fear around the bump related to her understanding that this guy was a member of the Latin Kings and therefore could carry through with what was threatened or what was implied.
closer to that microphone.
All rise, you're entering the courtroom.
So notice he's testifying in his prison uniform. There's nothing being hidden
Everyone,
about.
please be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand.
Have
Be
it.
sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this
and
sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One more, Mr. Rivera.
That was the deal, second degree, not first.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
I think he's
Well, telling
Telling on who?
my co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No,
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
no, ma'am.
Ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
So running it concurrent with the federal, that's also a real bonus for him.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in?
Got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Manoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's not the link back to Donna. He's making that clear. Or even to Charlie.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendi.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendi could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
How was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever.
So he is going to say.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. Can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think told it was be like 100, something like that.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over times? What you got?
No, it's a one-time payment.
It's not what Katie says. Or not. It's
What
maybe
did you know about the man that you came to
kept anything.
Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto. Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
You refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
This is eerie and hard to listen to because it's so matter of fact in a discussion about, yeah, I got money, I killed him, had no idea who he was, Katie got the money. It's so matter of fact, and it's so horrible what happened to Dan Markel. It's really hard to kind of make those two things fit together.
Movement evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence.
Wow, that's very well, that's impressive.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Secreto Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm surprised there hasn't been more evidence around the two trips. There's some. He talks about why.
Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
You there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment, yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one,
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so
Okay.
long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck. On the
Okay.
car.
So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes,
And what did you do on the first trip?
we drove by here and we just follow him around to see where he lived and shit.
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right, and what was the other gun?
It's a 38
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
What you notice about this is how very planned it was in advance. 2 trips up to Tallahassee, discussion in advance about the photograph and actually seeing the photograph, so they knew for sure who would be killed. And then buying a gun solely for the purpose of killing Dan Markel, having a gun both times they went up to Tallahassee. All of those things go into the state's argument that this is fully premeditated. This is not a last minute decision in any way. And it was planned, they say, by the Adelsons.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Which is a terrifying thought.
How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
Remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38.
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
When we was driving, Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Oh,
Yeah.
And were you driving in the car when that happened?
He said there was only one gun that they had on the trip, so it had to have been the gun that fired, but now he's not sure. So,
Ma'am,
And did it disable the car?
it's, the car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all had met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
That person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yeah.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendi.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
okay, so hold on a second. Let's talk about that because he has said repeatedly that he doesn't know where Katie got anything, and yet he dropped names of the Adelsons in. I think that's problematic. He had no contact with them, and in other trials has referred to her as just the lady, and yet here is saying it came from Wendi Adelson. I think that's really specific, and it's not what he said before. To me, that is problematic. As far as the whole description of Sigfredo, they're driving down the road and he shoots off the gun and shoots through the gas line. It's kind of a Keystone Cops or maybe more like Keystone Criminals kind of thing, just crazy acting. It just gives you this whole impression he's talking so coldly, so calculatedly about all of this having happened, just like, yep, that's what we did. Very matter of fact, not emotion behind it, just discussion of what exactly happened and describing this wild, crazy scene with them on their way to a murder, and suddenly for no reason, Sigfredo fires a gun and ends up damaging the car. They have to contact a drug dealer and they have to get that drug dealer to take them to get the car repaired, all so they can carry through with their murder. It's just, it would be unbelievable in the plot of a movie. This is wild stuff.
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
That's, he said.
Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
That's important. He's identifying.
What happened
Yes.
when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice.
Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And those are correct facts. Shot twice, shot where he was shot, giving some credence to what he's telling the jury about what happened.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
I wasn't gonna do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Really
Yes,
frantic.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
A little bit of leading.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. 38 and 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
Again, good police work.
So that's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish states, I'm sorry, introduce states 38 through 43.
Okay.
Okay.
States 38 through 43 or no?
Yeah, publish.
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that is so specific. There he is, driving that very car at the ATM machine.
States Exhibit
Photograph.
40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Picture too.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video.
Absolutely.
And wearing a white. That was super well done by law enforcement to get those sorts of backup and very specific photographs. Really amazing work.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magvanoa?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please. All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
Oh, I was in a barber shop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. They, I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barber shop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash.
Okay, stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
Notice that he didn't mention that the money was wet. That's something that's pretty important because that's one of the connections potentially back to Donna that Katie McBanawa talked about, but he doesn't mention that. Katie mentions that, but we don't hear that directly from Luis Rivera. Also, that stapling though, the prosecution is leaning into that because Charlie stapled money, and therefore it was something a bit unique, something a little different, and that would identify and connect it to the Adelson, specifically to Charlie, but not necessarily to Donna. That's what the defense will lean into.
Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to the defense.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Publishing State's Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And State's Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Newland play some calls for you and have an initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 1. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice?
Absolutely.
On this particular call, put that right there.
Yes.
Push this time I'd ask to move in evidence 136.
Okay. 136.
We're getting some phone calls in there. He identified the voices. These are, I assume. There's one stop there. Wait, let's go back. Let's see if I can go slow enough to see as they pan by. So it looks like there is one woman sitting there along with Harvey on that front row, and looks like they moved people from the audience up to the second row. So I don't know who the woman is, but they've got some people sitting there. I think there was a man sitting there, a young man sitting there earlier. We've been wondering because the defense had said, yeah, we're going to need some spots for our people too. And it looked really awkward this morning when there were 2 empty rows. Although we did talk about one of our, I've forgotten who, I'm sorry, but pointed out that the defense had said we need to work on making sure no one in the audience can see our computer. So it also could have related to that. But I think it must not have. It looks like they moved people up from the audience. They've taken off those white signs in the back row, and they've continued to reserve that front row.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
We'll talk there about what they want to do. Have they covered everything they need to cover with Luis Rivera? It's short testimony, just very factual, very matter of fact.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
What he would have done. I agree.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I would have went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Okay, we'll stop for just a second. Talk a little bit about that. So super cold, super factual. Just here's what happened. We went up, we killed him, we came home, we got caught, basically. And in the course of that, he is acknowledging he doesn't really have any direct connections back to the Adelsons. His connection is with Sigfredo Garcia and Sigfredo's on again, off again wife, girlfriend, Katie Midbanoa. And the two of them are connected to him. And then their connection is on to the Adelsons, not his. But, and he's also, this last part about the money, he suggests, why would I bother to go up there to Tallahassee and to murder someone, face the actual risk that I have actually experienced, which is imprisonment and conviction for that crime? Why would I do that if I could just easily take the money from the safe? If he had a safe right there with, you know, hundreds, more than $100,000 in stapled cash, why would I bother to do anything other than just rob him? That's an argument the state has made, and Luis Rivera supports it. I'm very curious which way the defense is going to go on this, because we will learn more about Donna's defense in this cross-examination. So it's taking a little bit of time. They're waiting for the attorney to come up and begin the cross. Looked like Josh Zellman was getting prepared. He's got his notepad there. The last time I said that, it turned out to be Jackie Fulford, so who knows? Jackie made the opening. I thought that the male attorney there, Josh Zellman, looked more nervous. So I thought he would be doing it. She looked really calm, but she was the one who made the opening statement. I want to say glad to have you, Gianna. I'll go ahead and say that. Southern Me is really impressed with the way Georgia's just building this case, and is convinced it's going to move up to Wendi. We will find out. A lot of people wondering that very question, Southern Me. Oh, Southern Mel. Apologies. Sure enough, did I say it? Let me hide that. Look, again.
Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia.
She's doing it. Okay.
Then good afternoon.
I'm going to stop guessing on that.
Make sure I understood your testimony. It was testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was kind of a trick question, I think, because in other cases and other testimony, he has talked about a woman who passed him on the street, and this woman, which he assumed was the woman who wanted the children killed. But I don't think he said that this time around. So she said the woman who passed you, that was, and so she is going through this. He's affirming that it was. I'm interested to see where she takes this. She's going to ask him if this is Wendi. She's going to use her chart. Wow.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
In his
Yes, I
deposition.
did.
Just hold on to that for a second.
That was smart. She asked that deposition, so she knows the answer in advance.
Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition, and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendants Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McVanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to your cell phone? You're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed. And you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Well done. That is so well done. That is really well done. And she created an exhibit to show to the jury. Very, very well done. What she's done is pointed out that Luis Rivera has no link to her client, to Donna Adelson or to Harvey. That was extremely effective cross-examination. It was very brief. It doesn't sound like she has more, but wow, well done. Well done.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
Needs to remain under parole, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
So he could be recalled. He's not being released permanently. But I just want to say again that not only was it well done, but it was so brief. She got up, she made her one point. My one point is this thing that I prepared for in advance in your deposition that the prosecution can do nothing about. It's coming because I've already got it. It was in your deposition. I attached it as an exhibit when I deposed you. And I'm going to ask that one set of questions and then move on. She did ask the little bit around the woman, but that was extremely well done, I think.
Parties can approach.
He wants to know, can they add another witness? Probably. It's 4:48. Who's next? Is there anybody they could squeeze in before the end of the day? Thank you, Gina. I appreciate that very much. We've been covering this case for a while on the channel. It is absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And Krista, thank you. Thank you for that. And glad to have you watching, silently or otherwise. Glad to have you. Be sure to hit that like button if you're just coming in new to the chat. I'd appreciate that. If you are not yet a subscriber, we would really like to have you come back for more as a subscriber. So please hit it, completely free. And thank you, Krista. So right now, Luis Rivera has been released from the stand, and we're about to find out what will happen the rest of the day, if any.
At this time, we are going to go into recess for the day.
Okay.
The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case with anyone else or to look at any information about the case once again.
And before I say nothing will happen, let me be clear. Nothing will happen in terms of witnesses, but they may well argue about these documents. We may get some insight into what these documents are that we don't know about yet, but that the defense has been objecting to. I don't know if they've completed all their objections, but the judge said, I will stay here until late at night if I have to. We need to get it done today. We need to stop having the jury get interrupted by objections. So I don't know if he'll handle more today. I'll be interested to find out.
I'm going to remind you of this. Please report on Monday morning at 8:45. We will anticipate getting started by 9 o'clock. Weekend, we will see you Monday. Yes.
She looks tired. I definitely saw no more emotion. Once the judge called her out, she seemed to really quit that. I didn't see it. At least nobody bothered to pan over to her, and they certainly seemed to be panning over frequently if she was acting very emotional. So I think that was the end of it. I don't think that happened anymore after that. So at this stage, the jury is done for the day, no more witnesses for the day. And the big question is, will we get more information about the documents we don't know about yet? Or are they just is he going to tell the lawyers, let's deal with it on Monday morning? We'll see. He did set trial for a little later on Monday. That might be to give him more time to go over information, but he said he was going to stay late and do it. What a day. It's been incredible. We will cover all of that. I'll do a little summary and we can talk through it right at the end, and I'll maybe get to a few questions if y'all have it. It's been quite a day. We had opening statements and we've had the beginning witnesses. Luis Rivera, the star of the group, I would say, because he is so important. One of the hitmen. And he comes and he says, I was hired. I was paid to do this. I need to get that off my face, don't I? Y'all can't. Who is this talking? I see absolutely no one talking. Okay. So Luis Rivera is actually one of the hitmen. And he just states bluntly, yes, Sigfredo Garcia and I drove to Tallahassee, and we drove there with the purpose and intent of killing Dan Markel. We were paid. Here's how much I was paid. Katie got the money for us. And the defense did a fantastic job of breaking his testimony right there, saying, okay, you know, up until this point, but what you don't know is all the way up to Donna. And he identified numerous people, but he did not identify Donna and Harvey as having been, as far as he knows, they were not involved. He put X's on them. Identified Wendi, interestingly, she's never been charged. And so he identified that far, but he didn't take it as far as Donna. That's, to me, very, very important testimony in this case. Does that mean that the state can't win? Not at all. Not at all. There's plenty of, there are many more days of trial left, much more evidence to come in, but it was an important point for the defense.
Actually, we're at 9:15, and by the time everyone has reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good weekend. Once again, do not discuss the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case. Have a good night.
9:15, a little later. Even later. He started at 8:30 today was his plan anyway. So Donna Adelson, you can check out her outfit there. It's a little softer than what we saw the first couple of days. Looking very grandmotherly. Jury is filing out, and we are going to wait to hear what we hear from the judge about further argument in the case.
Ms. Kappelman, the witness is here this afternoon to start that, or you need to do that on Monday morning?
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through about 10 minutes ago. So.
All right. If you can, we can start at 8:30, have the witness, and go through it smoothly. We'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the weekend. You all prefer to do it that way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I did fail to introduce one of the 18 still images, 37. Would it be acceptable to move to admit this?
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. States 37 is admitted. Briefly before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted, has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted.
There's always a couple day
admitted,
clean up.
67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of AA, 88, 89, 90 admitted,
We're just going through
119 through 128, excuse me, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Was one missing between 119 and 128, Your Honor?
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124. I believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if 121 was admitted.
What happened, Judge, is Ms. Kaplan said that's what she was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit State's exhibit, it was 122 and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time, Judge.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128,
136.
136, and that's it.
That matches my list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used.
Yes.
Advised the court no longer accepts demonstratives. Would you like to make those items court exhibits for appellate purposes?
Yes. And the foundation for 60 is ongoing at this point, also as to 64 AA. All right. 8:30 on Monday morning, we will go through any predicate or foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right, so we are wrapping up for the day. We'll let that play in the background while we talk about the case and the very dramatic opening statements that we've just heard. So since we're not going to be hearing any more from that, I'm probably going to resume my slightly louder voice because it's really hard to do that very quiet voice. It's just not all that natural for me. So I will try to keep it lower, but you may need to turn down your sound at this stage. I know that it's a back and forth as we try to deal with the sound. So today we had opening statements by both sides. I thought that the prosecution opening statement was absolutely pitch perfect, fabulous. I thought they did an amazing job. Sarah Dugan handled it. She started with a photograph of Donna Adelson in 2014. Talked about this is what she looked like in 2014 to sort of defuse that argument we've heard, or the suggestion coming from the defense that, hey, this is an old lady. This is not someone who is the kind of person who would ever be interested in starting a murder. This is just a little old granny. She's obviously very innocent. They're trying to say, look, that's just not the way it is. It's that she actually back in at the time Dan Markel was killed 11 years ago was 60, I think they said 4 years old, and she was very vibrant and looked very young for her age and obviously could have done this, would have been capable of this. And so they started with that, and then they talked about the Adelsons need to eliminate their, quote, big problem. And they believe, prosecution believes, that's Dan Markel. And obviously they moved then into motive and why Donna would want to get rid of Dan Markel. Talked about Donna having just hated, despised Dan Markel. And she was desperate to get those kids down to Miami where she would be allowed to be with the children. And it was not, Dan Markel wasn't allowing it, wasn't allowing them to move down to South Florida where she lived, and had even filed a motion saying she would not be allowed to see the children unsupervised. So it was dangerous, and she was in a bad spot, they said. So at that point, she became heavily involved, Donna became heavily involved in Wendi's divorce, and even went so far as to edit documents from the divorce pleadings where Wendi was about to file them. Wendi would send a draft to her and she would edit it. We got not a lot about brief description that's what the prosecution will contend. They also put a few exhibits up that showed quotes from emails that had been said. There was a pose, for example, recommended. Let's really just get Dan Markel, shall we, Wendi? Let's pose the grandkids, your kids, Dan Markel's kids, Catholic Church other things like Nazi uniforms as a dress for the children. She then went into the way that they traced their way through to find the Prius that actually had followed Dan Markel. We then saw that video of that later on. So we'll get into that. I'll skip that since we're going to get to it. She talked about the bump and the purpose of the bump being to force everybody to start talking and interacting around what had happened in the murder, because by now it's a couple of years later, and they wanted to see what happened and who got involved. And what they found was that Donna got involved in the bump when she was approached by a alleged, perhaps, gang member. She took the note that was an extortion and she went to Charlie, went to Katie. Then the state believes all of this connects them up. They talked about the money that was stapled. We just heard about that from the witness, that it was, and we will hear that it was damp and wet. We heard that opening, and we'll hear that from further witnesses. And they refer very briefly to, quote, women who are going to testify about Donna offering them money, specifically housing, money, veneers, I guess teeth veneers, and prescription drugs, if they would testify that they had talked to Katie Medbanwa and she had told them a different story. She had told them something different from what she came forward and now is saying in the testimony she's going to give in this trial and that she gave at Charlie's trial. And the reason that was particularly interesting, this was a tiny glimpse into whatever it is the state has been investigating about Donna. These women are fellow inmates. They are inmates, and they claim that Donna paid them off, offered to pay them off if they would testify a certain way. The prosecutor said one of them even had a written document explaining exactly what she was supposed to say. So we've got some hints of what's to come. We know the defense thinks that's absolute nonsense. And they have a witness who came forward to the state with no interest to speak of for this at all and said at least one of those women made it up in order to get a benefit. So that will be very interesting to see how that plays out at trial. The defense was done by Jackie Fulford, and the state goes first, she told them, but we have a right to be heard. She started off with that and moved straight into the question of why they believe Donna is not guilty and why the state believes she talked about the fact that there's a lack of evidence that shows that Donna Adelson planned the crime, hired anyone to commit it, or intended for it to happen, that the evidence just won't go that far. And you can see how they're arguing that in witness after witness. But they did something very strange during their opening. They talked a great deal about Dan Markel in very praising terms. And they took what Dan Markel had said about the kids. They said he was such a great guy. He was really educated. He was very intelligent, really loved his kids, liked to Skype with them and read them stories at night. And my mother and Donna was the one who facilitated it. She allowed that to happen so Dan could connect with the kids at night, even when he wasn't with them. That father, Donna's attorney actually said this, their father, those kids' father, was brutally taken from them. Huge shock. You do not normally hear that from the defense. Normally, it's the prosecution talking about the victim, how special the victim was, how great the grief for the people left behind, how tragic and how appalling the crime was. And instead, you had Donna Adelson taking that exact position. And the reason I feel pretty sure is because what they were trying to do is say, okay, Donna Adelson is aligned with Dan Markel. She's all pro Dan Markel. She was horrified by what happened too. She really liked him. Whereas all of the others, and they named 4. This is critically important. They did not say it was just Sigfredo Garcia, it was Rivera, and it was Katie Medbanwa. They said, and Charlie Adelson, they said 4. They mentioned the number 4. And that appears to be those people were the ones They were the ones who killed Dan Markel. Whereas Donna Adelson is over here on this side. She's Team Markel. She is not Team Kill Dan Markel. That difference means that she will not be making the same argument that Charlie made. I think it has to mean that. She is dropping that double extortion argument that her son Charlie Adelson made at his trial. Charlie is basically being thrown under the bus. It's just like, well, Charlie may have been a really bad guy. This will make for unbelievable cross-examination if Donna takes a stand. It's going to be things like, do you disapprove of what your son did? Are you appalled that your son murdered somebody? Were you horrified to hear about that? What did you do about it when you learned? When did you learn about that? When did you first come to believe that? And what steps did you take to turn him in or to do something about it? The cross-examination will be unbelievable if Donna takes a stand and if she continues on the path that it sounds like she is, of suggesting she's Team Dan Markel, everybody else, including Charlie, could have been involved in the murder. I guess that Charlie just went rogue and suddenly decided, Mom will probably like this, whereas Mom actually was kind of appalled that this happened at all. That's what they were suggesting. And then that played very tightly into the way Donna acted for the rest of the morning as the witnesses began to take the stand. The first witnesses were all witnesses who had something to do with the death and the actual terrible things that happened to Dan Markel. And Donna became very emotional. She cried the entire time. Let's talk a little bit about that, and then we'll get into what Donna did. So the witnesses, first witness was James Geiger. He talked about that the morning he lived across the street from Dan Markel, and that morning that Dan Markel was killed, he heard a bang, popping, and he saw a car backing out of Dan Markel's home. It could have been white or silver, light colored, maybe a Prius. And he stood and he walked over there thinking, could this have been a robbery? But everything looked okay. And Dan Markel's car was right there with the engine running. So obviously not. But he went back to his house. But after a few more minutes, Dan still had not backed out. He went over there and checked and found Dan Markel shot in the head, slumped over in his car. And Dan was actually still moving. So Donna is crying about this. The next witness, David Sims, was a 28-year Tallahassee police officer. He responded to the scene and said, yes, that's right, the vehicle was running. And there was no response from him, but he was gasping. He was slumped over, and there was a rounded shape that could have been a bullet hole in the glass next to his head, which was shattered out. There was no sign that there had been a burglary, no sign that there had been a struggle. Next witness, Joanne Maltese, a retired Tallahassee police forensic specialist. She had showed us a photograph of the broken glasses from Dan Markel. Very moving photograph, just very simple. The glasses broken lying there on the ground. And she talked about some of how collecting evidence at the scene, including, for example, Dan Markel's wallet, as well as some cash that was found in the car. And the reason that was particularly important was because it suggested immediately to police that this was not a burglary. This is not someone who just wanted to rob Dan Markel. Here, hand us your wallet. Where's your cash? This was someone who wanted to kill Dan Markel. They just walked up to his car, shot him in the head, and took absolutely nothing. This was targeted. This was planned, and they wanted Dan Markel specifically. So Wendi's vehicle they showed with the bullet bourbon in the back, although they didn't identify it. I assume that argument will be around again. And the argument was that Wendi bought this bullet bourbon, and maybe it was some kind of sort of macabre celebration of Dan Markel's death. He had been killed with a bullet. Now, obviously, that is something the defense disagrees with. Next witness did the autopsy, Dr. Anthony Clark, and put up some gruesome photographs. These were photographs that really upset Charlie in the first trial. They were left up during closing argument. He felt like they were prejudicial and influenced the jury. So, but after all of this, when Donna was just crying, the paralegal was patting her, and she was obviously reacting, whether planned, whether real, whether fake. She was reacting to the testimony about Dan Markel. So when the jury left, the judge spoke to her and said, look, we've already had a sidebar on this, and I just want to say that cut it out. Basically, he said, you got to control your emotions. You cannot have an outburst in the courtroom. So far, I've said nothing in front of the jury, and I know you don't want me to. I would like to keep it that way. So stop it, because I don't want to call you out in front of the jury. But I will, was the implicit hidden thought behind all of that. So after lunch, we had quite a number of arguments about documents. The arguments about documents became kind of heated with the judge getting involved, because he was saying, why were these objections not brought up to me before? Because they were having to argue all of these things outside the presence of the jury, which meant the jury was just back in the jury room cooling its heels with nothing to do. He said, we're wasting the jury's time. All of this should have been done in advance. It shouldn't have waited until this point. So they went through a bunch of documents. For example, the documents from Wendi's divorce, and those documents have been, and the witness they were trying to get them in through was one of the detectives, and they were saying, look, he doesn't have the knowledge about these. As it turned out, they ultimately were able to lay the foundation, the state was, and they got those into evidence. They were able to do that. But that was one, a lot of the documents around that. And there's one document that still isn't fully in evidence, and that's an email that went with those documents and apparently involved Donna. A lot of these were a little hard to follow without seeing the documents, but there were a great number of back and forth arguments, and the judge expressed great displeasure that this hadn't been dealt with and frustration that it was still ongoing, this while in the middle of trial, that these things had not been hashed out. The reason he was upset is because there are rules in place that attorneys must file their exhibit lists and both sides, and then they exchange them, and then everybody has a chance to go through and make their objections. And he was saying, you should have done that before. This is way too late. So Greg Isom was a witness, retired Tallahassee police officer for 28.5 years, and he interviewed Wendi Adelson. They did not play any part of the Adelson interview, the Wendi Adelson interview, but he talked about her and finding her in a restaurant where she was eating with friends and informing her about what had happened. He talked about she was not in custody, like no one read her Miranda rights. She wasn't in handcuffs. So instead, they gave her a victim advocate. They let her use her phone, but they interviewed her about information. And included in that is what they were saying about the really bitter divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel. They found out about that basically immediately, law enforcement did. So immediately that became something to look at. And that was one of the reasons they went to talk to Wendi Adelson. That plus the fact that, of course, she had to be notified. Her children's father had just been killed. So she needed to make arrangements to figure out how to care for them. All right. So, and then we got into great arguments over the state exhibits. And the judge, a quote, not going to waste the jurors' time. He was just super frustrated with that. All right, let's see. This witness, Isom, talked about the motion filed by Dan Markel about wanting access to his children and about not wanting the grandmother, Donna Adelson, to have unsupervised access to the children. And the reason was because grandma says you're stupid and hates you. The defense objected at that point. And the prosecution said, well, I'd like to admit the whole of this document. We had a lot of back and forth, and The defense is basically arguing that Donna Adelson may have had strong language for Dan Markel at times, but they had worked things out. They had gotten through, they had moved through all of that. He talked about the money and that Dan was worth 2.7 million. So in other words, maybe there was financial incentive to kill him, but the defense did do a good job. They said, well, did any of that go to my client? The answer was no. Not that she wouldn't want to make sure her kids were well cared for. It just wasn't something that she was able, that came directly to her. So I thought that was a good point. He also took us through the video that they have, really compelling video that shows Dan Markel driving into the gym. We know he went to work out. He goes in and works out, and one car comes in and sits in the corner and just sits there. No one gets out of it while Dan Markel is inside the gym. Then, as he's coming out, the vehicle moves around from the back corner of the lot and follows him. And then they trace that vehicle. They used bus video to follow that vehicle until it turned off toward and in the direction of Dan Markel's house. They took that little bit of evidence they had based on following Dan Markel and that vehicle, and they were trying to figure out, where is this vehicle coming from? They traced it back. They were able to find sun pass that they found 3 things that were unique about that vehicle, one of which was it had a sun pass. Turned out, of course, a lot of vehicles did. But then they were able to, they just did little bit after little bit after little bit. They traced it back through there. They actually wound up not only being able to take it all the way back to Miami, where they found a rental contract with Luis Rivera's and Sigfredo Garcia's names on it. They were also able to actually get a photograph of them from an ATM machine where you can clearly see both men sitting in the front seat of the car. Really amazing detective work. It was just super well done. So he took us through those videos. There were also documents like a traffic citation that was given to Luis Rivera on I-75 on his way to Tallahassee. And there were phone records. And it was just really well done by law enforcement. A lot of really good information from them. The cross-examination was brief, but they talked about he asked some questions that were sort of, I thought, not all that effective. For example, he said, well, what about construction records? Did you get those? Or did you get arrest records? I'm not really sure what that was leading to, because it didn't really seem to take his questioning anywhere. It may be they're setting something up, or he may just have been trying to say, well, there were things you didn't do. It was not in any way a perfect examination. Okay. I'm looking through here to make sure I get them. There is a question about whether Katie Medbanua worked for the Adelson Institute or didn't. The one thing known for sure is that Katie received checks from the Adelson Institute, and they were signed by Donna Adelson herself. But while Katie initially testified in her trials that she had actually worked for the Adelson Institute, that's no longer what she says. She says, no, I didn't. It's also not what other employees at the Adelson Institute say. So was Donna Adelson signing checks over to Katie? What was the reason for that? And of course, prosecution says she knew exactly what was going on. This was continued payoff for the crime of murdering Dan Markel. That was how she was doing this payment. The defense also talked about the fact that Donna and Harvey share an email. And when they share an email, it's then difficult to tell who is actually writing any one email. Now, this could, of course, present problems for Harvey, but if the argument's successful, not really, because it also prevent the state from using the exact same emails against Harvey, not just Donna. And next, we had Luis Rivera. That was huge testimony, extremely chilling. He very matter-of-factly relates, yes, we were asked to kill somebody. Yes, we went up to Tallahassee. Yes, we drove a Prius. Yes, we went together. Time we had gone, we followed the man, we shot the man, dead. That was it. And he is just so matter-of-fact about it. It's hard, really, when you know the context around this. He even knew the man had kids. had followed him and watched him drop them off at daycare before, but he says there was a lady who wanted them dead. Now, that testimony didn't come in quite as well as it has in past trials, but he did use Wendi's name at one point, saying that Wendi wanted it. But then when he was asked more specifically, he admitted, well, he didn't really know who wanted it. What he did know was Katie was hiring them. Katie was paying them. And Katie was Charlie's girlfriend, on again, off again, or at the time, probably, but maybe a little broken up by then. And Sigfredo Garcia, she had been married and in a relationship with, it was a common law marriage, but they had been together, but now they were presently not together. So it was an on again, off again thing, that side as well. So he talked about their 2 trips up to Tallahassee. He talked about Sigfredo Garcia, and he bought things with the money they received. They bought, for example, Sigfredo bought a car and a motorcycle, and he, Luis Rivera, bought a motorcycle. That the cash that they were given came stapled. Remember, that's exactly what the prosecution says. Charlie Adelson stapled his money. It's kind of unusual. It's not something everyone does. He stapled $100 bills together in $1,000 packs. And Luis Rivera said that was really weird. And then the prosecution ended with this question. If you had known that this guy kept stacks of cash together, $1,000 packets of $100 bills, would you have driven to Tallahassee and murdered someone to get the money? And he was like, no, I would have robbed him. I just would have gone and taken the money. Why would I bother to go murder somebody? I would get in less trouble for robbing someone than for murdering someone to get the same amount. So on cross-examination, super effective, gold star, I thought, for the defense, because she did not try to take down all of that testimony. I think she thought she didn't have a prayer on that. She said, she went through one little bit of questioning about the fact that Luis Rivera had gone up to Tallahassee the first time, and then that Dan Markel managed to lose them, and they didn't follow through because they lost him. But the second time when they went up, she said, you did that and you knew Katie was in charge, right? And she said, at your deposition, I showed you this chart of everyone involved. And I asked you, who was the lady in charge of this? He said, Katie. And who actually did the shooting? He said, Sigfredo. And she had him labeled them number 1, number 2. And who was with Sigfredo? He labeled himself number 3. Who was the man who was killed? That was number 4, Dan Markel. Number 5 was the lady who wanted the man killed. That was Wendi Adelson. And then Donna and Harvey were at the top of that sheet. And Donna and Harvey, she said, do you know, were they involved? And he said, as far as he knew, they were not involved. And she had him put X's by their names. I thought that was super effective, because what it did was separate Donna from everybody else. It said, okay, Donna and Harvey from the people connected to this. It also, I did not hear any mention of Charlie in that, so I'm intrigued by that. But he identified everybody who was involved, but he did not connect it to Donna. That's exactly what the defense wants, right? They want to be able to argue that that is exactly the point, that Donna is not connected to this, and none of the evidence makes it all the way to her. Luis Rivera may be powerful evidence that there was a hit and that people were paid to kill Dan Markel, but he is not evidence that Donna Adelson killed or was involved in the killing of Dan Markel. So I thought that was really well done and was impressed by that. All right, we will take just a very few questions, and I also have some. So Nina wants to know what I call Charlie in my case in chief if I were, and I don't know if she means if I were on the prosecution or the defense, which way would it go? I think it's going to be irresistible for the state to call Charlie just to see what happens if nothing else. I am just so curious what exactly will go on. So, but they have actually, the argument that the defense is making is one they can make without Charlie, because they're saying the link gets broken in there. Charlie could come in and testify. Well, I never told my mother. I told her later. He could say that. But honestly, I think the argument is stronger without him in there, because if he comes in, then maybe some of the phone calls and so forth do as well. But if they just stop with there's no link up there and they don't have Charlie testify about that, they don't put Donna on the stand, wow, that's maybe a argument for them. So if I were the defense, I'm thinking no. If I were the prosecution, I'm thinking probably yes. What a good question, though. Thank you so much for gifting 5 lawyerly memberships, Bellis. I appreciate that. Turn on your ability to receive a gifted membership. Marlon will put that in the chat for us. Marlon and Mama Pinks are our 2 mods. We are ever so grateful to them. They have done such a good job. It's a lot of work. Roosevelt Media News has a question. Is there anything stopping Wendi from leaving the country? At this moment, she's under subpoena to testify, but when she walks out that door, I would say no, just as there was nothing preventing Donna from leaving. And yet it's being used as evidence against her. So Wendi will have to weigh that. If she leaves the country, headed for a non-extradition country, her mom's already done the research for her. Vietnam would work just fine. And so if she does that, if she tries to head out, then that can be used as evidence of flight. And the state can argue that the reason she did that was because she wanted to get away from prosecution because she knew she was guilty. The defense will be, I just assumed, the defense might be, I can go anywhere I want. That's what I expect Donna's to be. I was not under arrest. I had not been charged, at least not informed that I had been charged. And then also, even if I went there, I went there not because I believed I was guilty, but because I believed that you would prosecute me and that I would be unfairly convicted, not because I was actually guilty. Okay, so I want to keep it fairly short because I want to condense that evening part so I can pull that out. What I might do is post that separately so it will be easy for people to understand what happened during the day. It was an incredible day, absolutely incredible. Once again, I think there was a big surprise on the defense side with what their theory of the case is going to be. I think most people, and I would have to put me in that crowd, I thought she would pretty much have to go with Charlie's plan, with his double extortion theory. I thought she would stick with that. Doesn't seem like she is. It seems like it's a Charlie meet Bus meet Charlie sort of situation. Charlie may have been involved. Charlie may have done the hiring. Donna, had nothing to do with it. And that is actually a pretty smart position for her to take, I think, because the whole reason the state was slow in going after her is because they were worried about those links and figuring it out. Let's see. I see Loretta asking me if Wendi has immunity, should she say she did it? I think any lawyer is going to tell her, no, it's going to, don't say that. Even though she does have it this time, I think it would be incredibly risky for her to do that, given that she hasn't been charged. I think if she were to do that, there would be a hue and cry. You must charge her. You must prosecute her. How can you let someone get on the stand and say, I personally masterminded this horrible murder and do nothing about it? So I think it would create a lot of drama for her. Annie K asking me about my take on the trial so far. It seems like the defense is any Adelson, but Donna, I totally agree with that. They implicated both Charlie and Wendi. Yeah, they don't really seem to be pulling punches. They don't really seem to be protecting the gang. But at the same time, what she's arguing doesn't directly impact or hurt them. She is free to argue that Charlie did it and she's all in on that, as long as she doesn't get on the stand and say that, which I don't know, she may. And even if she does, that's not really going to impact his appeal. They're going to be looking at what happened in Charlie's trial, at whether what happened in Charlie's trial was fair. So I do think it's very likely that, but of course she'd be testifying for herself without immunity. So then if he got a retrial, who knows whether she would be called and then have to testify. I think she would. She would have to testify, yes, I fully believed that my son did this. I was appalled at him. I had no idea he was capable of this sort of thing. But as soon as I found out, I was horrified. She would have to say something like that. And it would not be under immunity because she would be saying it at her own trial. I mean, this is the legal questions that come into this. This is super hard. This is exactly the kind of thing a law school exam would be. It just goes on and on with all these questions. It's absolutely fascinating. Any lawyer just have to this case, it's incredible. It presents so many really difficult, fascinating questions about the law. It's really amazing. Okay, so I'm looking for question marks at the beginning. Why didn't the defense use the extortion of Donna in the opening? Because I don't think they're going to go with that, Jules. I think they're going with something entirely different. They are going to say Donna was not involved and you can't prove she was involved. And none of your witnesses prove she was involved. And I do not know exactly how they'll handle Charlie. I don't know. I mean, I'll have to sit and think about it this weekend. How would I do it? How would I handle it if I were the prosecution? I now know Donna's defense. Do I call him? What do I do? Absolutely fascinating question, but I think they didn't use that defense because they're not going to make that defense. I think they're just writing Charlie off. Charlie is one of the people involved from Donna's perspective. Won't hurt Charlie as long as she doesn't get cross-examined. And it would only hurt Charlie if he got a retrial. It's not going to hurt him on appeal. Well, I am so appreciative that y'all have watched the trial with me. I'm going to be going live every day. I'll be doing gavel-to-gavel coverage. This is my inaugural try at doing this. I was so nervous about this. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed watching with y'all. I've enjoyed watching scroll by. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming. If you aren't subscribed, please do hit the subscribe button and come back next week for more. And on your way out, if you would please hit the like button, I would really appreciate that. I will see you next week on Monday.